Chapter 16 of The Bright Messenger by Algernon BLACKWOOD. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger, Chapter 16. When relative order had been restored, Debenham realized, of course, that his colleague had cleverly spirited away their patient, also that the sculptor had carried off his daughter. Relieved to escape from the atmosphere of what he considered collective hysteria, he had borrowed mackintosh and umbrella, and declining several offers of a lift, had walked the 4 miles to his house in the rain and wind. The exercise helped to work off the emotion in him. His mind cleared healthily. Personal bias gave way to honest and unprejudiced reflection. There was much that interested him deeply, at the same time puzzled and bewildered him beyond anything he had yet experienced. He reached the house with a mind steady, if unsatisfied, but the emotions caused by prejudice had gone. His main anxiety centered about his chief. He was glad to notice a light in the upper window, for it meant, he hoped, that LeVallon was now safely home. While his latchkey sought its hole, however, this light was extinguished, and when the door opened, it was Fillery himself who greeted him, a finger on his lips. "Quietly," he whispered. "I've just got him to bed and put his light out. He's asleep already." Paul noticed his manner instantly, its happiness. There was a glow of mysterious joy and wonder in his atmosphere that made the other hostile at once. They went together towards that inner room where so often together they had already talked both moon and sun to bed. Cold food lay on the table, and while they satisfied their hunger, the rain outside poured down with a steady drenching sound. The wind had dropped. The suburb lay silent and deserted. It was long past midnight. The house was very still, only the occasional step of a night nurse audible in the passages and rooms upstairs. They would not be disturbed. "You got him home all right, then?" Paul asked presently, keeping his voice low. He had been observing his friend closely. The evident pleasure and satisfaction in the face annoyed him. The light in the eyes at the same time profoundly troubled him. Not only did he love his chief for himself, he set high value on his work as well. It would be deplorable, a tragedy, if judgment were destroyed by personal bias and desire. He felt uneasy and distressed. Fillery nodded, then gave an account of what had happened, but obviously an account of outward events merely. He did not wish, evidently, to argue or explain. The strong, rugged face was lit up. The eyes were shining. Some inner enthusiasm pervaded his whole being. Evidently, he felt very sure of something that both pleased and stimulated him. His account of what had happened was brief enough, little more than a statement of the facts. Finding himself close to LeVallon when the darkness came, he had kept hold of him and hurried him out of the house at once. The sudden blackness, it seemed, had made LeVallon quiet again, though he kept asking excitedly for the girl. When assured that he would soon see her, he became obedient as a lamb. The absence of light apparently had a calming influence. They found, of course, no taxis, but commandeered the first available private car, Fillery using the authoritative influence of his name. And it was Lady Gleason's car, Lady Gleason herself inside it. She had thought things over, put 2 and 2 together, and had come back. Her car might be of use. It was. For the rain was falling in sheets and bucketfuls. The road had become a river of water, and Fillery's automobile, ordered for an hour later, had not put in an appearance. It was the rain that saved the situation. An exasperated expression crossed Debenham's face as he heard this detail emphasized. He had meant to listen without interruption. The enigmatical reference to the rain proved too much for him. "Why the rain? What do you mean exactly, Edward?" "Water," was the reply, made in a significant tone that further annoyed his listener's sense of judgment. "You remembered the channel, surely. Water and fire mutually destroy each other. They are hostile elements." There was a look almost of amusement on his face as he said it. Debenham kept a tight hold upon his tongue. It was not impatience or surprise he felt, though both were strong. It was perhaps sorrow. "And so Lady Gleason drove you home?" He waited with devouring interest for further details. The throng of questions, criticisms, and emotion surging in him he repressed with admirable restraint. Lady Gleason, yes, had driven the party home. Fillery made her sit on the back seat alone, while he occupied the front one, LeVallon beside him, but as far back along the deep cushions as possible. The doctor held his hand. At any other time Debenham could have laughed, but he saw no comedy now. Lady Gleason, it seemed, was awed by the seriousness of the chief, whom, even at the best of times, she feared a little. Her vanity, however, persuaded her evidently that she was somehow the center of interest. Yet Debenham, as he listened, had difficulty in persuading himself that he was in the 20th century, and that the man who spoke was his colleague and a man of the day as well. LeVallon talked little, and that little to himself or to me. He seemed unaware that a third person was present at all. Though quiet enough, there was suppressed vehemence still about him. He said various things, that she belonged to us, for instance, that he knew his own, that she was filled with fire in exile, and that he would take her back. Also that I, too, must go with them both. He often mentioned the sun, saying more than once that the sun had sent its messengers. Obviously, it was not the ordinary sun he referred to, but some source of central heat and fire he seems aware of. "You, I suppose, Edward," put in his listener, "said nothing to encourage all this? Nothing that could suggest or stimulate?" Fillery ignored, even if he noticed, the tone of the question. "I kept silence, rather. I said very little. I let him talk. I had to keep an eye on the woman, too. You certainly had your hands full, a dual personality and a nymphomaniac." "She helped me without knowing it. All he said about the girl she evidently took to herself. When he begged me to keep the water out, she drew the window up the last half-inch. The water frightened him. She was sympathetic, and her sympathy seemed to reach him, though I doubt if he was aware of her presence at all until the last minute almost." "And at the last minute?" She leaned forward suddenly and took both his hands. I had let go of the one I held, and was just about to open the door, when I heard her say excitedly that I must let her come and see him, or that he must call on her. She was sure she could help him. He must tell her everything. I turned to look. LeVallon, startled into what I believe was his first consciousness of her presence, stared into her eyes and leaned forward among his cushions a little so that their faces were close together. Before I could interfere, she had flung her bare arms about his neck and kissed him. She then sat back again, turning to me, and repeating again and again that he needed a woman's care and that she must help and mother him. She was excited, but she knew what she was saying. She showed neither shame nor the least confusion. She tasted, of course with her it cannot last, a bigger world. She was most determined. "His reaction?" inquired Debenham, amused in spite of his graver emotions of uneasiness and exasperation. "None whatever. I scarcely think he realized he had been kissed. His interest was so entirely elsewhere. I saw his face a moment among the white ermine, the bare arms and jewels that enveloped him." Fillery frowned faintly. The car had almost stopped. Lady Gleason was leaning back again. He looked at me, and his voice was intense and eager. "Dear Fillery," he said, "we have found each other. I have found her. She knows. She remembers the way back. Here we can do so little." Lady Gleason, however, had interpreted the words in another way. "I'll come tomorrow to see you," she said at once intensely. "You must let me come." The last words addressed to me, of course. The two men looked at one another a moment in silence, and for the first time during the conversation they exchanged a smile. "I got him to bed," Fillery concluded. "In 10 minutes he was sound asleep," and his eyes indicated the room overhead. He leaned back and quietly began to fill his pipe. The account was over. As though a great spring suddenly released him, Paul Debenham stood up. His untidy hair hung wild, his glasses were crooked on his big nose, his tie askew. His whole manner bristled with accumulated challenge and disagreement. "Who?" he cried. "Who, Edward? I ask you." His colleague, yet knowing exactly what he meant, looked up questioningly. He looked him full in the face. "Hush," he said quietly. "You'll wake him." He gazed with happy, penetrating eyes at his companion. "Paul," he added gently, "do you really mean it? Have you still the faintest doubt?" The moment had drama in it of unusual kind. The conflict between these two honest and unselfish minds was vital. The moment, too, was chosen, the place as well, this small, quiet room in a commonplace suburb of the greatest city on the planet, drenched by earthly rain and battered by earthly wind from the heart of an equinoctial storm. The mighty universe outside, breaking with wondrous, incredible impossibilities upon a mind that listened and a mind that could not hear. And upstairs, separated from them by a few carpenter's boards, an assortment of souls, either derelict and ruined or gifted supernormally, masters of space and time perhaps, yet all waiting to be healed by the best knowledge known to the race. And one among them, about whom the conflict raged, sound asleep, while wind and water stormed, while lightning fires lit the distant horizons, while the great sun lay hidden and darkness crept soundlessly to and fro. "Have you still the slightest doubt, Paul?" repeated Fillery. "You know the evidence. You have an open mind." Then Debenham, still standing over his chief, let out the storm that had accumulated in him overlong. He talked like a book. He talked like several books. It seemed almost that he distrusted his own personal judgment. "Edward," he began solemnly, not knowing that he quoted, "you above all men understand the lower recesses of the human heart, that gloomy, gigantic oubliette in which our million ancestors writhe together inextricably, and each man's planetary past is buried alive." Fillery nodded quietly his acquiescence. "You, of all men, know our packed, limitless subterranean life," Debenham went on, "and its impenetrable depths. You understand telepathy, extended telepathy as well, and how a given mind may tap not only forgotten individual memories, but memories of his family, his race, even planetary memories into the bargain. The memory, in fact, of every being that ever lived, right down to Adam, if you will." "Agreed," murmured the other, listening patiently while he puffed his pipe and heard the rain and wind. "I know all that. I know it, at any rate, as a possible theory." "You also know," continued Debenham in a slightly less strident tone, "your own—forgive me, Edward—your own idiosyncrasies, your weaknesses, your dynamic accumulated repressions, your strange physical heritage, and spiritual—I repeat the phrase—your spiritual vagrancies towards— He broke off suddenly, unable to find the words he wanted. "I'm illegitimate, born of a pagan passion," mentioned the other calmly. "In that sense, if you like, I have in me a complex against the race, against humanity as such." He smiled patiently, and it was the patience, the evident conviction of superiority, that exasperated his cautious, accurate colleague. "If I love humanity, I also tolerate it, perhaps, for I try to heal it," added Fillery. "But believe me, Paul, I do not lose my scientific judgment." "Edward," burst out the other, "how can you think it possible, then, that he is other than the result of tendencies transmitted by his mad parents, or acquired from Mason, who taught him all he knows, or, if you will, that he has these hysterical faculties, supernormal as we may call them, which tapped some racial, even, if you will, some planetary past. He again broke off, unable to express his whole thought, his entire emotion in a few words. "I accept all that," said Fillery, still calmly, quietly. "But perhaps now, in the interest of truth—" his tone was grave, his words obviously chosen carefully— "if now I feel it necessary to go beyond it, my strange heritage," he added, "is even possibly a help and guide. How," he asked, a trace of passion for the first time visible in his manner, "shall we venture, how decide? For we are not wholly ignorant, you and I, between what is possible and impossible." "Is this trivial planet, then," he asked, his voice rising suddenly, ominously perhaps, "our sole criterion? Dare we not venture beyond a little? The scientific mind should be the last to dogmatize as to the possibilities of this life of ours." The authority of chief, the old tie of respectful and affectionate friendship, the admiring wonder that pertained to a daring spectator who had often proved himself right in the face of violent opposition, all these affected Debenham. He did not weaken, but for an instant he knew perhaps the existence of a vast, incredible horizon in his friend's mind, though one he dared not contemplate. Possibly he understood in this passing moment a huger world, a new outlook that scorned limit, though yet an outlook that his accurate, smaller spirit shrank from. He found, at any rate, his own words futile. "You remember," he offered, "we need only suppose the continuity of our own consciousness with a mother sea to allow for exceptional waves occasionally pouring over the dam." "Good, yes," said Fillery. "But that mother sea, what may it not include? Dare we set limits to it?" And as he said it, Fillery, emotion visible in him, rose suddenly from his chair. He stood up and faced his colleague. "Let us come to the point," he said in a clear, steady voice. "It all lies, doesn't it, in that question you asked?" "Who?" came at once from Debenham's lips, as he stood, looking oddly stiff and rigid opposite his chief. There was a touch of defiance in his tone. "Who?" He repeated his original question. No pause intervened. Fillery's reply came sharp and firm. "N.H.," he said. An interval of silence followed, then between the two men, as they looked into each other's eyes. Fillery waited for his assistant to speak, but no word came. "Love alone," the older man continued, "is the transient, acquired personality. It does not interest us. There is no real love alone. The sole reality is N.H." He spoke with the earnestness of deep conviction. There was still no reply or comment from the other. "Paul," he continued, steadying his voice and placing a hand upon his colleague's shoulder, "I am going to ask you to consider our arrangement cancelled. I must—" Then, before he could finish what he had to say, the other had said it for him. "Edward, I give you back your promise." He shrugged his shoulders ever so slightly, but there was no unpleasant, no antagonistic touch now either in voice or manner. There was, rather, a graver earnestness than there had been hitherto, a hint of reluctant acquiescence, but also there was an emotion that included certainly affection. No such fundamental disagreement had ever come between them during all their years of work together. "You understand," he added slowly, "what you are doing, what is involved." His tone almost suggested that he spoke to a patient, a loved patient, but one over whom he had no control. He sighed. "I belong, Paul, myself to the unstable, if that is what you mean," said his old friend gently, "and with all of danger or of wonder it involves." The faint movement of the shoulders again was noticeable. "We need not put it that way, Edward," was the quiet rejoinder. "For that, if true, can only help your insight, your understanding, and your judgment." He hesitated a moment or two, searching his mind carefully for words. Fillery waited. "But it involves, I think—" He went on presently in a firmer voice, "his fate as well. He must become permanently one or other." No pause followed. There was a smile of curious happiness on Fillery's face as he instantly answered in a tone of absolute conviction. "There lies the root of our disagreement, Paul. There is no other. I am positive for once. There is only one, and that one is N.H." "Umph," his friend grunted. Behind the exclamation hid an attitude confirmed, as though he had come suddenly to a big decision. "You see, Paul, I know." End of Chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Bright Messenger by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger. Chapter 17. It was not long after the scene in the studio that the Prometheans foregathered at dinner in the back room of the small French restaurant in Soho and discussed the event. The prices were moderate, conditions free and easy. It was a favorite haunt of members. Tonight, moreover, there was likely to be a good attendance. The word had gone out. The studio scene had, of course, been the subject of much discussion already. The night of its occurrence it had been talked over till dawn in more than one flat, and during the following days the society, as a whole, thought of little else. Those who had not been present had to be informed, and those who had witnessed it found it an absorbing topic of speculation. The first words that passed when one member met another in the street was, "What did you make of that storm? Wasn't it amazing? Did your solar plexus vibrate? Mine did. And the light, the color, the vibrations, weren't they terrific? What do you think he is?" It was rumored that the secretary was asking for individual reports. Excitement and interest were general, though the accounts of individual witnesses differed extraordinarily. It seemed impossible that all had seen and heard the same thing. The back room was pleasantly filled tonight, for it was somehow known that Millington Povey and possibly Father Collins too were coming. Miss Milligan, the astrologist, was there early, arriving with Mrs. Towser, who saw auras, and had already, it was rumored, painted automatically a strange rendering of forces that were visible to her clairvoyantly during the occurrence. Miss Lance, in shining beads and a glittering scarf, arrived on their heels, an account of the scene in her pocket, to be published in her magazine, Simplicity, after she had modified it according to what she picked up from hearing other and better descriptions. Kempster, immaculate as ever, ordering his food as he ordered his clothes, like a connoisseur, was one of the first to establish himself in a comfortable seat. He knew how to look after himself, and was already eating in his neat, dainty way, while the others still stood about studying the big white menu with its illegible hieroglyphics in smudged violet ink. He supplemented his meals with special patent foods of vegetarian kind he brought with him. He had dried bananas in one pocket and spirit photographs in another, and he was invariably pulling out the wrong thing. Meat he avoided. A man is what he eats, he held, and animal blood was fatal to psychic development. To eat pig or cow was to absorb undesirable characteristics. Next to him sat Latimer, a lanky man of 30 with loose clothes, long hair, and eyes of strange intensity. Known as occultist and alchemist, he was also a chemist of some repute. His life was ruled by a master desire and a master fear. The former, that he might one day project his double consciously. The latter, that in his next earthly incarnation he might be, the prospect made him shudder, a woman. He sought to keep his thought as concrete as possible, the male quality. He believed that the nervous center of the physical body which controlled all such unearthly, if not definitely spiritual impulses was the solar plexus. For him it was the important portion of his anatomy, the seat of intuition. Brain came second. "The fellow," he declared emphatically, "stirred my solar plexus, my kundalini, that's all I know." He referred, as all understood, to the latent power the yogis claim lies coiled, but only rarely manifested, in the great nervous center. His statement, he knew, would meet with general approval and understanding. It was the literal Kempster who spoiled his opening. "Paul Debenham," said the latter, "thinks it's merely a secondary personality that's emerged. I had a long argument with him about it." "Never argue with the once-born," declared Povey flatly, producing his pet sentence. "It's a waste of time. Only older souls, with the experience of many earthly lives stored in their beings, are knowledgeable." He filled his glass and poured out for others, Latimer and Mrs. Towser alone declining, though for different reasons. "It destroys the sight," explained the former. "Alcohol sets up coarse vibrations that ruin clairvoyance." "I decided to deny myself till the war is over," was Mrs. Towser's reason, and when Povey reminded her of the armistice, she mentioned that Turkey hadn't signed yet. "I think his soul—" began Miss Lance. "If he has a soul," put in Povey electrically. "Is hardly in his body at all," concluded Miss Lance, less convincingly than originally intended. "It was love at first sight. His sign is fire, and hers is air," Miss Milligan said. "That's certain. Of course they came together." "A clear case of memory, at any rate," insisted Kempster. "Two old souls meeting again for the first time for thousands of years, probably. Love at first sight, or hate for that matter, is always memory, isn't it?" He disliked the astrology explanation. It was not mysterious enough, too mathematical and exact to please him. "Secondary personalities are invariably memories of former selves, of course," agreed young Dixon, the theosophist, who was on the verge now of becoming a psychoanalyst and had already discarded Freud for Jung. "If not memories of past lives, then their desires suppressed in this one." "The less you think, the more you know," suggested Miss Lance. She distrusted intellect and believed that another faculty, called instinct or intuition, according to which word first occurred to her, was the way to knowledge. She was about to quote Bergson upside down when Povey, foreseeing an interval of boredom, took command. "One thing we know, at any rate," he began judiciously. "We aren't the only beings in the universe. There are non-human intelligences, both vast and small. The old worldwide legends can't be built on nothing. In every age of history, the reports are universal, we have pretty good evidence for other forms of life than humans." "Though never yet in human form," put in Latimer, yet sympathetically. "Their bodies, I mean, aren't human," he added. "Exactly, that's true. But the gods, the fauns, the satyrs, the elemental beings, as we call them, sylphs, undines, gnomes, and salamanders, to say nothing of fairies, et hoc genus omne, there must be some reasonable foundation for their persistence through all the ages." "They all belong to the diva evolution," Dixon mentioned with conviction. "In the East it's been known and recognized for centuries, hasn't it? Another evolutionary system that runs parallel to ours. From planetary spirits down to elementals, they're concerned with the building up of form in the various kingdoms." "Yes, yes," Povey interrupted impatiently. Dixon was stealing what he had meant to say himself, and to say, he flattered himself, far better. "We know all that, of course. They stand behind what we call the laws of nature, non-human activities and intelligences of every grade and kind. They work for humanity in a way, are in other space and time, deathless of course, yet, in some strange way, always eager to cross the gulf fixed between the two and so find a soul. They are impersonal in a sense, as impersonal as, say, wind and fire, through which some of them operate as bodies." He paused and looked about him, noting the interested attention he awaked. "There may be times," he went on, "there probably are certain occasions when the gulf is more crossable than others." He laid down his knife and fork as a sympathetic murmur proved that the point he was leading up to was favorably understood already. "We have had this war, for instance," he stated, his voice taking on a more significant and mysterious tone. "Dislodged by the huge upheaval, man's soul is on the march again." He paused once more. "They," he concluded, lowering his voice still more and emphasizing the pronoun, "are possibly already among us. Who knows?" He glanced round. "We do, we know," was the expression on most faces. All knew precisely what he meant and to whom he referred, at any rate. "You might get him to come and lecture to us," said Dixon, the first to break the pause. "You might ask Dr. Fillery. You know him." "That's an idea," began the secretary, when there was a commotion near the door. His face showed annoyance. It was the arrival of Toogood that at this moment disturbed the atmosphere and robbed Povey of the effect he aimed at. It provided Kempster, however, with an idea at the same time. "Here's a psychometrist," he exclaimed, making room for him. "He might get a bit of his hair or clothing and psychometrize it. He might tell us about his past, if not exactly what he is." The suggestion, however, found no seconder, for it seemed that the new arrival was not particularly welcomed. Judging by the glances, the varying shades of greeting, too, he was not fully trusted. Perhaps this broad, fleshy man of 35, with complexion blotchy, an over-sensual mouth, and eyes a trifle shifty. His claim to membership was twofold. He remembered past lives, and had the strange power of psychometry. An archaeologist by trade, his gift of psychometry, by which he claimed to hold an object and tell its past, its pedigree, its history, was of great use to him in his calling. Without further trouble, he could tell whether such an object was genuine or sham. Dealers in antiquities offered him big fees, but no, no, I cannot prostitute my powers, you see, and he remained poor accordingly. In his past lives, he had been either a famous pharaoh or Cleopatra, according to his audience of the moment and its male or female character, but usually Cleopatra, because, on the whole, there was more money and less risk in her. He lectured for a fee. Lately, however, he had been pharaoh, having gotten into grave trouble over the Cleopatra claim, even to the point of being threatened with expulsion from the society. His attitude during the war, besides, had been unsatisfactory. It was felt he had selfishly protected himself on the grounds of being physically unfit. Apart from archaeology, too, his chief preoccupation, derived from past lives, of course, was sex, in the form of other men's wives, his own wife and children being naturally very recent and somewhat negligible ties. His gift of psychometry, nonetheless, was considered proved, in spite of the backward and indifferent dealers. His mind was quick and not unsubtle. He became now au fait with the trend of the conversation in a very few seconds, but he had not been present at the studio when the occurrence all discussed had taken place. "Hair would be best," he advised tentatively, sipping his whiskey and soda. He had already dined. "It's a part of himself, you see. Better than mere clothing, I mean. It's extremely vital, hair. It grows after death." "If I can get it for you, I will," said Povey. "He may be lecturing for us before long. I'll try." "With psychometry and a good photograph," Kempster suggested. "A time exposure, if possible, We ought to get some evidence, at any rate. It's first-hand evidence we want, of course, isn't it? What do you think of this, for instance, I wonder?" He turned to Latimer, drawing something from his pocket and showing it. "It's a time exposure at night of a haunted tree. You'll notice a queer sort of elemental form inside the trunk and branches. Oh!" He replaced the shriveled banana in his pocket and drew out the photograph without a smile. "This," he explained, waving it, "is what I meant." They fell to discussing it. Meanwhile, Povey, anxious to resume his lecture, made an effort to recover his command of the group atmosphere which Toogood had disturbed. The latter had a personal magnetism which made the women like him in spite of their distrust. "I was just saying," he resumed, patting the elbow of the psychometrist, "that this strange event we've been discussing—you weren't present, I believe, at the time, but of course you've heard about it—has features which seem to point to something radically new, or at least of very rare occurrence. As Latimer mentioned, a human body has never yet, so far as we know, been occupied, obsessed, by a non-human entity, but that, after all, is no reason why it should not ever happen. What is a body, anyhow? What is an entity, too?" Povey's thought was wandering, evidently. The thread of his first discourse was broken. He floundered. "Man, anyway, is more than a mere chemical machine," he went on. "A crystallization of the primitive nebulae, though the instrument he uses, the body he works through, is undoubtedly thus describable. Now, we know there are all kinds of non-human intelligences busy on our planet, in the universe itself as well. Why then, I ask, should not one of these—" He paused, unable to find himself, his confusion obvious. He was glad of the interruption that was then provided by the arrival of Imson, as his audience was. Toogood certainly was not sorry. He need find no immediate answer. He sipped his drink and made mental notes. Imson arrived in a rough brown ulster with the collar turned up about his ears, a low flannel shirt, not strictly clean, lying loosely round his neck. His colorless face was of somewhat flabby texture, due probably to his diet, but its simple, honest expression was attractive, the smile engaging. The touch of foolishness might have been childlike innocence, even saintliness, some thought, and though he was well over 40, the unlined skin made him look more like 30. He enjoyed a physiognomy not unlike that of a horse or sheep. His big brown eyes stared wide open at the world, expecting wonder and finding it. His hobby was inspirational poems. One lay in his breast pocket now. He burned to read it aloud. Pat Imson's ideal was an odd one: detachment. The desire to avoid all ties that must bring him back to future incarnations on the earth, to shew making fresh karma, in a word. He considered himself an old soul, and was rather weary of it all, of existence and development, that is. To take no part in life meant to escape from those tangles for whose unraveling the law of rebirth dragged the soul back again and again. To sow no causes was to have no harvest of effects to reap with toil and perspiration. Action, of course, there must be, but indifference to results of action was the secret. Imson, nonetheless, was always entangled with wives and children. Having divorced one wife and been divorced by another, he had recently married a third. A flock of children streamed behind him. He was a good father, if a strange husband. "It's old karma I have to work off," he would explain, referring to the wives. "If I avoid the experience, I shall only have to come back again. There's no good shirking old karma." He gave this explanation to the wives themselves, not only to his friends. "Face it, and it's done with. Worked off, you see." That is, it had to be done nicely, kindly, generously. An entire absence of the sense of humor was, of course, his natural gift, yet a certain quaint wisdom helped to fill the dangerous vacuum. He was known usually as Pat. "Come on, Pat," said Povey, making room for him at his side. "How's karma? We're just talking about LeVallon and the studio business. What do you make of it? You were there, weren't you?" The others listened attentively, for Imson had a reputation for seeing true. "I saw it, yes," replied Imson, ordering his dinner with indifference, soup, fried potatoes, salad, cheese, and coffee, but declined the offered wine. The group waited for his next remark, but none was forthcoming. He sat crumbling his bread into the soup and stirring the mixture with his spoon. "Did you see the light above him, Mr. Imson?" asked Miss Lance. "The brilliant aura of golden yellow that he wore? I thought, it sounds exaggerated, I know, but to me it seemed even brighter than the lightning. Did you notice it?" "Well," said Imson slowly, putting his spoon down, "I'm not often clairvoyant, you know. I did notice, however, a sort of radiance about him. But with hair like that, it's difficult to be certain." "Full of lovely patterns," said Mrs. Towser. "Geometrical patterns." "Like astrological designs," mentioned Miss Milligan. "He's Leo, of course, fire." "Almost as though he brought or caused the lightning, as if it actually emanated out of his atmosphere somehow," claimed Miss Lance, for it was her conversation after all. "I saw nothing of that," replied Imson quietly. "No, I can't say I saw anything exactly like that." He added honestly, with his engaging smile that had earned for him in some quarters the nickname of the Sheep, "I was looking at Nyan, you see, most of the time." A smile flickered round the table, for rumor had it that the girl had once seemed to him as possible karma. "So was I," put in Kempster with kindly intention, though his sympathy was evidently not needed. Imson was too simple even to feel embarrassment. "She came to life suddenly for the first time since I've known her. It was amazing." To which Imson, busy over his salad dressing, made no reply. Povey, lighting his pipe and puffing out thick clouds of smoke, was cleverer. "LeVallon's effect upon her, whatever it was, seemed instantaneous," he informed the table. "I never saw a clearer case of two souls coming together in a flash." "As I said just now," Kempster quickly mentioned. "They are similar," said Imson, looking up while the group waited expectantly. "Similar," repeated Kempster. "Ah." "It was the surprise in her face that struck me most," observed Povey quickly, making an internal note of Imson's adjective, but knowing that indirect methods would draw him out better than point-blank questions. "LeVallon showed it too. It was an unexpected recognition on both sides. They are similar, as you say, both at the same stage of development, whatever that stage may be. The expression on both faces—" "Escape," exclaimed Imson, giving at last the kernel of what he had to say. And the effect upon the group was electrical. A visible thrill ran round the Soho table. "The very word," exclaimed Povey and Miss Lance together. "Escape." But neither of them knew exactly what they meant, nor what Imson himself meant. "LeVallon has, of course, already escaped," the latter went on quietly. "He is no longer caught by causes and effects as we are here. He's got out of it all long ago, if he was ever in it at all." "If he was ever in it at all," said Povey quickly. "You noticed that too. You're very discerning, Pat." "Clairvoyant," mentioned Miss Lance. "I've seen them in dreams like that," returned Imson calmly. "I often see them, of course." He referred to his qualification for membership. "The great figures I see in dream have just that unearthly expression." "Unearthly," said Mrs. Towser with excitement. "Non-human," mentioned Kempster suggestively. "Not of this world, anyhow," suggested Miss Lance mysteriously. "Divine?" inquired Miss Milligan below her breath. "Really," murmured Toogood, I must get a bit of his hair and psychometrize it at once." He was sipping a second glass of whiskey. Imson looked round at each face in turn, apparently seeing nothing that need increase his attachment to the planet by way of fresh karma. "The diva world," he said briefly after a pause. "Probably he's come to take Nyan off with him. She, I always said so, has a strong strain of the elemental kingdom in her. She may be his divi. LeVallon, I'm sure, is here for the first time. He's one of the non-human evolution. He's slipped in. A diva himself, probably." It was as though he said that the waiter was Swiss or French, or that the proprietor's daughter had Italian blood in her. Povey looked round him with an air of triumph. "Ah," he announced, as who should say, "you all thought my version a bit wild, but here's confirmation from an unbiased witness." "Oh, well, I can't be certain," Imson reminded the group. If he deceived them enough to change their lives in any respect, it involved fresh karma for himself. Care was indicated. "I can't be positive, can I?" he hedged. "Only, I must say, the great diva figures I've seen in Dream have exactly that look and expression." "That's interesting, Pat," Povey put in, "because before you came I was suggesting a similar explanation for his air of immense potential power. The elemental atmosphere he brought, we all noticed it, of course." "Elemental is the only word," Miss Lance inserted. "A great nature being." She was thinking of her magazine. "He struck me as being so close to nature that he seemed literally part of it." "That would explain the lightning and the strange cry he gave about messengers," replied Imson, wiping the oil from his chin and sprinkling his petit suisse with powdered sugar. "It's quite likely enough." "I wish you'd jot down what you think, a little report of what you saw and felt," the secretary mentioned. "It would be of great value. I thought of making a collection of the different versions and accounts." "They might be published some day," thought Miss Lance. "Let's all," she added aloud with emphasis. Imson nodded agreement, making no audible reply, while the conversation ran on, gathering impetus as it went, growing wilder possibly, but also more picturesque. A man in the street, listening behind a curtain, must have deemed the talker suffering from delusion, mad. A good psychologist, on the other hand, similarly screened, and knowing the antecedent facts, the studio scene, at any rate, must have been struck by one outstanding detail, the effect, namely, upon one and all, of the person they discussed. They had seen him for an hour or so among a crowd, a young man whose name they hardly knew. Only a few had spoken to him. There had been, it seemed, neither time nor opportunity for him to produce upon one and all the impression he undoubtedly had produced. For in every mind, upon every heart, LeVallon's mere presence had evidently graven an unforgettable image, scored an undecipherable hieroglyph. Each felt, it seemed, the hint of a personality their knowledge could not explain, nor any earthly explanation satisfy. The consciousness in each one, perhaps, had been quickened. Hence, possibly, the extravagance of their conversation. Yet, since all reported differently, collective hysteria seemed discounted. Meanwhile, as the talk continued and the wings of imaginative speculation fanned the thick tobacco smoke, others had dropped in, both male and female members, and the group now filled the little room to the walls. The same magnet drew them all, in each heart burned the same huge question mark. Who, what, is this LeVallon? What was the meaning of the scene in Kilkoff's studio? Here, too, was a curious and significant fact about the gathering: the amount of knowledge, true or otherwise, they had managed to collect about LeVallon. One way or another, no one could say exactly how the society had picked up on an astonishing array of detail they now shared together. It was known where he had spent his youth, also how and with whom, as well as something of the different views about him held by Dr. Debenham and Edward Fillery. To such temperaments as theirs, the strange, the unusual, came automatically perhaps, percolating into their minds as though a collective power of thought-reading operated. Garbled, fanciful, askew their information may have been, but a great deal of it was not far wrong. Imson, for instance, provided an account of LeVallon's birth, to which all listened spellbound. He evaded all questions as to how he knew of it. "His parents," he assured the room, "practiced the old forgotten magic. His father, at any rate, was an expert, if not an initiate, with all the rites and formula of ancient times in his memory. LeVallon was born as the result of an experiment, its origins dating back so far that they concern life upon another planet. I believe a planet nearer to the sun. The tremendous winds and heat were vehicles of deity, you see there." "The parents, you mean, had former lives upon another planet?" asked someone in a hushed tone. "Or he himself?" "The parents, and Mason. Mason was involved in the experiment that resulted in the birth of LeVallon here today." "The experiment? What was it exactly?" inquired Latimer, while Toogood surreptitiously made notes on his rather dirty cuff. Imson shrugged his shoulders very slightly. "Some of it came to me in sleep," he mentioned, producing a paper from his pocket and beginning to read it aloud before anyone could stop him. "When the sun was younger, and the moon and stars were thrilled with my human birth, and the winds fled shouting the wondrous news as they circled the sea and the earth. From the fight for money and worldly fame I drew one magical soul, who came to me over the starlit sea as the needle turns to the pole. Conceived in the hour the stars foretold, this son of the winds I bore, and I taught him the secrets of—" "Yes," interrupted Povey audaciously, "but the experiment you were telling us about—" A murmur of approving voices helped him. "Oh, the experiment, yes. Well, all I know is," he went on with conviction, calmly replacing the poem in his pocket, "that it concerned an old rite, involving the evocation of some elemental being or nature spirit the three of them had already evoked millions of years before, but had not banished again. The experiment made today was to restore it to its proper sphere. In order to do so, they had to evoke it again, and, of course—" he glanced round, as though all present were familiar with the formula of magical practices—"it could come only through the channel of a human system." "Of course, yes," murmured a dozen voices, while eyes grew bigger and a pin-dropping must have been audible. "Well," Imson spoke very slowly now, each word clear as a bell, "the father, who was officiating, failed. He could not stand the strain. His heart stopped beating. He died. Just when it was there, he dropped dead." "What happened to it?" asked Povey, too interested to care that he no longer led the room. "You said it could only use a human system as a channel." "It did so," explained Imson. The information produced a pause of several seconds. Some of the members, like Toogood, though openly, were making pencil notes upon cuffs or backs of envelopes. "But the channel was neither Mason nor the woman." The effect of this negative information was nothing compared to the startling interest produced by the speaker's next words. "It took the easiest channel, the line of least resistance, the unborn body of the child." Povey, seizing his opportunity, leapt into the silence. "Whose body, now full-grown and named LeVallon, came to the studio," he exclaimed, looking round at the group, as though he had himself given the explanation all had just listened to. "A human body tenanted by a nature spirit, one of the form builders, a diva." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18. of The Bright Messenger by Algernon BLACKWOOD. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger, Chapter 18. For all the wildness of the talk, this group of the unstable was a coherent and consistent entity, using a language each item in it understood. They knew what they were after. Alcohol, coffee, tobacco, underfeeding, these helped or hindered, respectively, the expression of an ideal that, nevertheless, was common to them all. And if the minds represented were unbalanced or merely speculative, poetic, one genuine quest and sympathy bound all together into a coherent, and who shall say unintelligent or valueless, unit. The unstable enjoyed an extreme sensitiveness to varied experience, with flexible adaptability to all possible new conditions, whereas the stable, with their rigid mental organizations, remained uninformed, stagnant, even fossilized. In other rooms about the great lamp-lit city sat, doubtless, other similar groups at the very same moment, discussing the shibboleths of other faiths, of other dreams, of other ideas, systems, notions, philosophies, all interpretive of the earth in which little humanity dwells, cut off and isolated, apparently, from the rest of the stupendous universe. A listener, screened from view, a listener not in sympathy with the particular group he observed, and puzzled, therefore, by the language used, must have deemed he listened to harmless, if boring, madness. For each group uses its own language, and the lowest common denominator, though plainly printed in the world's old scriptures, has not yet become adopted by the world at large. Into this particular group, a little later in the evening, when the wings of imagination had increased their sweep a trifle dangerously perhaps, into the room, like the arrival of a policeman rather, dropped Father Collins. He came rarely to the Promethean's restaurant. There was a general sense of drawing breath as he appeared. A pause followed. Something of the cold street air came with him. He wore his big black felt hat, his shabby opera cloak, and clutched firmly, he had no gloves on, the heavy gnarled stick he had cut for his collection in a Cingalese forest years ago, when he was studying with a Buddhist priest. The folds of his voluminous cloak, as he took it off, sent the hanging smoke clouds in a whirl. His personality stirred the mental atmosphere as well. The women looked up and stared, respectful welcome in their eyes. Several of the men rose to shake hands. There was a general shuffling of chairs. "Bring another Moulin Avant and a clean glass," Povey said at once to the hovering waiter. "It's raw and bitter in the streets, and a fog coming down thickly," mentioned Father Collins. He exhaled noisily, and with comfortable relief, as he squeezed himself toward the chair Povey placed for him and looked round genially, nodding and shaking hands with those he knew. "But you're warm and cozy enough in here." He sat down with unexpected heaviness, and smiled at everybody. "And well fed, too, I'll be bound." "The body must be comfortable before the mind can enjoy itself," said Phillips, an untidy member who disliked asceticism. "Starvation produces hallucination, not vision." His glance took in the unused glasses. His qualification was a vision of an uncle at the moment of death, and the uncle had left him money. He had written a wordy pamphlet describing it. "I'll have an omelette then, I think," Father Collins told the waiter as the red wine arrived. "And some fried potatoes. A bit of cheese to follow, and coffee, yes." He filled his glass. He had not come to argue or to preach, and Phillips's challenge passed unnoticed. Phillips, who had been leading the talk of late, resented the new arrival, but felt his annoyance modify as he saw his own glass generously filled. Povey, too, accepted a glass, while saying with a false vehemence, "No, no," his finger against the rim. A change stole over the room, for the new personality was not negligible. He brought his atmosphere with him. The wild talk, it was felt now, would not be quite suitable. Father Collins had the reputation of being something of a scholar. They were not quite sure of him. None knew him very intimately. He had a rumored past as well that lent a flavor of respect. One story had it that, Dabbling in magic had lost him his position in the church, yet he was deemed an asset to the society. Whatever it was, the key changed sharply. Imson's eyes and ears grew wider. The hand of Miss Lance went instinctively to her hair and combs. Miss Milligan sought through her mind for a remark at once instructive and uncommon. Mrs. Towser looked past him searchingly, lest his aura escape her before she caught its color. And Kempster, smoothing his immaculate coat, had an air of being in his present surroundings merely by chance. Toogood, quickly scanning his notes, wondered whether, if called upon, he was to be Pharaoh or Cleopatra. One and all, that is, took on a soberer gait. This semi-clerical visit complicated. The presence of Father Collins was a compliment. What he had to say, about LeVallon and the studio scene, was, anyhow, assured of breathless interest. Povey led off. "We were just talking over the other night," he observed. "The night at the studio, you remember. The storm and so on. It was a singular occurrence, though, of course, we mustn't exaggerate it." And while he thus, as secretary, set the tone, Father Collins sipped his wine and beamed upon the group. He made no comment. "You were there, weren't you?" continued Povey, sipping his own comforting glass. "I think I saw you. Fillery, you may have noticed," he added, "brought a friend." "LeVallon, yes," said the other in a tone that startled them. "A most unusual fellow, wasn't he?" He was attacking the omelette now. "A Greek god if ever I saw one," he added. And the silence in the crowded room became abruptly noticeable. Miss Milligan, feeling her zodiacal garter slipping, waited to pull it up. Imson's brown eyes grew wider. Kempster held his breath. Toogood borrowed a cigar and waited for someone to offer him a match before he lit it. "Delicious," added Father Collins. "Cooked to a turn." The omelette slid about his plate. But the silence continued, and he realized the position suddenly. Emptying his glass and casually refilling it, he turned and faced the eager group about him. "You want to know what I thought about it all?" he said. "You've been discussing LeVallon, Nyan, and the rest, I see." He looked round as though he were in the lost pulpit that was his right. After a pause, he asked point-blank, "And what do you all think of it? How did it strike you all? For myself, I confess—" He took another sip and paused. "I am full of wonder and question," he finished abruptly. It was Imson, the fearless, wondering Pat Imson, who first found his tongue. "We think," he ventured, "LeVallon is probably of diva origin." The others, while admiring his courage, seemed unsympathetic suddenly. Such phraseology, probably meaningless to the respected guest, was out of place. Eyes were cast down, or looked generally elsewhere. Povey, remembering that the society was not solely Eastern, glared at the speaker. Father Collins, however, was not perturbed. "Possibly," he remarked with a courteous smile. "The origin of us all is doubtful and confused. We know not whence we come, of course, and all that, nor can we ever tell exactly who our neighbor is, or what. LeVallon," he went on, "since you all ask me," he looked round again, "is, for me, an undecipherable being. I am," he added, his words falling into open mouths and extended eyes and ears, "somewhat puzzled. But more, I am enormously stimulated and intrigued." All gazed at him. Father Collins was in his element. The rapt silence that met him was precisely what he had a right to expect from his lost pulpit. He had come, probably, merely to listen and to watch. The opportunity provided by a respectful audience was too much for him. An inspiration tempted him. "I am inclined to believe," he resumed suddenly in a simple tone, "that he is a messenger." The sentence might have dropped from Sirius upon a listening planet. The babble that followed must, to an ordinary man, have seemed confusion. Everyone spoke with a rush into his neighbor's ear. All bubbled. "I always thought so. I told you so. That was exactly what I meant just now," and so on. All found their tongues at any rate, if Povey, as secretary, led the turmoil. "Something outside our normal evolution, you mean?" he asked judiciously. "Such a conception is possible, of course." "A messenger," ran on the babble of male and female voices. It was here that Father Collins failed. The unstable in him came suddenly uppermost. The ecstatic in his being took the reins. The wondering and expectant audience suited him. The red wine helped as well. When he said messenger, he had meant merely someone who brought a message. The expression of nobility merged more and more in the slovenly aspect. Like a priest in the pulpit, whom none can answer and to whom all must listen, he had his text, though that text had been suggested actually by the conversation he had just heard. He had not brought it with him. It occurred to him merely then and there. His mind reflected, in a word, the collective idea that was in the air about him, and he proceeded to sum it up and give expression to it. This was his gift, his fatal gift, a ready sensitiveness, a plausible exposition. He caught the prevailing mood, the collective notion, then dramatized it. Before he left the pulpit, he invariably, however, convinced himself that what he had said in it was true, inspired, a revelation, for that moment. "A messenger," he announced, thrusting his glass aside with an impatient gesture, as though noticing for the first time that it was there. "A messenger," he repeated, the automatic emphasis in his voice already persuading him that he believed what he was about to say. "Sent among us from who knows what distant sphere." He drew himself up and looked about him, "and for who can guess on what mysterious and splendid mission." His eye swept his audience. His hand removed the glass yet farther, lest it impede free gesture. It was, however, as Povey noticed, empty now. "We, of course," he went on impressively, lowering his voice, "we, a mere handful in the world, but alert and watchful, all of us, we know that some great new teaching is expected." He threw out another challenging glance. "But none of us can know whence it may come, nor in what way it shall manifest." His voice dropped dramatically. "Whether as a thief in the night, or with a blare of trumpets, none of us can tell. But we expect it and are ready. To us, therefore, perhaps as to the 12 fishermen of old, may be entrusted the privilege of accepting it, the work of spreading it among a hostile and unbelieving world, even, perhaps, the final sacrifice of suffering for it." He paused, quickly took in the general effect of his words, picked up here and there a hint of question, and realized that he had begun on too exalted a note. Detecting his breath of caution in the collective mind that was his inspiration, he instantly shifted his key. "LeVallon," he resumed, instinctively emphasizing the conviction in his voice so that the change of key might be less noticeable, "undoubtedly believes himself to be some such divine messenger." It was consummate hedging. The sermon needs no full report. The audience, without realizing it, witnessed what is known as an inspirational address, where a speaker, naturally gifted with a certain facile eloquence, gathers his inspiration, takes his changing cues as well, from the collective mind that listens to him. Father Collins, quite honestly doubtless, altered his key automatically. He no longer said that LeVallon was a messenger, but that he believed himself to be one. Like Balaam, he said things he had not at first thought of saying. He talked for some 10 minutes without stopping. He said all sorts of things, according to the expression of critical doubt, of wonder, of question, of rejection or acceptance on the particular face he gazed at. At regular intervals he inserted, with considerable effect, his favorite sentence: "A man in his own place is the ruler of his fate." He developed his idea that LeVallon believed himself to be such and such, but declared that the conception had been put into the youth during his life of exile in the mountains. The society had already acquired this information and extended it, and had felt himself into the role until he had become its actual embodiment. "He does not think, he does not reason," he explained. "He feels. He feels with. Not to feel with anything is to become it in the end. It is the only way of true knowledge, of course, of true understanding. If I want to understand, say, an Arab, I must feel with that Arab to the point, for the moment, of actually becoming him. And this strange youth has spent his time, his best years, mark you, his creative years, feeling with the elemental forces of nature, until he has actually become, at moments, one with them." He paused again and stared about him. He saw faces shocked, astonished, startled, but not hostile. He continued rapidly, "There lies the danger. One may get caught, get stuck, lose the desire to return to one's normal self, which means, of course, remaining out of relation with one's environment, mad. Only a man in his own place is the ruler of his luck." He noticed suddenly the look of disappointment on several faces. He swiftly hedged. "On the other hand," he went on, making his voice and manner more impressive than before, "it may be, who can say indeed, it may be that he is in relation with another environment altogether, a much vaster environment, an extended environment of which the rest of humanity is unaware. The privilege of tasting something of an extended environment some of us here already enjoy. What we all know as human activities are doubtless but a fragment of life, the conscious phenomena merely of some larger whole of which we are aware in fleeting seconds only, by mood, by hint, by suggestive haunting, so to speak, by faint shadows of unfamiliar, nameless shape cast across our daily life from some intenser sun we normally cannot see. LeVallon may be, as some of us think and hope, a messenger to show us the way into a yet farther field of consciousness. It is a fine, a noble, an inspiring hope, at any rate," he assured the room. "Unless some messenger comes into the world showing us how to extend our knowledge, we can get no farther. We shall never know more than we know now. We shall only go on multiplying our channels for observing the same old things." He closed his little address finally on a word as to what attitude should be adopted to any new experience of amazing and incredible kind. To a society such as the one he had the honor of belonging to was left the guidance of the perverse and ignorant generations outside of it, the lethargic and unresponsive majority, as he styled them. "We must not resist," he declared bravely. "We must accept with confidence, above all, without fear." He leaned back in his chair, somewhat exhausted, for the source of his inspiration was evidently weakening. His words came less spontaneously, less easily. He hesitated, sighed, looked from face to face for help he did not find. His glass was empty. "We're here," he concluded lamely, "without being consulted, and we may safely leave to the powers that brought us here the results of such acceptance." "Quite so," agreed Povey, sighing audibly. "Denial will get us nowhere." He filled up Father Collins's glass and his own. "I think most of us are ready enough to accept any new experience that comes, and to accept it without fear." He drained his own glass and looked about him. "But the point is, how did LeVallon produce the effect upon us all, the effect he did produce? He may be non-human, or he may be merely mad. He may, as Imson says, come to us by some godless chance from another evolutionary system, of which, mind you, we have as yet no positive knowledge, or he may be a messenger, as Father Collins suggests, from some divine source, bringing new teaching. But in the name of magic, how did he manage it? In other words, what is he?" For Povey could be very ruthless when he chose. It was this ruthlessness, perhaps, that made him such an efficient secretary. The note of extravagance in his language had possibly another inspiration. An awkward pause, at any rate, followed his remarks. Father Collins had comforted and blessed the group. Povey introduced cold water, rather. "There's this, and there's that," remarked Miss Milligan tactfully. "Those among us," added Miss Lance with sympathy, "who have the sight know at least what they have seen. Still, I think we are indebted to Father Collins for his guidance." "If we knew exactly what he is," mentioned Mrs. Towser, referring to LeVallon, "we should know exactly where we are." They got up to go. There was a fumbling among the crowded hat-pegs. "What is he?" offered Kempster. "He certainly made us all sit up and take notice." "No mere earthly figure," suggested Imson, "could have produced the effect he did. In my poem, it came to me in sleep." Father Collins held his glass unsteadily to the light. "A messenger," he interrupted with authority, "would affect us all differently, remember." The talk continued in this fashion for a considerable time, while all searched for wraps and coats. The waiter brought the bill amid general confusion, but no one noticed him. All were otherwise engaged. Povey paid it finally, putting it down to the entertainment account. "Remember," he said as they stood in a group on the restaurant steps, each wondering who would provide a lift home, "remember, we have all got to write out an account of what we saw and heard at the studio. These reports will be valuable. They will appear in our psychic bulletin first. Then I'll have them bound into a volume. And I shall try and get LeVallon to give us a lecture, too. Tickets will be extra, of course, but each member can bring a friend. I'll let you all know the date in due course." End of Chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Bright Messenger by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger. Chapter 19. While the Prometheans thus, individually and collectively fermenting, floundered between old and new interpretations of a strange occurrence, in another part of London something was happening, of its kind so real, so interesting, that one and all would eagerly have renounced a favorite shibboleth or pet desire to witness it. Kempster would have eaten a raw beefsteak, Latimer have agreed to rebirth as a woman, Mrs. Towser have swallowed whiskey neat, and even Toogood have written a signed confession that his psychometry was intelligent guesswork. It is the destiny, however, of such students of the wonderful to receive their data invariably at second or third hand. The data may deal with genuine occurrences, but the student seems never himself present at the time. From books, from reports, from accounts of someone who knew an actual witness, the student generally receives the version he then proceeds to study and elaborate. In this particular instance, moreover, no version ever reached their ears at all, either at second or third hand, because the only witness of what happened was Edward Fillery, and he mentioned it to no one. Its reality, its interpretation likewise, remained authoritative only for that expert, if unstable mind that experienced the one and divined the other. His conversation with Debenham over, and the latter having retired to his room, Fillery paid a last visit to the patient who was now his private care, instead of merely an inmate of the institution that was half a home and half a spiritual clinique. The figure lay sleeping quietly, the lean muscular body bare to the wind that blew upon it from the open window. Graceful, motionless, both pillow and coverings rejected, N.H. breathed the calm, regular breath of deepest slumber. The light from the door just touched the face and folded hands. The features wore no expression of any kind. The hair, drawn back from the forehead and temples, almost seemed to shine. Through the window came the rustle of the tossing branches, but the night air, though damp, was neither raw nor biting, and Fillery did not replace the sheets upon the great sleeping body. He withdrew as softly as he entered. Knowing he would not close an eye that night, he left the house silently and walked out into the deserted streets. The rain had ceased, but the wet wind rushed in gusts against him, the soft blows and heavy moisture acting as balm to his somewhat tired nerves. As with great elemental hands, the windy darkness stroked him, soothing away the intense excitement he had felt, muting 1,000 eager questions. They stroked his brain into a gentler silence gradually. "Don't think," Night whispered all about him. "But feel, feel, feel. What you want to know will come to you by feeling now." He obeyed instinctively. Down the long empty streets he passed, swinging his stick, tapping the lampposts, noting how steady their light held in the wind, noting the tossing trees and little gardens, noting occasional rifts of moonlight between the racing clouds, but relinquishing all attempt to think. He counted the steps between the lampposts as he swung along, leaving the curb at each crossing with his left foot, taking the new one with his right, planting each boot safely in the center of each paving stone, establishing, in a word, a sort of rhythm as he moved. He did so, however, without being consciously aware of it. He was not aware, indeed, of anything but that he swung along with this pleasant rhythmical stride that rested his body, though the exercise was vigorous. And the night laid her deep peace upon him as he went. The streets grew narrower, twisted, turned and ran uphill. The houses became larger, spaced farther apart, less numerous, their gardens bigger, with groups of trees instead of isolated specimens. He emerged suddenly upon the open heath, tasting a newer, sweeter air. The huge city lay below him now, but the rough, shouting wind drowned its distant roar completely. For a time he stood and watched its twinkling lights across the vapors that hung between, then turned towards the little pond. He knew it well. Its waves flew dancing happily. The familiar outline of Jack Straw's castle loomed beyond. The square enclosure of the anti-aircraft gun rattled with a metallic sound in the wind. He had been walking for the best part of 2 hours now, thinking nothing but feeling only, and his surface consciousness perhaps lay still, inactive. The mind was quiescent certainly, his being subdued and lulled by the rhythmic movement which had gained upon his entire system. The sails of his ship hung idly, becalmed above the profound deeps below. It was these deeps, the mysterious and inexhaustible region below the surface, that now began to stir. There stole upon him a dim, prophetic sense as of horizons lifting and letting in new light. He glanced about him. The moon was brighter, certainly. The flying scud was thinning, though the dawn was still some hours away. But it was not the light of moon or sun or stars he looked for. It was no outer light. The little waves fell splashing at his feet. He watched them for a long time, keeping very still. His heart, his mind, his nerves, his muscles, all were very still. He became aware that new big powers were alert and close, hovering above the world, feathering the race like wings of mighty birds. The waters were being troubled. He turned and walked slowly, but ever with the same pleasant rhythm that was in him, to the pine trees, where he paused a minute, listening to the branches shaking and singing, then retraced his steps along the ridge, every yard of which, though blurred in darkness, he knew and recognized. Below, on his left, lay London. On his right stretched the familiar country, though now invisible, past Hendon with its well-sharp Wembley, and on towards Harrow, whose church steeple would catch the sunrise before very long. He reached the little pond again and heard its small waves rushing and tumbling in the southwest wind. He stood and watched them, listening to their musical wash and gurgle. The waters, yes, were being troubled. Despite the buffeting wind, the world lay even stiller now about him. No single human being had he seen. Even stiller than before, too, lay heart and mind within him. The latter held no single picture. He was aware, yes, of horizons lifting, of great powers alert and close. The interior light increased. He felt, but he did not think. Into the empty chamber of his being, swept and garnished, flashed suddenly, then as in picture form, the memory of N.H. All that he knew about him came at once. Paul's notes and journey, the London scenes and talks, his own observations, deductions, questionings, his dreams and fears and yearnings, his hope and wonder, all came in a clapping instant, complete and simultaneous. Into his opened subconscious being floated the power and presence of that bright messenger who brought glad tidings to his life. N.H. stood beside him, whispering with lips that were the darkness, and with words that were the wind. It was the power and presence of N.H. that lifted the horizon and let in light. His body lay sleeping miles away in that bed against an open window. This was his real presence. Without words, as without thought, understanding came. The appeal of N.H. was direct to the subliminal mind. It was the hidden 9/10 he stimulated. Hence came the intensification of consciousness in all who had to do with him. And it operated now. Fillery was aware of defying time and space, as though there were no limits to his being. Faith lights fires. Perception wandered down those dusky byways behind the mind that lead through trackless depths where the massed heritage of the world soul, lit sometimes by a flashing light, reveal incredible, incalculable things. One of those flashes came now. Through the fissures, as it were, of his unstable being rose the marvelous, uncanny gleam. His eyes were opened, and he saw. The label, he realized, was incorrect, inadequate. N.H. was a misnomer. More than human, both different to and greater than, came nearer to the truth. A being from other conditions, certainly, belonging to another order. An order whose work was unremitting service rendered with joy and faithfulness. A hierarchy whose service included the entire universe, the stars and suns and nebulae, Earth with her frail humanity, but an insignificant fraction of it all. He came, of course, from that central sea of energy whence all life, pushing irresistibly outwards into form, first arises. Like human beings, he came thence undoubtedly, but more directly than they, in more intimate relations, therefore, with the elemental powers that build up form and shape the destinies of matter. One only of a mighty host of varying degrees and powers, his services lay interwoven with the very heart and processes of nature herself. The energies of heat and air, essentials of all life everywhere, were his handmaidens. He worked with fire and wind. In the forms he helped to build he set enthusiasm and energy aglow. From stars and fire mist he came now into humanity, using the limited instrument of a human mechanism, a mechanism he must learn to master without breaking it. A human brain and nerves confined him. He could deal with essences only, those essential, buried, semi-elemental powers that lie ever waiting below the threshold of all human consciousness, linking men, did they but know it, direct with the sea of universal life, which is inexhaustible, independent of space and time. The fraction of his nature which had manifested as a transient surface personality, LeVallon, was gone forever, merged in the real self below. His origin was already forgotten. No memory of it lay in his present brain. He must suffer training, education, and he turned instinctively to those whose ideal, like his own, was one of impersonal service. To a woman he turned, and to a man. His recognition, guided by nature, was sure and accurate. It must take time and patience, sympathy and love, faith, belief, and trust, and the labor must be borne by one man chiefly, by Fillery, into whose life had come this strange, bright messenger carrying glad tidings, to prove at last that man was greater than he knew, that the hope for humanity, for the deteriorating race, for crumbling civilization lay in drawing out into full practical consciousness the divine powers concealed below the threshold of every single man and woman. But how, in what practical manner, what instrument could they use? The human mechanism, the brain, the mind, afforded inadequate means of manifestation. New wines into old skins meant disaster. Knowledge, power beyond the experience of the race, needed a better instrument than the one the race had painfully evolved for present uses. New powers of unknown kinds, as already in those rare cases when the supernormal forces emerged, could only strain the machinery and cause disorder. A new order of consciousness required another, a different equipment. And the idea flashed into him, as in the studio when he watched N.H. and the girl. Father Collins had divined its possibility as well, the idea of a group consciousness, a collective group soul. What a single individual might not be able to resist at first without disaster, many, a group in harmony, 2 or 3 gathered together in unison, these might provide the way, the means, the instrument, the body. "The person merged in the impersonal," he exclaimed to the night about him, already aware that words, expression, failed even at this early stage of understanding. "Beauty, art. Where words, form, color end, we shall construct, while yet using these as far as they go, a new vehicle, a new—" "Good evening," said a gruff voice. "Good evening, sir," it added more respectfully, after a second's inspection. "Turned out quite fine after the storm." Aware of the policeman suddenly, Fillery started and turned round abruptly. Evidently he had uttered his thoughts aloud, probably had cried and shouted them. He could think of nothing in the world to say. "It was a terrible storm. I hardly ever see the likes of it." The man was looking at him still with doubtful curiosity. "Extraordinary, yes." Dr. Fillery managed to find a few natural words. It was an early hour in the morning to be out, and his position by the pond, he now realized, might have suggested an undesirable intention. "It made sleep impossible, and I came out to take a walk. I'm a doctor, Dr. Fillery, the Fillery home." "Yes, sir," said the man, apparently satisfied. He looked at the sky. "All blown away again," he remarked, "and the moon that nice and bright." Fillery offered something in reply, then moved away. The moon, he noticed, was indeed nice and bright now. The heavy lower vapors all had vanished, and thin cirrus clouds at a great height moved slowly before an upper wind. The stars shone clearly, and a faint line of color gave a hint of dawn not far away. He glanced at his watch. It was nearly 4:30. "It's impossible, impossible," he thought to himself, the pictures he had been seeing still hanging before his eyes. It was all feeling, merely feeling. My blood, my heritage, asserting themselves upon an overtired system. Too much repression, evidently. I must find an outlet. My Caucasian Valley again. He walked rapidly. His mind began to work, and thinking made an effort to replace feeling. He watched himself. His everyday surface consciousness partially resumed its sway. The policeman, of course, had interrupted the flow and inrush of another state just at the moment when a flash of direct knowledge was about to blaze. It concerned N.H., his new patient. In another moment he would have known exactly what and who he was, whence he came, the purpose and the powers that attended him. The policeman, an inner laughter ran through him at this juxtaposition of the practical and the transcendental, had interfered with an interesting expansion of his being. An extension of consciousness, perhaps a touch of cosmic consciousness, was on the way. The first faint quiver of its coming, magical with wondrous joy, had touched him. Its cause, its origin, he knew not, yet he could trace both to the effect produced upon him by N.H. Of that he was sure. This effect his reasoning mind, with busy analysis and criticism, had hitherto partially suppressed, even at its first manifestation in Charing Cross Station. Tonight, criticism silent and analysis inactive, it had found an outlet. His own deep inner stillness had been its opportunity. Then came the practical, honest, simple policeman, the censor, who received so much a week to keep people in the way they ought to follow, the safe, broad way. He smiled as he walked rapidly along the deserted streets. He knew so well the method and process of these abnormal states in others. As he swung along, not tired now, but rested rather and invigorated, the rhythm of motion established itself again. N.H., a nature spirit, a nature being. Another order of life entering humanity for the first time, that humanity for whose welfare it, or was it he, had worked, with hosts of similar beings during incalculable ages. He smiled, remembering the policeman again. There was always a policeman, or a censor. Oh, the exits beyond safe normal states of being, the exits into extended fields of consciousness, into an outer life which the majority, led by the best minds of the day, deny with an oath, these were well guarded. His smile, as he thought of it, ran from his lips and settled in the eyes, lingering a moment there before it died away. How quiet, yet unfamiliar, the suburb of the huge city lay about him in pale half-light. The studio scene, how distant it seemed now in space and time. It had happened weeks ago, in another city somewhere. Debenham, his cautious, experienced assistant, how far away? He belonged to another age. The Prometheans were part of a dream in childhood, a dream of pantomime or harlequinade whose extravagance yet conveyed symbolic meaning. Two figures alone retained a reality that refused to be dismissed: a mysterious, enigmatic youth, a radiant girl, with perhaps a third, a broken priest. The rhythm, meanwhile, gained upon him, and as it did so, thinking once more withdrew, and feeling stole back softly. His being became more harmonized, more one with itself, more open to inspiration. N.H., whose work was service, service everywhere, not merely in that tiny corner of the universe called humanity. N.H., who could neither age nor die. What was the hidden link that bound them? Had they not served and played together in some lost Caucasian valley, leapt with the sun's hot fire, flown in the winds of dawn, sung, laughed, and danced at their service with a radiant, sylph-like girl who had at last enticed them into the confinement of a limited human form? Did not that valley symbolize indeed another state of existence, another order of consciousness altogether that lay beyond any known present experience or description? The dawn, meanwhile, grew nearer, and a pallid light ran down the dreadful streets. He reached at length the foot of the hill upon whose shoulder his own house stood. The familiar sight stirred more familiar currents of feeling, and these in turn sought words. The crowding houses, with their tight-shut windows, followed and pressed after as he climbed. They swarmed behind him. How choked and airless it all was! He thought of the heavy-footed routine of the thousands who occupied these pretentious buildings. Here lived a section of the greatest city on the planet, almost a separate little town, with marked characteristics, atmosphere, tastes, and habits. How many, he wondered, behind those walls knew yearning, belief, imagination beyond the ruck and routine of familiar narrow thought? Rows upon rows, with their stunted, manufactured trees, hideous conservatories, bulging porches, ornamented windows. His wings beat against them all with the burning desire to set their inmates free. They caged themselves in deliberately. A few thousand years ago, these people lived in mud huts, before that in caves, before that again in trees. Now they were civilized. They dwelt in these cages. Oh, that he might tear away the thick dead bricks and let in light and dew and stars, and the brave free winds of heaven. Waken the deeper powers they carried unwittingly about them through all their tedious sufferings. Teach them that they were greater than they knew. The yearning was deep and true in him as the houses followed and tried to bar his way. Many of the occupiers he knew would welcome help, would gaze with happy, astonished eyes at the wonder of their own greater selves set free. Not all, of course, were wingless. Yet the majority, he felt, were otherwise. They peered at him from behind thick curtains, hostile, skeptical, contented with their lot, averse to change. Mode, custom, habit chained them to the floor. He was aware of a collective obstinate grin of smug complacency, of dull resistance. Though a part of the community, of the race, of the world, of the universe itself, they denied their mighty brotherhood and clung tenaciously to their idea of living apart, cut off and separate. They belonged to leagues, societies, clubs, and circles, but the bigger oneness of the race they did not know. Of greater powers in themselves they had no faintest inkling. At the first sign of these, they would shuffle, sneer, and turn away, grow frightened even. The yearning to show them a bigger field of consciousness, to help them towards a realization of their buried powers, to let them out of their separate cages, beat through his being with a passionate sincerity. In 100,000 years, perhaps in 1,000,000, he knew the slow gait that nature loved. The trend of an age is not to be stemmed by one man, nor by 12, who see over the horizon. The futility of trying pained him. Yet if no one ever tried— oh, for a few swift strokes of awful sacrifice, then freedom. The words came back to him, and with them, from the same source, came others. I sit and I weave, I sit and I weave. Whose, then, was this divine, eternal patience? There could be, it seemed, no hurried growth, no instant escape, no sudden leap to heaven. Slowly, slowly, the ages turned the wheel. Nor can other beings help, he remembered. They can only tell what their own part is. And as his clear mind saw the present civilization, like all its wonderful predecessors, tottering before his very eyes, threatening in its collapse, the extinction of knowledge, so slowly, painfully, laboriously acquired, the deep heart in him rose as on wings of wind and fire, questing the stars above. There was this strange clash in him, as though two great divisions in his being struggled. A way of escape seemed just within his reach, only a little beyond the horizon of his actual knowledge. It fluttered marvelously, golden, alight, inviting. Its coming glory brushed his insight. It was simple. It was divine. There seemed a faint knocking against the doors of his mental and spiritual understanding. "NH!" he cried. "Bright messenger!" He paused a moment and stood still. A new sound lay suddenly in the night. It came, apparently, from far away, almost from the air above him. He listened. No, after all, it was only steps. They came nearer. A pedestrian, muffled to the ears, went past, and the steps died away on the resounding pavement round the corner. Yet the sound continued, and was not the echo of the steps just gone. It was, moreover, he now felt convinced, in the air above him. It was continuous. It reminded him of the musical droning hum that a big bell leaves behind it, while a suggestion of rhythm, almost of melody, ran faintly through it too. Somebody's lines, was it Shelley's, ran faintly in his mind, yet it was not his mind now that surged and rose to the new great rhythm. 'Tis the deep music of the rolling world, kindling with the strings of the waved air, Aeolian modulations, clear, icy, keen awakening tones that pierce the sense and live within the soul. He listened. It was a simple, natural, happy sound, simple as running water, natural as wind, happy as the song of birds. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Bright Messenger by Algernon BLACKWOOD. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger. Chapter 20. He became again vividly aware of the power and presence of N.H. He was not far from his house now on the shoulder of the hill. He turned his eyes upwards, where the three-quarter moon sailed above transparent cirrus clouds that scarcely dimmed her light. Like dappled sands of silver, they sifted her soft shining, moving slowly across the heavens before an upper wind. The sound continued. For a moment or two, in the pale light of dawn, he watched and listened, then lowered his gaze, caught his breath sharply, and stood stock still. He stared in front of him. Next, turning slowly, he stared right and left. He stared behind as well. Yes, it was true. The lines and rows of crowding houses trembled, disappeared. The heavy buildings dissolved before his very eyes. The solid walls and roofs were gone. The chimneys, railings, doors, and porches vanished. There were no more conservatories. There were no lamp-posts. The streets themselves had melted. He gazed in amazement and delight. The entire hill lay bare and open to the sky. Across the rising upland swept a keen, fresh morning wind. Yet bare they were not, this rising upland and this hill. As far as he could see, the landscape flowed waist-deep in flowers, whose fragrance lay upon the air. Dew trembled, shimmering on a million petals of blue and gold, of orange, purple, violet. The very atmosphere seemed painted. Flowering trees, both singly and in groves, waved in the breeze. Birds sang in chorus. There was a murmur of streams and falling waters. Yet that other sound rose too, rose from the entire hill and all upon it, a continuous, gentle rhythm, as though he felt the actual scenery poured forth its being in spontaneous, natural expression of sound, as well as of form and color. It was the simplest, happiest music he had ever heard. Unable to deal with the rapture of delight that swept upon him, he stood stock still among the blossoms to his waist. Eyes, ears, and nostrils were inadequate to report a beauty which, simple though it was, overbore nerves and senses accustomed to a lesser scale. Horizons indeed had lifted. The joy and confidence of fuller life poured in. His own being grew immense, stretched, widened, deepened, till it seemed to include all space. He was everywhere, or rather everything was happening somewhere in him all at once. In place of the heavy suburb lay this garden of primal beauty, while yet, in a sense, the suburb itself remained as well. Only it had flowered, revealing the subconscious soul the bricks and pavements hid. Its potential self had blossomed into loveliness and wonder. The sound grew nearer. He was aware of movement. Figures were approaching. They were coming in his direction, coming towards him over the crest of the hill, nearer and nearer. Concealed by the forest of tall flowers, he watched them come. Yet as presences he perceived them, rather than as figures, already borrowing power from them, as sails borrow from a rising wind. His consciousness expanded marvelously to let them in. Their stature was conveyed to him chiefly at first by the fact that these flowers, though rising to his own waist, did not cover the feet of them, yet that the flowers in the immediate line of their advance still swayed and nodded, as though no weight had lain upon their brilliance. The footsteps were of wind, The figures light as air. They shone. Their radiant presences lit the acres. Their own atmosphere, too, came with them, as though the landscape moved and traveled with and in their being, as though the flowers, the natural beauty, emanated from them. The landscape was their atmosphere. They created, brought it with them. It seemed that they expressed the landscape and were the scenery, with all its multitudinous forms. They approached with a great and easy speed that was not measurable. Over the crest of the living, sunlit hill they poured, with their bulk, their speed, their majesty, their sweet, brimming joy. Fillery stood motionless watching them, his own joy touched with awed confusion, till wonder and worship mastered the final trace of fear. Though he perceived these figures first as they topped the skyline, he was aware that great space also stretched behind them, and that this immense perspective was in some way appropriate to their appearance. Born of a greater space than his mind could understand, they flowed towards him across that windy crest and at the same time from infinitely far beyond it. Above the continuous humming sound he heard their music too, faint but mighty, filling the air with deep vibrations that seemed the natural expression of their joyful beings. Each figure was a chord, yet all combining in a single harmony that had volume without loudness. It seemed to him that their sound and color and movement wove a new pattern upon space, a new outline, form or growth, perhaps a flower, a tree, perhaps a planet. They were creative. They expressed themselves naturally in a million forms. He heard, he saw. He knew no other words to use. But the hearing was, rather, some kind of intimate possession, so that his whole being filled and overbrimmed, and the sight was greater than the customary little irritation of the optic nerve. It involved another term of space. He could describe the sight more readily than the hearing. The apparent contradiction of distance and proximity, of vast size yet intimacy, made him tremble in his hiding-place. His sight, at any rate, perceived the approaching figures all round, all over, all at once, as they poured like a wave across the hill from far beyond its visible crest. For into this space below the horizon he saw as well, though, normally speaking, it was out of sight. Nor did he see one side only. He saw the backs of the towering forms as easily as the portion facing him. He saw behind them. It was not as with ordinary objects refracting light, the back and underneath and further edges visible. All sides were visible at once. The space beyond, moreover, whence the mighty outlines issued, was of such immensity that he could think only of interstellar regions. Not to the little planet, then, did these magnificent shapes belong. They were of the universe. The symbol of his valley, he knew suddenly, belonged there too. Silent with wonder, motionless with worship, he watched the singing flood of what he felt to be immense, non-human nature life pour past him. The procession lasted for hours, yet was over in a minute's flash. All categories his mind knew hitherto were useless. The faces, in their power, their majesty, the splendor even of their extent, were both appalling, yet infinitely tender. They were filled with stars, blue distance, flowers, spirals of fire, space and air, interwoven too with shining geometrical designs whose intricate patterns merged in a central harmony. They brought their own winds with them. Yet of features, precisely, he was not aware. Each face was rather an immense expression, but an expression that was permanent and could not change. These were immutable, eternal faces. He borrowed from human terms the only words that offered, while aware that he falsely introduced the personal into that which was essentially impersonal. There stole over him a strange certainty that what he worshipped was the grandeur of joyful service working through unalterable law, the great compassion of some untiring service that was deathless. He stood within the universe, face to face with its elemental builders, guardians, its constructive artisans, the impersonal angelic powers. The region, the state, he now felt convinced, to which NH belonged, and whence, by some inexplicable chance, he had come to occupy a human body. And the sounds, the flash came to him with lightning conviction, were those essential rhythms which are the kernels of all visible, manifested forms. He was not aware that he was moving, that he had left the spot where he had stood, so long, yet for a single second only, and had now reached the corner of a street again. The flowers were gone, and the trees and groves gone with them. No waters rippled past. There was no shining hill. The moon, the stars, the breaking dawn remained, but he saw windows, walls, and villas once again, while his feet echoed on dead stone pavements. Yet the figures had not wholly gone. Before a house, where he now paused a moment, the towering, flowing outlines were still faintly visible. Their singing still audible, their shapes still gently luminous, they stood grouped about an open window of the second story. In the front garden, a big plane tree stirred its leafless branches. The tree and figures interpenetrated. Slowly, then, the outlines grew dim and shadowy, indistinguishable almost from the objects in the twilight near them. Chimneys, walls, and roofs stole in upon the great shapes with foreign, grosser details that obscured their harmony, confused their proportion, as with two sets of values. The eye refused to focus both at once. A roof, a chimney obtruded, while sight struggled, fluttered, then ended in confusion. The figures faded and melted out. They merged with the tree, the reddening sky, the murky air close to the house which a street lamp made visible. Suddenly they were lost. They were no longer there. But the rhythmical sound, though fainter, still continued, and Fillery looked up. It was a sound, he realized in a flash, evocative and summoning. Type called to type, brother to brother, across the universe. The house before him was his own, and the open window through which the music issued was the bedroom of NH. He stood transfixed. Both sides of his complex nature operated simultaneously. His mind worked more clearly. The entire history of the case in that upstairs room passed through it. He was a doctor. But his speculative, emotional aspect, the dreamer in him, so greatly daring, all that poetic, transcendental, half-mystical part which classed him, he well knew, with the unstable, all this, long and dangerously repressed, worked with opposite, if equal, pressure. From the subconscious rose violent hands of wind and fire, lovely, fashioning, divine, tearing away the lid of the reasoning surface consciousness that confined, confused them. To disentangle, to define these separate functions, were a difficult problem, even for the most competent psychiatrist. Creative, imaginative powers, hitherto merely fumbling, half denied as well, now stretched their wings and soared. With them came a blinding clarity of sight that enabled him to focus a vast field of detail with extraordinary rapidity. Horizons had lifted, perspective deepened and lit up. In a few brief seconds, before his front door opened, 100 details flashed towards a focus and shone concentrated. The vision, of course. The figures had now melted into the night, had no objective reality. Suppressed passion had created them. Forbidden yearnings had passed the censor and dramatized a dream, set aside yet never explained, that heredity was responsible for. Both were born of his lost radiant valley. His notebooks held 1,000 similar cases. But the speculative dreamer flashed colored lights against this common white. The prism blazed. From the interstellar spaces came these radiant figures, from Sirius, immense and splendid sun, from Aldebaran, among the happy Hyades, from awful Betelgeuse, whose volume fills a Martian orbit. Their dazzling, giant grandeur was of stellar origin. Yet equally they came from the dreadful back gardens of those sordid houses. Nature was nature everywhere, in the nebulae as in the stifled plane tree of a city court. That he saw them as figures was but his own private, personal interpretation of a prophecy the whole universe announced. They were not figures necessarily. They were powers, and NH was of their kind. He suddenly remembered the small, troubled earth whereon he lived, a neglected corner of the universe that was in distress and cried frantically for help. Alcyone caught it in her golden arms perhaps. Sirius thundered against its little ears. He found his latchkey and fumblingly inserted it, but even while he did so, the state of the planet at the moment poured into his mind with swift, concentrated detail. He remembered the wireless excitement of the instant, and smiled. Not that way it would come. The new order was of a spiritual kind. It would steal into men's hearts, not splutter along the waves of ether, as the dead are said to splutter to the living. The great impulse, the mighty invitation nature sent out to return to simple, natural life would come, without phenomena from within. He remembered relativity, that space is local, space and time not separate entities. He understood. He had just experienced it. Another, a fourth dimension. Space as a whole was annihilated. He smiled. His latchkey turned. The transmutation of metals flashed past him, all substance one. His latchkey was upside down. He turned it round and reinserted it, and the results of advanced psychology rushed at him, as though the sun rushed over the horizon of some eastern clime, covering all with the light of a new, fair dawn. In a few seconds, this accumulation of recent knowledge and discovery flooded his state of singular receptiveness, as thinker and as poet. The age was crumbling, civilization passing like its predecessors. The little planet lay certainly in distress. No true help lay within it. Its reservoirs were empty. No adequate constructive men or powers were anywhere in sight. It was exhausted, dying. Unless new help, powers from a new and inexhaustible source came quickly, a new vehicle for their expression. And wonder took him by the throat, as the key turned in the lock with its familiar grating sound, and the door, without actual pressure on his part, swung open. Paul Debenham, a look of bright terror in his eyes, stood on the threshold. The expression, not only of the face but of the whole person, he had seen once only in another human countenance, a climber who had slipped by his very side and dropped backward into empty space. The look of helpless bewilderment as hands and feet lost final touch with solidity, the air of terrible yet childlike amazement with which he began his descent of 1,000 feet through a gulf of air. The shock marked the face in a single second with what he now saw in his colleague's eyes. Only with Debenham, Fillery felt sure of his diagnosis, the lost hold was mental. His outward control, however, was admirable. Debenham's voice, apart from a certain tenseness in it, was quiet enough. "I've been telephoning everywhere. There's been a crisis." "Violence?" But the other shook his head. "It's all beyond me quite," he said with a wry smile. "The first outbreak was nothing compared to this." The continuous sound of humming which filled the hall, making the air vibrate oddly, grew louder. Debenham seized his friend's arm. "Listen," he whispered. "You hear that?" "I heard it outside in the street," Fillery said. "What is it?" Debenham glared at him. "God knows," he said. "I don't. He's been doing it, on and off, for a couple of hours. It began the moment you left, it seems. They're all about him. These vibrations, I mean. He does it with his whole body somehow. And—" he hesitated. "There's meaning in it of some kind. Results, I mean," he jerked out with an effort. "Visible?" came the gentle question. Debenham started. "How did you know?" There was a thrust of intense curiosity in the eyes. "I've had a similar experience myself, Paul. You open the front door in the middle of it. The figures—" "You saw figures?" Debenham looked thunderstruck. In his heart was obviously a touch of panic. As the two men stood gazing into each other's eyes a moment silently, the sound about them increased again, rising and falling, its great separate rhythmical waves almost distinguishable. In Fillery's mind rose patterns, outlines, forms of flowers, spirals, circles. "He knows you're in the house," said Debenham in a curious voice, relieved apparently no answer came to his question. "Better come upstairs at once and see him." But he did not turn to lead the way. "That's not auditory hallucination, Edward, whatever else it is." He was still clinging to the rock, but the rock was crumbling beneath his desperate touch. Space yawned below him. "Visual," suggested Fillery, as though he held out a feeble hand to the man whose whole weight already hung unsupported before the plunge. His friend spoke no word, but his expression made words unnecessary. "We must face the facts," it said plainly, "wherever these may lead. No shirking, no prejudice of mine or yours must interfere. There must be no faltering now." So plainly was his passion for truth and knowledge legible in the expression of the shocked but honest mind, that Fillery felt compassion overpower the first attitude of privacy he had meant to take. This time he must share. The honesty of the other won his confidence too fully for him to hold anything back. There was no doubt in his mind that he read his colleague's state aright. "A moment, Paul," he said in a low voice, "before we go upstairs," and put his hand out, oddly enough meeting Debenham's hand already stretched to meet it. He drew him aside into a corner of the hall, while the waves of sound surged round and over them like a sea. "Let me first tell you," he went on, his voice trembling slightly, "my own experience." It seemed to him that any moment he must see the birth of a new form, an outline, a body dance across before his very eyes. "Neither auditory nor visual," murmured Debenham, burning to hear what was coming, yet at the same time shrinking from it by the laws of his personality. "Hallucination of any kind there is absolutely none. There's nothing transferred from your mind to his. This thing is real, original." Fillery tightened his grip a second on the hand he held. "Paul," he said gravely, yet unable to hide the joy of recent ecstasy in his eyes, "it is also new." The low syllables seemed borne away and lifted beyond their reach by an immense vibration that swept softly past them. And so actual was this invisible wave that behind it lay the trough, the ebb that awaits, as in the sea, the next advancing crest. Into this ebb, as it were, both men dropped simultaneously the same significant syllables. Their lips uttered together. "N.H." The wave of sound seemed to take their voices and increase them. It was the older man who added, "Coming into full possession." The two stood waiting, listening, their heads turned sideways, their bodies motionless, while the soft rhythmical uproar rose and fell about them. No sign escaped them for some minutes. No words, it seemed, occurred to either of them. Through the transom over the front door stole the gray light of the late autumn dawn. The hall furniture was visible: chairs, hat-rack, wooden chests that held the motor rugs. A china bowl filled with visiting cards gleamed white beside it. Soon the milkman, uttering his comic earthly cry, would clatter down the area staircase, and the servants would be up. As yet, however, but for the big soft sound, the house was perfectly still. This part of it, almost a separate wing, was completely cut off from the main building. No one had been disturbed. Fillery moved his head and looked at his companion. The expression of both face and figure arrested him. He had taken off his dinner jacket, and the old loose golfing coat he wore hung askew. He had one hand in a pocket of it, the other thrust deep into his trousers. His glasses hung down across his crumpled shirt front. His black tie made an untidy cross. He looked, thought Fillery, whose sense of the ludicrous became almost especially alert in his gravest moments, like an unhappy curate who had presided over some strenuous and worrying social gathering in the local town hall. Only one detail denied this picture: the expression of something mysterious and awed in the sheet-white face. He was listening with sharp dislike, yet eager interest. His repugnance betrayed itself in the tightened lips, the set of the angular shoulders. The panic was written in the glistening eyes. There were things in his face he could never tell. The struggle in him was natural to his type of mind. He had experienced something himself, and a personal experience opens new vistas in sympathy and understanding. But the experience ran contrary to every tenet of theory and practice he had ever known. The moment of new birth was painful. This was his colleague's diagnosis. Fillery then suddenly realized that the gulf between them was without a bridge. To tell his own experience became at once utterly impossible. He saw this clearly. He could not speak of it to his assistant. It was, after all, incommunicable. The bridge of terms, language, feeling, did not exist between them. And again up-flashed for a second his sense of the comic, this time in an odd touch of memory. Povey's favorite sentence, "Never argue with the once born." Only to older souls was expression possible. For the first time, then, his diagnosis wavered oddly. Why, for instance, did Paul persist in that curious, watchful stare? Debenham, conscious of his chief's eyes and mind upon him, looked up. Somewhere in his expression was a glare, but nothing revealed his state of mind better than the fact that he stupidly contradicted himself. "You're putting all this into him, Edward." A touch of anger, perhaps of fear, in the intense, whispering voice. "The hysteria of the studio upset him, of course. If you'd left him alone, as you promised, he'd have always stayed alone. He'd be cured by now." Then, as Fillery made no reply or comment, he added, but this time only the anxiety of the doctor in his tone, "Hadn't you better go up to him at once? He's your patient, not mine, remember?" The other took his arm. "Not yet," he said quietly. "He's best alone for the moment." He smiled, and it was the smile that invariably won him the confidence of even the most obstinate and difficult patient. He was completely master of himself again. "Besides, Paul," he went on gently, "I want to hear what you have to tell me. Some of it, if not all. I want your report. It is of value. I must have that first, you know." They sat on the bottom stair together while Debenham told briefly what had happened. He was glad to tell it, too. It was a relief to become the mere accurate observer again. "I can summarize it for you in 2 words," he said. "Light and sound. The sound, at first, seemed wind rising, wind outside. With the light was perceptible heat. The two seemed correlated. When the sound increased, the heat increased too. Then the sound became methodical, rhythmical. It became almost musical. As it did so, the light became colored. Both," he looked across at the ghostly hat-rack in the hall, "were produced by him." "Items, please, Paul. I want an itemized account." Debenham fumbled in the big pockets of his coat and eventually lit a cigarette, though he did not in the least want to smoke. That watchful, penetrating stare persisted nonetheless. Amid the anxiety were items of carelessness that almost seemed assumed. "Mrs. Soames sent Nurse Robbins to fetch me," he resumed, his voice harshly as it seemed, cutting across the waves of pleasant sound that poured down the empty stairs behind them and filled the hall with resonant vibrations. "I went in, turned them both out, and closed the door. The room was filled with a soft, white light, rather pale in tint, that seemed to emanate from nowhere. I could trace it to no source. It was equally diffused, yet a kind of wave-like vibration ran through it in faint curves and circles. There was a sound like wind. A wind was in the room, moaning and sighing inside the walls. A perfectly natural and ordinary sound, if it had been outside. The light moved and quivered. It lay in sheets. Its movement, I noticed, was in direction relation to the wind. The louder the volume of sound, the greater the movement of the air, the brighter became the light, and vice versa. I could not take notes at the actual moment, but my memory—" a slight grimace by way of a smile indicated that forgetting was impossible—"is accurate, you know." Fillery did not interrupt, either by word or gesture. The increase of light was accompanied by color, and the increase of sound led into a measure, not actual bars, and never melody, but a distinct measure that involved rhythm. It was musical, as I said. The color—I'm coming to that—then took on a very faint tinge of gold or orange, a little red in it sometimes, flame color almost. The air was luminous. It was radiant. At one time I half expected to see fire, for there was heat as well, not an unpleasant heat, but a comforting, stimulating, agreeable heat, like the heat of a bright coal fire on a winter's day. But I think the better term is sunlight. I had an impression this heat must burst presently into actual flame. It never did so. The sheets of colored light rose and fell with the volume of the sound. There were curves and waves and rising columns like spirals, but anything approaching a definite outline, form, or shape— He broke off for a second. "Figures," he announced abruptly, almost challengingly, staring at the white china bowl in front of him, "I could not swear to." He turned suddenly and stared at his chief with an expression half of question, half of challenge, then seemed to change his mind, shrugging his shoulders a very little. But Fillery made no sign. He did not answer. He laid one hand, however, upon the banisters, as though preliminary to getting to his feet. The sound about them had been gradually growing less. The vibrations were smaller, its waves perceptibly decreasing. Debenham finished his account in a lower voice, speaking rapidly, as though the words burnt his tongue. The sound, I had already discovered, issued from himself. He was lying on his back, the eyes wide open, the expression peaceful, even happy. The lips were closed. He was humming, continuously humming. Yet the sound came in some way I cannot describe, and could not examine or ascertain, from his whole body. I detected no vibration of the body. It lay half naked, only a corner of the sheet upon it. It lay quite still. The cause of the light and heat, the cause of the movement of air I have called wind, I could not ascertain. They came through him, as it were. A slight shiver ran across his body, noticed by his companion, but eliciting no comment from him. I took his pulse," concluded Debenham, sinking his voice now to a whisper, though a very clear one. "It was very rapid and extraordinarily strong. He seemed entirely unconscious of my presence. I also," again the faint shiver was perceptible, "felt his heart. It was— I have never felt such perfect action, such power. It was beating like an engine, like an engine, and the sense of vitality, of life in the room everywhere was electrical. I could have sworn it was packed to the walls with others. Debenham never ceased to watch his companion keenly while he spoke. Fillery then put his first question. "And the effect upon yourself?" he asked quietly. "I mean, any emotional disturbance? Anything, for instance, like what you saw in the Jura forests?" He did not look at his colleague. He stood up. The sound about them had now ceased almost entirely, and only faint, dying fragments of it reached them. "Roughly speaking," he added, making a half-movement to go upstairs. He understood the inner struggle going on. He wished to make it easy for him. For the complete account he did not press him. Debenham rose too. He walked over to the china bowl, took up a card, read it, and let it fall again. The sun was over the horizon now, and a pallid light showed objects clearly. It showed the whiteness of the thin, tired face. He turned and walked slowly back across the hall. The first cart went clattering noisily down the street. At the same moment a final sound from the room upstairs came floating down into the chill early air. "My interest, of course," began Debenham, his hands in his pockets, his body rigid, as he looked up into his companion's eyes, "was very concentrated, my mind intensely active." He paused, then added cautiously, "I may confess, however, I must admit, that is, a certain increase of, well, a general sense of well-being, let me call it. The heat, you see. A feeling of peace, if you like it better, beyond the fear." He blurted out finally, changing his hands from his coat to his trouser pockets, as though the new position protected him better from attack. "Also, I somehow expected, any moment, to see outlines, forms, something new." He stared frankly into the eyes of the man who, from the step above him, returned his gaze with equal frankness. "And you, Edward?" he asked with great suddenness. "Joy? Could you describe it as joy?" His companion ignored the reference to new forms. He also ignored the sudden question. "Any increase of vitality, you want to say. The word joy is meaningless, as you know." "An intensification of consciousness in any way?" But Debenham had reached his limit of possible confession. He did not reply for a moment. He took a step forward and stood beside Fillery on the stairs. His manner had abruptly changed. It was as though he had come to a conclusion suddenly. His reply, when it came, was no reply at all. "Heat and light are favorable, of course, to life," he remarked. "You remember Joachim Muller. The optic nerve, under the action of light, acts as a stimulus to the organs of the imagination and fancy." Fillery smiled as he took his arm, and they went quietly upstairs together. The quoting was a sign of returning confidence. He said something to himself about the absence of light, but so low it was under his breath almost, and even if his companion heard it, he made no comment. "There was no moon at all tonight till well past 3. Even then, her light was of the faintest." No sound was now audible. They entered a room that was filled with silence and with peace. A faint ray of morning sunlight showed the form of the patient sleeping calmly, the body entirely uncovered. There was an expression of quiet happiness upon the face whose perfect health suggested perhaps radiance. But there was a change as well, though indescribable. There was power. He did not stir as they approached the bed. The breathing was regular and very deep. Standing beside him a moment, Fillery sniffed the air, then smiled. There was a perfume of wildflowers. There was, in spite of the cool morning air, a pleasant warmth. "You notice anything?" he whispered, turning to his colleague. Debenham likewise sniffed the air. "The window's wide open," was the low rejoinder. "There are conservatories at the back of every house all down the row." And they left the room on tiptoe, closing the door behind them very softly. Upon Debenham's face lay a curious expression, half anxiety, half pain. End of Chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Bright Messenger by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger. Chapter 21. Dr. Fillery, lying on a couch in his patient's bedroom, snatched some 4 to 5 hours' sleep, though if snatched, it was certainly enjoyed. A deep, dreamless, reposeful slumber. He woke, refreshed in mind and body, and the first thing he saw, even before he had time to stretch a limb or move his head, was 2 great blue eyes gazing into his own across the room. They belonged, it first struck him, to some strange being that had followed him out of sleep. He had not yet recovered full consciousness, and the effects of sleep still hovered. Then an earlier phrase recurred. To some divine, great animal. N.H., in his bed in the opposite corner, lay gazing at him. He returned the gaze. Into the blue eyes came at once a look of happy recognition, of contentment, almost a smile. Then they closed again in sleep. The room was full of morning sunshine. Fillery rose quietly and performed his toilet in his own quarters, but on returning after a hurried breakfast, the patient still slept soundly. He slept on for hours. He slept the morning through. But for the obvious evidences of perfect normal health, it might have been a state of coma. The body did not even change its position once. He left Debenham in charge, and was on his way to visit some of the other cases when Nurse Robin stood before him. Miss Kilcoff had called to inquire after Mr. LeVallon, and was waiting downstairs in case Dr. Fillery could also see her. He glanced at her pretty slim figure and delicate complexion, her hair, fine, plentiful, and shiny, her dark eyes with a twinkle in them. She was an attractive, intelligent, experienced young woman, tactful too, and of great use with extra-sensitive patients. She was, of course, already hopelessly in love with her present case. His singing, so she called it to Mrs. Soames, had excited her like a glass of wine. Some music makes you feel like that, so that you could love everybody in the world. She already called him master. "Please say I will come down at once," said Dr. Fillery, watching her for the first time with interest as he remembered these details Paul had told him. The girl, it now struck him, was intensely alive. There was a gain, an increase in her appearance somewhere. He recalled also the matron's remark. She was not usually loquacious with her nurses, that "he's no ordinary case, and I've seen a good few, haven't I? The way he understands animals and flowers alone proves that." Dr. Fillery went downstairs. His first rapid survey of the girl, exhaustive for all its quickness, he knew her so well, showed him that no outward signs of excitement were visible. Calm, poised, gentle as ever, the same generous tenderness in the eyes, the same sweet firmness in the mouth, the familiar steadiness that was the result of an inner surety. All were there as though the wild scene of the night before had never been. Yet all those were heightened. Her beauty had curiously increased. "Come into my study," he said, taking her hand and leading the way. "We shan't be disturbed there. Besides, it's ours, isn't it? We mustn't forget that you are a member of the firm." He was aware of her soft beauty invading, penetrating him, aware, too, somehow, that she was in her most impersonal mood. But for all that, her nature could not hide itself, nor could signs of a certain subtle change she had undergone fail to obtrude themselves. In a single night, it seemed, she had blossomed into a wondrous ripe maturity, like some strange flower that opens to the darkness, The bud had burst suddenly into full, sweet bloom, whose coming only moon and stars had witnessed. There was moonlight now in her dark, mysterious eyes as she glanced at him. There was the gold of stars in her tender, yet curious smile as she answered in her low voice, "Of course, I always was a partner in the firm." There was the grace and rhythm of a wild flower swaying in the wind as she passed before him into the quiet room and sank into his own swinging armchair at the desk. But there was something else as well. A detail of his recent vision slid past his inner sight again while he watched her. "I felt sure you would come," he said. He looked at her admiringly, but peace strong in his heart. "The ordeal," he went on in a curious voice, "would have been too much for most women, but you—" he smiled, and the sympathy in his voice increased. "You, I see, have only gained from it. You've mastered, conquered it. I wonder," looking away from her almost as if speaking to himself, "have you wholly understood it?" He realized vividly in that moment what she, as a young, unmarried girl, had suffered before the eyes of all those prying eyes and gossiping tongues. His admiration deepened. She did not take up his words, however. "I've come to inquire," she said simply in an even voice, "for Father and myself. He wanted to know if you got home all right and how Julian LeVallon is." The tone, the heightened color in the cheek, as she spoke the name no one had yet used, explained, partly at least, to the experienced man who listened, the secret of her sudden blossoming. Also, she used her father, though unconsciously perhaps. "He was afraid the electricity, the lightning even, had—" She hesitated, smiled a little, then added, as though she herself knew otherwise, "done something to him." Fillery laughed with her then. "As it has done to you," he thought, but did not speak the words. The need of formula was past. He thanked her, adding that it was sweet yet right that she had come herself, instead of writing or telephoning. "And you may set your father's mind at rest, for all goes well. The electricity, of course," he added on his own behalf as well as hers, "was more than most of us could manage. Electricity explains everything except itself, doesn't it?" He was inwardly examining her with an intense and accurate observation. She seemed the same, yet different. The sudden flowering into beauty was simply enough explained. It was another change he now became more and more aware of. In this way a ship, grown familiar during the long voyage, changes on coming into port. The decks and staircases look different when the vessel lies motionless at the dock. It becomes half recognizable, half strange. Gone is the old familiarity, gone also one's own former angle of vision. It is difficult to find one's way about her. Soon she will set sail again, but in another direction and with new passengers using her decks, her corners, hatchways, telling their secrets of love and hate with that recklessness the open sea and sky make easy. And now, with the girl before him, he couldn't quite find his way about her as of old. It was the same familiar ship, yet it was otherwise, and he, a new passenger, acknowledged the freedom of sea and sky. "And you, Irada?" he asked. "It was brave of you to come." She liked, evidently, the use of her real name, for she smiled, aware all the time of his intent observation, aware probably also of his hidden pain, yet no sign of awkwardness in her. To this man she could talk openly, or, on the contrary, conceal her thoughts, sure of his tact and judgment. He would never intrude unwisely. "It was natural, Edward," she observed frankly in return. "Yes, I suppose it was. Natural is exactly the right word. You have perhaps found yourself at last." And again he used her real name, Irada. "It feels like that," she replied slowly. She paused. "I have found at least something definite that I have to do. I feel that I must care for him." Her eyes, as she said it, were untroubled. The well-known Nyan flashed back a moment in the words. He recognized, to use his simile, a familiar corner of the deck where he had sat and talked for hours beneath the quiet stars, to someone who understood, yet remained ever impersonal. And the person he talked with came over suddenly and stood beside him, and took his hand between her own soft, gloved ones. "You told me, Edward, he would need a woman to help him. That's what you mean by natural, isn't it? And I am she, perhaps." "I think you are," came in a level tone. "I know it," she said suddenly, both her eyes looking down upon his face. "Yes, I suppose I know it." "Because you need him," his voice equally secure, made an answer. Still keeping his hand tight between her own, her dark eyes still searching his, she made no sign that his blunt statement was accepted, much less admitted. Instead, she asked a question he was not prepared for. "You would like that, Edward? You wish it?" She was so close against his chair that her fur-trimmed coat brushed his shoulder. Yet, though with eyes and touch and physical presence she was so near, he felt that she herself had gone far, far away into some other place. He drew his hand free. "Arada," he said quietly, "I wish the best, for him and for you. And I believe this is the best, for him and you." He put his patient first. He was aware that the girl, for all her outer calmness, trembled. "It is," she said, her voice as quiet as his own. And after a moment's hesitation, she went back to her seat again. "If you think I can be of use," she added, "I'm ready." A little pause fell between them, during which Dr. Fillery touched an electric bell beside his chair. Nurse Robbins appeared with what seemed miraculous swiftness. "Still sleeping quietly, sir, and pulse normal again," she replied in answer to a question, then vanished as suddenly as she had come. He looked into the girl's eyes across the room. "A competent, reliable nurse," he remarked. "And, as you saw, a pretty woman." He glanced out of the window. "She is unmarried." He mentioned it, apparently, to the sky. The quick mind took in his meaning instantly. "All women will be drawn to him irresistibly, of course," she said. "But it is not that." "No, no, of course it is not that," he agreed at once. "I should like you to see him, though not, however, just yet." He went on after a moment's reflection, and speaking slowly. "I should like you to wait a little. It's best. There has been a certain disturbance in his being." "It's his first experience," she began, "of beauty." "Of beauty in women, yes," he finished for her. "It is. We must avoid anything in the nature of a violent shock." "He has asked for me?" she interrupted again in her quiet way. He shook his head. "And we cannot be sure that it was you, as you, he sought and is affected by. The call he hears is, perhaps, hardly the call that sounds in most men's ears, I mean." The hint of warning guidance was audible in his voice, as well as visible in his eyes and manner. The laughter they both betrayed, a grave and curious laughter perhaps, was brief, yet enough to conceal stranger emotions that rose like dumb, gazing figures almost before their eyes. Yet if she knew inner turmoil, emotion of any troubling sort, she concealed it perfectly. "I am glad," the girl said presently. "Oh, I am really glad. I think I understand, Edward." And even while he sat silent for a bit, watching her with an ever-growing admiration that at the same time marveled, He saw the wonder of great questions writing through her face. The recollection of what she had suffered publicly in the studio a few hours before came into his mind again. In these questions, perhaps, lay the only signs of the hidden storm below the surface. Are there such things as nature beings, Edward?" she asked abruptly. "We know this is his first experience. Are there, then—" He was prepared a little for this kind of question by her eyes. "We have no evidence, of course," he replied, "not a scrap of evidence for anything of the sort. There are people, however, so close to nature, so intimate with her, that we may say they are, strangely, inexplicably, akin." "Has he a soul, a human soul like ours?" she asked point-blank. "He is, perhaps, not quite like us. That may be your task, Ireda," he added enigmatically. He watched her more closely than she knew. She appeared to ponder his words for a few minutes, then she asked abruptly, "And when do you think I ought to come and see him? You will let me know?" "I will let you know. A few days, perhaps a week, perhaps longer. Some education, I think, is necessary first." He gazed at her thoughtfully, and she returned his look, her dark eyes filled with the wonder that was both of a child and of a woman, and yet with the security of something that was of neither. "It will be a great effort to you," he ventured with significant and sympathetic understanding, "after what happened. It is brave and generous of you." He broke off. She nodded, but at once afterwards shook her head. She rose then to go, but Dr. Fillery stopped her. He rose too. "Nyan, I now want your help," he said with more emotion than he had yet shown. "My responsibility, as you may guess, is not light, and—" "And he is in your sole charge, you mean?" She had willingly resumed her seat and made herself comfortable with a cushion he arranged for her. He was aware chiefly of her eyes, for in them glowed light and fire he had never seen there before, but still in their depths. "Well, yes, partly," he replied, lighting a cigarette, "though Paul is ready with help and sympathy whenever needed. But the charge, as you call it, is not mine alone. It is ours." "Ours?" She started, though almost imperceptibly, as she repeated his word. "Subconsciously," he said in a firm voice, "we three are similar. We are together. We obey half instinctively the unknown laws of—" he hesitated a moment, "of some unknown state of being." He added then a singular sentence, though so low it seemed almost to himself. "Had we been man and wife, Ireda, our child must have been like him." "Yes," she said, leaning forward a little in her chair, increased warmth yet no blush upon her skin. "Yes, Edward, we three are somehow together in this, aren't we? Oh, I feel it. It pours over me like a great wind, a wind with heat in it." Her hands clasped her knee as they gazed at one another for a moment's silence. "I feel it," she repeated presently. "I'm sure of it, quite sure." She stretched out a spirit hand, as it were, for an instant across the impersonal barrier between them, but he did not take it, pretending he did not see it. "Ours, Nyan," he emphasized, again using the name that belonged to everyone. "Therefore, you see, I want you to tell me, if you will, what you felt, experienced, perceived, in the studio last night." After watching her a little, he qualified, "Another day, if you would like to think it over, but sometime, without fail. For my part, I will confess, though I think you already know it, that I brought him there on purpose." "To see my effect upon him, Edward." "But in his interest, and in the interest of my possible future treatment. His effect upon yourself was not my motive. You believe that?" "I know, and I will tell you gladly. Indeed, I want to." He was aware, as she said it, that it would be a satisfaction to her to talk. She would welcome the relief of confession. She could speak to him as doctor now, as professional man, as healer, and this too without betraying the impersonal attitude she evidently wore and had adopted, possibly, he wondered, in self-protection. "Tell me exactly what it is you would like to know, please, Edward," she added, and instinctively moved to the sofa so that he might occupy the professional swinging chair at the desk. "What you saw, Nyan," he began, accepting the change of position without comment, because he knew it helped her. "What you saw is of value, I think, first." He had all his usual self-control again, for he was now on his throne, his seat of power. His inner attitude changed subtly. He was examining two patients, the girl and himself. She sat before him demure, obedient, honest, very sweet but very strong. If her perfume reached him, he did not notice it. The appeal of her loveliness went past him. He did not see her eyes. He had a very comely and intelligent young woman facing him, and the glow, as it were, of an intense inner activity, strongly suppressed, was the chief quality in her that he noted. But his new attitude made other things, too, stand out sharply. He realized there was confusion in her own mind and heart. Her being was not wholly at one with itself. This impersonal role meant safety until she was sure of herself, and so far she had been entirely and admirably non-committal. No girl, he remembered, could look back upon what she had experienced in the studio, upon what she had herself said and done, before a crowd of onlookers too, without deep feelings of a mixed and even violent kind. That scene with a young man she had never seen before must bring painful memories. If it was love at first sight, the memories must be more painful still. But was it a case of this sudden, rapturous love? What indeed were her feelings? What, at any rate, was her dominant feeling? She had felt his appeal beyond all question, but was it as Nyan or as Irada that she felt it? She was non-committal and impersonal, conscious that therein safety lay, until, having become one with herself, harmonious, she could feel absolutely sure. One hint only had she dropped. It was Nyan speaking, that her mothering, maternal instinct was needed, and that she must obey its prompting. She must care for him. Dr. Fillery, meanwhile, though he might easily have probed and made discoveries without her knowing that he did so, was not the man to use his powers now. Unless she gave of her own free will, he would not ask. He would close eyes and ears even to any chance betrayal or unconscious revelation. "When you first looked in, for instance, you had just come in from the street, I think. You opened the door on your way upstairs. Do you remember?" She remembered perfectly. "I wanted to see who was there. You, I think, were chiefly in my thoughts. I was wondering if you had come." Her voice was even, her eyes quite steady. She chose her next words slowly. "I saw, to my intense surprise, a figure of light." "Shining, you mean? A shining figure?" She nodded her head as one little hand put back a straying wisp of dark hair from her forehead. "A figure like flame," she agreed. "I saw it quite clearly. I saw everything else quite clearly, too. The inner room, various people standing about, the piano, the thick smoke, everything as usual. I saw you. You were in the big outer room beyond, but your face was very distinct. You were staring straight at me." "True," put in Dr. Fillery. "I saw you in the doorway plainly." In the foreground, by itself apart somehow, though surrounded by people, was this shining, radiant outline. I thought it was a vision, the first thing of that sort I had ever seen in my life. That was your very first impression, even before you had time to think? Yes. It struck you as unusual? I cannot say more than that. I knew by the light it was unusual. Then it moved, talking to Povey or Kempster or someone, and I realized in a flash who it was. I knew it must be your friend, the man you had promised to bring, And then? He asked quickly before she could pronounce the name. And then... She stopped, and her eyes looked away from him, not in the sense that they moved, but that their focus changed, as though she looked at something else, at something within herself, no longer, therefore, at the face in front of her. He waited. He understood that she was searching among deep, strange, seething memories. He let her search, and watching closely, he presently saw the sight return into her eyes from its inward plunge. "And when you knew who it was," he asked very quietly, "were you still surprised? Did he look as you expected him to look, for instance?" "I had expected nothing, you see, Edward, because I had not been consciously thinking about his coming. No mental picture was present in me at all. But the moment I realized who it was, the light seemed to go. I just saw a young man standing there, with his head turned sideways to me. The light, I suppose, lasted for a second only, that first second. As to how he looked, well, he looked not only bigger, he is bigger than most men," she went on, "but he looked—" Her voice hushed instinctively a little on the adjective. "Different." Her companion made a gesture of agreement, waiting in silence for what was to follow. "He looked so extraordinary, so wonderful," she resumed, gazing steadily into his eyes, "that I can hardly put it into words, Edward, unless I use childish language." She broke off and sighed, and something he fancied in her wavered for a second, though it was certainly neither the voice nor the eyes. A faint trembling again perhaps ran through her body. Her account was so deliberately truthful that it impressed him more than he quite understood. He was aware of pathos in her, of some vague trouble very poignant, yet inexplicable. A breath of awe, it seemed, entered the room and moved between them. "The childish words are probably the best, the right ones," he told her gently. "An angel," she said instantly in a hushed tone. "I thought of an angel. There is no other word I can find, but somehow a helpless one. An angel out of place." He looked hard at her, his manner encouraging, though grave. He said no word, he did not smile. "Someone not of this earth quite," she added. "Not a man, at any rate." Still more gently, he then asked her what she felt. "At first I couldn't move," she went on, her voice normal again. "I must have stood there 10 minutes fully, perhaps longer." Her listener did not correct the statement. "When I suddenly recovered and looked about for you, Edward, but could not see you. I needed you, but could not find you. I remember feeling somehow that I had lost you. I tried to call for you in my heart. There was no answer. Then I closed the door quietly and went upstairs to change from my street clothes." She paused and passed a hand slowly across her forehead. Dr. Fillery asked casually a curious question. "Do you remember how you got upstairs, Nyan?" Her hand dropped instantly. She started. "It's very odd you should ask me that, Edward," she said, gazing at him with a slightly rising color in her face, an increase of fire glowing in her eyes. "Very odd indeed. I was just trying to think how I could describe it to you. No, Actually, I do not remember how I got upstairs. All I know is I was suddenly in my room." A new intensity appeared in voice and manner. "It seemed to me I flew, or that something carried me." "Yes, Nyan, yes. It's quite natural you should have felt like that." "Is it? I remember so little of what I actually felt. I wonder, I wonder," she went on softly, with an air almost of talking to herself, "if it will ever come back again, what I felt then." "Such moments of subliminal excitement," Dr. Fillery reminded her gently, "have the effect of obliterating memory sometimes." "Excitement," she caught him up. "Yes, I suppose it was excitement. But it was more, much more than that. Stimulated. I think that's the word, really. I felt caught away somewhere, caught away, caught up, as if into the rest of myself, into the whole of myself. I became vast." She smiled curiously. "If you know what I mean, in several places at once, perhaps, is better. It was an immense feeling. No, I mean a feeling of immensity." "Happy?" His voice was low. Her eyes answered even before her words, as the memory came back a little in response to his cautious suggestion. "A new feeling altogether," she replied, returning his clear gaze with her frank, innocent eyes that had grown still more brilliant. "A feeling I have never known before." She talked more rapidly now, leaning forward a little in her chair. "I felt in the open air somehow, with flowers, trees, hot burning sunshine, and sweet winds rushing to and fro. It was something bigger than happiness, a sort of intoxicating joy, I think. It was liberty, but of an enormous spiritual kind. I wanted to dance. I believe I did dance. Yes, I'm sure I did, and with hardly anything on my body. I wanted to sing. I sang downstairs, of course." "I heard," he put in briefly. He did not add that she had never sung like that before. "The moment I came into the room, yes, I remember, I went straight to the piano without a word to anyone." She reflected a moment. "I suppose I had to. There was something new in me I could only express by music. Rhythm, that is, not language." "It was natural," Dr. Fillery said again. "Quite natural, I think." "Yes, Edward, I suppose it was," she answered, then sank back in her chair, as though she had told him all there was to tell. Dr. Fillery smoked in silence for a few minutes, then rose and touched the bell, as before, and as before, Nurse Robbins appeared with the same miraculous speed. There was a brief colloquy at the door. The woman was gone again, and the doctor turned back into the room with a look of satisfaction on his face. All, apparently, was going well upstairs. He did not sit down, however. He stood looking out of the window at the drab wintry sky of motionless clouds, his back to his companion. It was midday, but the light, while making all things visible, was not light. There was no shine, no touch of radiance, no hint of sparkle beneath the canopy of sullen cloud. The English winter's day was visible, no more than that. Yet it was not the English day, nor the clouds, nor the bleak, dead atmosphere he looked at. In a single second his sight traveled far, far away, covering an enormous interval in space and time, in condition too. He saw a radiant world of sun-drenched flowers tossing with random airs of an earthly wind. He saw a foam of forest leaves shaking and dancing against a deep blue sky. He saw a valley whose streams and emerald turf knew not the touch of human feet. The familiar symbols he saw, but inflamed with a new meaning. "Thank you, Edward, thank you." She was just behind him, her hands upon his shoulders. "You understand everything in the world," she added, "and out of it," but too low for him to hear. He came back with an effort, turning towards her. They were standing level now and very close, eyes looking into eyes. He felt her breath upon his face, her perfume rose about him. Her lips were moving just in front of him. Yet, for a second, he did not know who she was. It was as though she had not come with him out of that valley, not come back with him. An insatiable longing seized him, to return and find her, stay with her. The ache of an intolerable yearning was in his heart, yet a sudden flash of understanding that brought a bigger, almost an unearthly joy in its train. At the call of some service, some duty, some help to be rendered to humanity, the three of them together, he, N.H., the girl, were in temporary exile from their rightful home. The scent of wildflowers rose about him. He suddenly remembered, recognized, and gave a little start. He had left her behind in the valley. Irada. It was Nyan who now stood before him. He uttered a dry little laugh. "You startled me, Nyan. I was thinking. I didn't hear you." She had just thanked him for something. Oh yes, because he had left her alone for a moment, giving her time to collect herself after the long cross-examination. He took both her hands in his. "Our patient, then, isn't it?" he asked in a firm voice, looking deep into her luminous eyes. He saw no fire in them now. "I'll do all I can, Edward." She returned the pressure of his hands. His keen insight, operating in spite of himself, had read her clearly. It was mother, child, and woman he had always known. The three, however, were already in process of disentanglement. For the first time during their long acquaintance, what now stood so close before him was the woman. Yet behind the woman, like an enveloping shadow, stood the mother too. And behind both, again, stood another, wild, gigantic, lovely possibility. Was it, then, the child that he had left playing in the radiant valley? The child, he knew, was his always, always, even if the woman was another's. He laughed softly. These, after all, were but transitory states in human, earthly evolution, concerned with play, with the production of bodies and so forth. He had lost himself in her deep eyes. Her gaze lay all over him, over his entire being, like a warm, soft covering that blessed and healed. She was so close that it seemed he drew her breath in with his own. She made a movement then, a tiny gesture. He let go the hands his own had held so long. He turned from the window and from her. He was trembling. "What came later," he resumed in his calm, almost in his professional voice, "you probably do not remember?" He went towards his desk. "We need not talk about that. No doubt, in your mind, it all remains a blurred impression." She interrupted, following him across the room. "What happened, Edward?" she said very quietly in her lowest tone. "I know. It was all told to me. But my memory, as you say, is so faint as to be worthless, really. What I do remember is this." She tapped her open palm with 2 fingers slowly as she spoke the words. "Light, heat, a smell of flowers, and a rushing wind that lifted me into some kind of exhilarating liberty where I felt the intense joy of knowing myself somehow free, and greater, oh, far greater, than I am now." Then she suddenly whispered again, too low for him to catch, "Angelic." A smile, as of glory, rippled across her face. His voice, coming quickly, was cool, its tone measured. "And you will come to see him the moment I let you know," he interrupted abruptly. "It may be a few days, it may be a week. The instant it seems wise." He was entirely practical again. She went to the door with him. "I'll come, of course," she answered as he opened the door. "I'll let myself out, Edward, please. I know the way. There's no good being a partner if one doesn't know the way out." She laughed. "And in, remember?" he called down the little passage after her, as, with a smile and a wave of the hand, she was gone. He went back to his desk, drew a piece of paper towards him, and jotted a few notes down in briefest fashion. The expression on his rugged face was enigmatical, perhaps, but the sternness at least was clear to read, and it was this, combining with an extraordinary tenderness, that drew out its nobility. Intensification of consciousness, involving increased activity of every center, hearing, sight, touch, and smell all affected. Slight exteriorization of consciousness also took place. No signs of split or divided personality, but an increase of coherence rather. The central self active, aware of greater powers in time and space, hence sense of joy, heat, light, sound, motion. Distinct subliminal uprush, followed by customary loss of memory later. Her whole being, together with neglected tracks as yet untouched by experience, her entire being, reached simultaneously. Knew herself for the first time a woman, but something more as well. Unearthly complex visible. Appeal made direct to subconscious self. Unfavorable reactions, none. Favorable reactions, increased physical and mental strength. He laid down his pencil as with a gesture of impatience at its uselessness, and sat back in the chair thinking. The effect NH had upon other people was here again confirmed. That, at least, seemed reasonably clear. Vitality was increased. Heart and mind caught up an extra gear. Thought leapt, if extravagantly, towards speculation. Emotion deepened, if ecstatically, towards belief. All the normal reactions of the system were speeded up and strengthened. Consciousness was intensified. More than this, with some it was extended and subliminal powers were set free. In his own experience, this had been the case. The sight, hearing, even a mild degree of divination, had opened in his being. It had similarly taken place with Debenham, an unlikely subject, who fought against acknowledging it. Father Collins, too, he suspected, he recalled his behavior and strange language, had known also a temporary extension of faculty outside the normal field. He remembered again the customs official, Charing Cross Station, and a dozen other minor instances. Indications as yet were slight, he realized, but they were valuable. Such abnormal experiences, moreover, each one interpreted, respectively, in the terms of his own individual being, of his own temperament, his own personal shibboleths. The law governing unusual experience operated invariably. Was not his own particular vision easily explained? It might indeed, had it happened earlier, had found a place in his own book of advanced psychology. He reflected rapidly. He believed the industrial system lay at the root of civilization's crumbling, and that man must return to nature. Therefore, his yearnings dramatized themselves in personified representations of the beauty of nature. He could trace every detail of his vision to some intense but unrealized yearning, to some deep hope, desire, dream as yet unfulfilled. Always these yearnings and wishes unfulfilled. Color, form, and sound again, he used them one and all in his treatment of special cases, and felt hurt by the ignorant scoffing and denial of his brother doctors. Hence their present dramatization. His immense belief, again, in the results upon the race, when once the subliminal powers should have reached the stage where they could be used at will for practical purposes, this, in its turn, led him to hope, perhaps to believe, that this strange case might prove to be some fabulous, bright messenger who brought glad tidings. All was explicable enough. A smile stole over his face. He began to laugh quietly to himself. Yes, he could explain all, trace all to something or other in his being, yet he knew that the real explanation, well, his cleverest intellectual explanation and analysis were worthless after all, for here lay something utterly beyond his knowledge and experience. The note of another searcher recurred to him. Each human being has within himself that restless, creative fantasy which is ever engaged in assuaging the harshness of reality. Whoever gives himself unsparingly and carefully to self-observation will realize that there dwells within him something which would gladly hide up and cover all that is difficult and questionable in life, and thus procure an easy and free path. Insanity grants the upper hand to this something. When once it is uppermost, reality is more or less quickly driven out. But he knew quite well that, although he belonged to what he called the unstable, the something which Jung referred to had by no means obtained the upper hand. The vista opening to his inner sight led towards a new reality. Ah, if he could only persuade Paul Debenham to see what he saw. End of Chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Bright Messenger by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger. Chapter 22. Lady Gleason had heard from a Promethean what had transpired in the studio after she had left, and her interest was immensely stimulated. These details she had not known when she had driven her hero home, and had felt so strangely drawn to him that she had kissed him in front of Dr. Fillery, as though she caressed a prisoner under the eyes of the warder. She made her little plans accordingly. It was some days, however, before they bore fruit. The telephone at last rang. It was Dr. Fillery. The nerves in her quivered with anticipation. Debenham, it appeared, had been away, and her kind letters and presents, he regretted to find, had remained unanswered and unacknowledged. Mr. LeVallon had been in the country too, with his colleague, and letters had not been forwarded. Oh, it would do him good to see people. It would be delightful if she could spare a moment to look in. Perhaps for a cup of tea tomorrow. No, tomorrow she was engaged. The next day, then. The next day it was. In the morning arrived a brief letter from Mr. LeVallon himself. "You will come to tea tomorrow. I thank you. Julian LeVallon." Yet there was something both in Dr. Fillery's voice as in this enigmatic letter that she did not like. She felt puzzled somewhere. The excitement of a novel intrigue with this unusual youth, nonetheless, was stimulating. She decided to go to tea. She put off a couple of engagements in order to be free. A servant let her in. She went upstairs. There was no sign of Dr. Fillery, nor, thank heaven, of Debenham either. Tea, she saw, was laid for two in the private sitting-room. LeVallon, seated in an armchair by the open window, looked magnificent and overpowering, as she called it. He rose at once to greet her. "Thank you," he said in his great voice. "I am glad to see you." He said it perfectly, as though it had been taught him. He took her hand. Her ravishing smile, perhaps, he did not notice. His face, at any rate, was grave. His height, his broad shoulders, his inexperienced eyes and manner again delighted Lady Gleason. The effect upon her receptive temperament, at any rate, was instantaneous. That he showed no cordiality, did not smile, and that his manner was constrained, meant nothing to her, or meant what she wished it to mean. He was somewhat overcome, of course, she reflected, that she was here at all. She began at once. Sitting composedly on the edge of the table, so that her pretty silk stockings were visible to the extent she thought just right, she dangled her slim legs and looked him straight in the eyes. She was full of confidence. Her attitude said plainly, "I'm taking a lot of trouble, but you're worth it." "Mr. LeVallon," she purred in a teasing, yet determined voice, "why do you ignore me?" There was an air of finality about the words. She meant to know. LeVallon met her eyes with a look of puzzled surprise, but did not answer. He stood in front of her. He looked really magnificent, a perfect study of the athlete in repose. He might have been a fine Greek statue. "Why," she repeated, her lip quivering slightly, "do you ignore me? I want the truth," she added. She was delighted to see how taken aback he was. "You don't dislike me." It was not a question. Into his eyes stole an expression she could not exactly fathom. She judged, however, that he felt awkward, foolish. Her interest doubtless robbed him of any savoir-faire he might possess. This talk face to face was a little too much for any young man, but for a simple country youth it was, of course, more than disconcerting. "I'm Lady Gleason," she informed him, smiling precisely in the way she knew had troubled so many other men. "Angela," she added softly. "You've had my books and flowers and letters, yet you continue to ignore me. Why, please?" With a different smile and a pathetic, childish voice, "Have I offended you somehow? Do I displease you?" LeVallon stared at her as though he was not quite certain who she actually was, yet as though he ought to know, and that her words now reminded him. He stared at her with what she called his awkward and confused expression, but which Fillery, had he been present, would have recognized as due to his desire to help a pitiful and hungry creature, that, in a word, his instinct for service had been a little stirred. The scene was certainly curious and unusual. LeVallon, with his great strength and dignity, yet something tender, pathetic in his bearing, stood staring at her. Lady Gleason, brimming with a sense of easy victory, sat on the table edge, her pretty legs well forward, knowing herself divinely gowned. She had her victim, surely, at a disadvantage. She felt at the same time a faint uneasiness she could not understand. She concealed it, however. "I suffer here," he said suddenly in a quiet tone. She gave a start. It was the phrase he had used before. She thrilled. She hitched her skirt a fraction higher. "Julian, poor boy," she said, then stared at him. "How innocent you are." She said it with apparent impulse, though her little frenzied mind was busy calculating. There came a pause. He said nothing. He was, apparently, quite innocent, extraordinarily, exasperatingly innocent. In a low voice, smiling shyly, she added, as though it cost her a great effort, "You do not recognize what is yours." "You are sacred," he replied with startling directness, as though he suddenly understood, yet was stupidly perplexed. "You already have your man." Lady Gleason gulped down a spasm of laughter. How slow these countrymen could be! Yet she must not shock him. He was suffering besides. This yokel from the woods and mountains needed a little coaxing. It was natural enough. She must explain and teach, it seemed. Well, he was worth the trouble. His beauty was mastering her already. She loved, in particular, his innocence, his shyness, his obvious respect. She almost felt herself a magnanimous woman. "My man," she mentioned. "Oh, he's finished with me long ago. He's bored. He has gone elsewhere. I am alone," she added with an impromptu inspiration, "and free to choose. It must be pain and loneliness to you." LeVallon looked, she thought, embarrassed. He was struggling with himself, of course. She left the table and came up close to him. She stood on tiptoe so that her breath might touch his face. Her eyes shone with fire. Her voice trembled a little. It was very low. "I choose you," she whispered. She cast down her shining eyes. Her lips took on a prim, inviting turn. She knew she was irresistible like that. She stood back a step, as if expecting some tumultuous onslaught. She waited. But the onslaught did not come. LeVallon, towering above her, merely stared. His arms hung motionless. There was indeed expression in his face, but it was not the expression that she expected, longed for, deemed her due. It puzzled her as something entirely new. "Me," he repeated in an even tone. He gazed at her in a peculiar way. Was it appraisement? Was it halting wonder at his marvelous good fortune? Was it that he hesitated, judging her? He seemed, she thought once for an instant, curiously indifferent. Something in his voice startled her. The moment's pause, at any rate, was afflicting. Her spirit burned within her. Only her supreme belief in herself prevented a premature explosion. Yet something troubled her as well. A tremor ran through her. LeVallon, she remembered, was LeVallon. His own thought and feeling lay hidden from her blunt perception, since she read no signs unless they were painfully obvious. But in his mind, in his feeling rather, since he did not think, ran evidently the sudden knowledge of what her meaning was. He understood. But also, perhaps he remembered what Fillery had told him. For a long time he kept silent, the emotions in him apparently at grips. Was he suddenly going to carry her away, as he had done with that little Russian poseuse? She watched him. He was intensely busy with what occupied his mind, for though he did not speak, his lips were moving. She watched him, impatient, and wonder in her, impatience at his slowness, wonder as to what he would do and say when at last his simple mind had decided. And again the odd touch of fear stole over her. Something warned her. This young man thrilled her, but he certainly was strange. This was, indeed, a new experience. Whatever was he thinking about? What in the world was he going to say? His lips were still moving. There was a light in his face. She imagined the very words, could almost read them, hear them. There. Then she heard them, heard some at any rate, distinctly. "You are an animal, yet you walk upright." The scene that followed went like lightning. Before Lady Gleeson could move or speak, however, he also said another thing that for one pulsing second, and for the first time in her life, made her own utter worthlessness become appallingly clear to her. It explained the touch of fear. Even her one true thing, her animal passion, was a trumpery affair. "There is nothing in you I can work with," he said with gentle, pitying sympathy. "Nothing I can use." Then Lady Gleeson blazed. Vanity instantly restored self-confidence. It seemed impossible to believe her ears. What had he done? What had he said that caused the explosion? He watched her abrupt, spasmodic movements with amazement. They were so ugly, so unrhythmical. Their violence was so wasteful. "You insult me!" she cried, making these violent movements of her whole body that, to him, were unintelligible. "How dare you! You—" The breath choked her. "Cad," he helped her, so suddenly that another mind not far away might almost have dropped the word purposely into his own. "I am so pained," he added, "so pained." He gazed at her as though he longed to help. "For you, I know, are valuable to him who holds you sacred, to your husband." Lady Gleeson simply could not credit her ears. This neat, though unintentional, way of transferring the epithet to her who deserved it left her speechless. Her fury increased with her inability to express it. She could have struck him, killed him on the spot. Her face changed from white to crimson, like some toy with a trick of light inside it. She seemed to emit sparks. She was transfixed, and the shiver that ran through her was, perhaps for once, both sexual and spiritual at once. "You insult me!" she cried again, helplessly. "You insult me!" "If there was something in you I could work with, help," he began, his face showing a tender sympathy that enraged her even more. He started suddenly, looking closer into her blazing eyes. "Ah," he said quickly below his breath, "the fire, the little fire." His expression altered, but Lady Gleeson, full of her grievance, did not catch the words, it seemed. "In my tenderest, my most womanly feelings," she choked on, yet noticing the altered expression on his face. "How dare you?" Her voice became shrill and staccato. Then suddenly, mistaking the look in his eyes for shame, she added, "You shall apologize! You shall apologize at once!" She screamed the words. They were the only ones that her outraged feelings found. "You show yourself, my fire," he was saying softly in his deep, resonant voice. "Oh, I see and worship now. I understand a little." His look astonished her even in the middle of her anger, the pity, kindness, gentleness in it. The bewilderment she did not notice. It was the evident desire to be of service to her, to help and comfort, that infuriated her. The superiority was more than she could stand. "And on your knees!" she yelped. "On your knees, too!" Drawing herself up, she pointed to the carpet with an air of some tragedy queen to whom a lost self-respect came slowly back. "Down there!" she added, as the gleaming buckle on her shoe indicated the spot. She did not forget to show her pretty stockings as well. The picture was comic in the extreme, yet with a pathetic twist about it that, had she possessed a single grain of humor, must have made her feel foolish and shamed until she died, for his kneeling position rendered her insignificance so obvious it was painful in the extreme. LeVallon clasped his hands. His face, wearing a dignity and tenderness that emphasized its singular innocence and beauty, gazed up into her trivial prettiness, as she sat on the edge of the table behind her, glaring down at him with angry but still hungry eyes. "I should have helped and worshipped," his deep voice thrilled. "I am ashamed. Always, you are sacred, wonderful. I did not recognize your presence calling me. I did not hear nor understand. I am ashamed." The strange words she did not comprehend, even if she heard them properly. For one moment she knew a dreadful feeling that they were not addressed to her at all. But the sense of returning triumph, the burning desire to extract from him the last ounce of humiliation, to make him suffer as much as in her power lay, these emotions deadened any perceptions of a subtler kind. He was kneeling at her feet, stammering his abject apology, and the sight was wine and food to her. Though she could have crushed him with her foot, she could equally have flung herself in utter abandonment before his glorious crouching strength. She adored the scene. He looked magnificent on his knees. He was. She believed she too looked magnificent. "You apologize to me," she said in a trembling voice, tense with mingled passions. "Oh, with what sadness for my mistake you cannot know," was his strange reply. His voice rang with sincerity, his eyes held a yearning that almost lent him radiance. Yet it was the sense of power he gave that thrilled Lady Gleeson most, for she could not understand it. Again, a passing hint of something remote, incalculable, touched her sense of awe. She shivered slightly. LeVallon did not move. Appeased, yet puzzled, she lowered her face, now pale and intense with eagerness, towards his own, hardly conscious that she did so, while the faint idea again went past her that he addressed his astonishing words elsewhere. Blind vanity at once dismissed the notion, though the shock of its brief disthroning had been painful. She found satisfaction for her wounded soul. A man who had scorned her now squirmed before her beauty on his knees, desiring her, but too late. "You have some manhood after all!" she exclaimed, still fierce, the upper lip just revealing the shining little teeth. Her power at last had touched him. He suffered, and she was glad. "I worship," he repeated, looking through her this time, if not actually past her. "You are sacred, the source of all my life and power." His pain, his worship, the aching passion in him made her forget the insult. Upon that face upturned so close to hers, she now breathed softly. "I'll try," she said more calmly. "I'll try and forgive you, just this once." The suffering in his eyes, so close against her own, dawned more and more on her. "There now," she added impulsively, "perhaps I will forgive you, altogether." It was a moment of immense and queenly generosity. She felt sublime. LeVallon, however, made no rejoinder. One might have thought he had not heard, only his head sank lower a little before her. She had him at her mercy now. The rapt and wonderful expression in his eyes delighted her. She bent slightly nearer and made as though to kiss him, when a new idea flashed suddenly through her mind. This forgiveness was a shade too quick, too easy. Oh, she knew men. She was not without experience. She acted with instant decision upon her new idea, as though delay might tempt her to yield too soon. She straightened up with a sudden jerk, touched his cheek with her hand, then, with a swinging swish of her skirts, but without a single further word, she swept across the room. She went out, throwing him a last glance just before she closed the door. At his kneeling figure and upturned face she flung this last glance of murderous fascination. But LeVallon did not move or turn his head. He made no sign. His attitude remained precisely as before, face upturned, hands clasped, his expression rapt and grave as ever. His voice continued. "I worship you forever. I did not know you in that little shape. O wondrous central fire, teach me to be aware of you with awe, with joy, with love, even in the smallest things. O perfect flame behind all form." For a long time his deep tones poured their resonant vibration through the room. There came an answering music, low, faint, continuous, a long, deep rhythm running in it. There was a scent of flowers, of open space, a fragrance of a mountain top. The sounds, the perfume, the touch of cool, refreshing wind rose round him, increasing with every minute, till it seemed as though some energy informed them. At the center he knelt steadily, light glowing faintly in his face and on his skin. A vortex of energy swept round him. He drew upon it. His own energy was increased and multiplied. He seemed to grow more radiant. A few minutes later the door opened softly and Dr. Fillery looked in, hesitated for a second, then advanced into the room. He paused before the kneeling figure. It was noticeable that he was not startled, and that his face wore no expression of surprise. A smile indeed lay on his lips. He noticed the scent of flowers, a sweetness in the air as after rain. He felt the immense vitality, the exhilaration, the peace and power too. He had made no sound, but the other, aware of his presence, rose to his feet. "I disturbed you," said Fillery. "I'm sorry. Shall I go?" "I was worshipping," replied N.H. "No, do not go. There was a little flash." He looked about him for an instant, as if slightly bewildered. "A little sign. Something I might have helped, but it has gone again. Then I worshipped, asking for more power. You notice it?" he asked with a radiant smile. "I notice it," said Fillery, smiling back. He paused a moment. His eye took in the tea things and saw they were untouched. He felt the teapot. It was still warm. "Come," he said happily. "We'll have some tea together. I'll send for a fresh brew." He rang the bell, then arranged the chairs a little differently. "Your visitor?" he asked. "You are expecting someone?" N.H. looked round him suddenly. "Oh!" he exclaimed. "But she has gone." His surprise was comical, but the expression on the face changed in his rapid way at once. "I remember now. Your Lady Gleeson came," he added, a touch of gentle sadness in his voice. "I gave her pain. You had told me. I forgot." "You did well," Fillery commented with smiling approval, as though the entire scene was known to him. "You did very well. It is a pity, only, that she left too soon. If she had stayed for your worship, your wind and fire might have helped." N.H. shook his head. "There is nothing I can work with," he replied. "She is empty. She destroys only. Why," he added, "does she walk upright?" But Lady Gleeson held very different views on the recent scene. This magnificent young male she had put in his place, but she had not finished with him. No such being had entered her life before. She was woman enough to see he was unusual, but he was magnificent as well, and secretly she loved his grand indifference. She left the house, however, with but an uncertain feeling that the honors were with her. 2 days without a word, a sign from her, would bring him begging to her little feet. But the begging did not come. The bell was silent, the post brought no humble, passionate, abandoned letter. She fumed. She waited. Her husband, recently returned to London and immensely preoccupied with his concessions, her maid too were aware that Lady Gleeson was impatient. The 3rd, the 4th day came, but still no letter. Whereupon it occurred to her that she had possibly gone too far. Having left him on his knees, he was, perhaps, still kneeling in his heart, even prostrate with shame and disappointment. Afraid to write, afraid to call, he knew not what to do. She had evidently administered too severe a lesson. Her callers, meanwhile, convinced her that she was irresistible. There was no woman like her in the world. She had, of course, been too harsh and cruel with this magnificent and innocent youth from the woods and mountains. Thus it was that on the 4th day, feeling magnanimous and generous, big-hearted too, she wrote to him. It would be foolish, in any case, to lose him altogether merely for a moment's pride. Dear Mr. LeVallon, I feel I must send you a tiny word to let you know that I really have forgiven you. You behaved, you know, in a way that no man of my acquaintance has ever done before, but I feel sure now you did not really mean it. Your forest and mountain gods have not taught you to understand civilized women, so I forgive. Please forget it all, as I have forgotten it. Yours, Angela Gleeson. P.S. And you may come and see me soon. To which, 2 days later, came the reply, Dear Lady Gleeson, I thank you. Julian LeVallon. Within an hour of its receipt, she wrote, "Dear Julian, I am so glad you understand. I knew you would. You may come and see me. I will prove to you that you are really forgiven. There is no need to feel embarrassed. I am interested in you and can help you. Believe me, you need a woman's guidance. All I have is yours. I shall be at home this afternoon, alone, from 4 to 7 o'clock. I shall expect you. My love to you and your grand wild gods. Yours, Angela. P.S. I want you to tell me more about your gods, will you?" She sent it by special messenger, reply underlined on the envelope. He did not appear at the appointed hour, but the next morning she received his letter. It came by ordinary post. The writing on the envelope was not his. Either Debenham or Fillery had addressed it, and a twinge of unaccustomed emotion troubled her. Intuition, it seems, survives even in the coarsest, most degraded feminine nature, ruins of some divine prerogative, perhaps. Lady Gleeson, at any rate, flinched uneasily before she opened the long, expected missive. "Dear Lady Gleeson, be sure that you are always under the protection of the gods, even if you do not know them. They are impersonal. They come to you through passion, but not through that love of the naked body, which is lust. I can work with passion, because it is creative, but not with lust, for it is destructive only. Your suffering is the youth and ignorance of the young uncreative animal. I can strive with young animals and can help them, but I cannot work with them. I beg you listen. I love in you the fire, though it is faint and pitiful. Julian." Lady Gleeson read this letter in front of the looking-glass, then stared at her reflection in the mirror. She was dazed, but in spite of the language she thought silly, she caught the blunt refusal of her generous offer. She understood, yet, unable to believe it, she looked at her reflection again, then impulsively went downstairs to see her husband. It really was more than she could bear. The man was mad, but that did not excuse him. "He is a beast," she informed her husband, tearing up the letter angrily before his eyes in the library, while he watched her with a slavish admiration that increased her fury. "He is nothing but an animal," she added. "He's a— "Who?" came the question, as though it had been asked before. For Sir George wore a stolid and patient expression on his kindly face. "That man LeVallon," she told him. "One of Dr. Fillery's cases I tried to help. Now he's written to me." George looked up with infinite patience and desire in his kindly gaze. "Cut him out," he said dryly, as though he was accustomed to such scenes. "Let him rip. Why bother, anyway, with patience?" As he crossed the room to comfort her, knowing that presently the reaction must make him seem more desirable than he really was, "Never in my house again," she sighed, as he approached her lovingly, his fingers in his close brown beard. "He is simply a beast, an animal." End of Chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Bright Messenger by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger. Chapter 23. It was, perhaps, some cosmic humor in the silent, beautiful stars which planned that Nyan's visit should follow upon the very heels of Lady Gleeson's call. Those vast intelligences who note the fall of even a feather, watching and guarding the race so closely that they may be said in human terms to love it, arrange the details possibly, enjoying the result with their careless, sunny laughter. At any rate, Dr. Fillery quickly sent her word, and she came. To lust, N.H. had not reacted. How would it be with love? The beautiful girl entered the room slowly, shyly, as though, certain of herself, she was not quite certain what she was about to meet. Fillery had told her she could help, that she was needed. Therefore she came. There was no thought of self in her. Her first visit to Julian LeVallon after his behavior in the studio had no selfish motive in it. Her self-confidence, however, went only to a certain point. In the interview with Fillery she had easily controlled herself. She was not so sure that her self-control would be adequate now. Though calm outwardly, an inexpressible turmoil surged within. She remembered his strength, virility, and admiration as a woman, his ingenious, childlike innocence. An odd, appealing helplessness in it somewhere touched the mother in her. That she divined this latter was, perhaps, the secret of her power over men. Independent of all they had to offer, she touched the highest in them by making them feel they had need of the highest in herself. She obtained thus, without desiring it, the influence that Lady Gleeson, her antithesis, lacked. They called her Nyan the impersonal. The impersonal in her, nevertheless, that which had withstood the cunning onslaught of every type of male successfully, had received a fundamental shock. Both her modesty and dignity had been assailed, and in public. Others, women among them, had witnessed her apparent yielding to LeVallon's violence, and seen her carried in his arms. They had noted her obvious willingness, had heard her sympathetic cry. She knew quite well what the women thought. Lady Gleeson had written a little note of sympathy, the men as well, and yet she came at Fillery's call to visit, perhaps to help, the offender who had caused it all. As she opened the door, every nerve she possessed was tingling. Her mother in her yearned, but the woman in her sent the blood rushing from her heart in pride, in resentment, in something of anger as well. How had he dared to seize her in that awful way? The outrage and the love both tore at her. Yet Nyan was not the kind to shirk self-revelation when it came. She brought some hidden secret with her, although as yet herself uncertain what that secret was. Fillery met her on the threshold with his sweet tact and sympathy as usual. He had an authoritative and paternal air that helped and comforted her, and, as she took his hand at once, the look she gave him was more kind and tender than she knew. The last trace of self, at any rate, went out of her as she felt his touch. "Here I am," she said. "You sent for me. I promised you." He replied in a low tone, "There's no need to refer to anything, of course. Assume, I suggest, that he has forgotten all that happened, and you have forgotten too." He was aware of nothing but her eyes. The softness, the delicate perfume, the perfect voice, even the fur and flowers, all were summed up in her eyes alone. In those eyes he could have lost himself, perhaps forever. He led her into the room, a certain abruptness in his manner. "I shall leave you alone," he whispered, using his professional voice. "It is best that he should see you quite alone. I shall not be far away, but you will find him perfectly quiet. He understands that you are—" his tone changed upon the adjective—"sacred." "Sacred," she murmured to herself, repeating the word. "Sacred." They smiled, and the door closed behind her. Across the room rose the tall figure of the man she had come to see, dressed in dark blue, a low white shirt open at the neck, a blue tie that matched the strong, clear eyes, the wondrous hair crowning the whole like a flame. The slant of wintry sunlight by chance just caught the great figure as it rose, lightly, easily, as though it floated up out of the floor before her. And as by magic, the last uncertainty in her disappeared. She knew herself akin to this radiant shape of blue and gold. Knew also, mysteriously, in a way entirely beyond her to explain, knew why Edward Fillery was dear to her. Was it that something in the three of them pertained to a common origin? The conviction, half thought, half feeling, rose in her as she looked into the blue eyes facing her and took the outstretched hand. "You strange lost being, no one will understand you here." The words flashed through her mind of their own accord, instantly, spontaneously, yet were almost forgotten the same second in the surge of more commonplace feeling that rose after. Only the "here" proved their origin not entirely forgotten. It was the selfless, mothering instinct that now dominated, but the division in her had, nonetheless, been indicated as by a white piercing light that searched her inmost nature. That added "here" laid bare, she felt, some part of her which, with all other men, was clothed and covered away. Realized though dimly, this troubled her clearer mind, as she took the chair he offered, the conviction that she must tend and care for, even love this strange youth, as though he were in exile and none but herself could understand him. She heard the deep, resonant voice in the air in front of her. "I am not lost now," he said, with his radiant smile, as if he pierced her thought from the expression in her face. "I wish to take you away, to take you back. I wish it still." He stood gazing down at her. The deep tones, the shining eyes, the towering stature with its quiet strength, these added to the directness of the language, confused her for a moment. The words were so entirely unexpected. Fillery had led her to suppose otherwise. Yet, before the blazing innocence in his face and manner, her composure at once returned. She found no words at first. She smiled up into his eyes, then pointed to a chair. Seated, he would be more manageable, she felt. His upright stature was so overpowering. "You had forgotten," he went on, obeying her wish and sitting down. "But I could not know that you had forgotten. I apologize." The words sounded oddly on his lips, as though learned recently. "For making you suffer." Forgotten. A swift intuition, due to some as yet undecipherable kinship, told her that the word bore no reference to the studio scene. Some larger meaning, scaled to an immenser map, came with it. An unrealized emotion stirred faintly in her as she heard. Her first sight of him as a figure of light returned. "But that is all forgiven now," she replied calmly in her firm, gentle voice. "We need not speak of it. You understand now," she ended lamely, "that it is not possible." He listened intently, gravely, as though with a certain effort, his head bent forward to catch every syllable. And as he bent, peering, listening, he might have been some other-worldly being staring down through a window in the sky into the small confusions of Earth's affairs. "Yes," he said, the moment she stopped speaking. "I understand now. I shall never make you suffer again. Only, I could not know that you had forgotten so completely." "Forgotten?" she again repeated in spite of herself, for the way he uttered the word again stirred that nameless, deep emotion in her. Their attitudes respectively were changing. She no longer felt that she could mother this great figure before her. "Where we belong," he answered in his great, quiet voice. "There," he added, in a way that made it the counterpart of her own spontaneous and intuitive "here." "It is so easy. I had forgotten too. But Fillery, dear Fillery, helps me to remember, and the stars and flowers and wind, these help me too. And then you. When I saw you, I suddenly remembered more. I was so happy. I remembered what I had left to come among men and women. I knew that Fillery and you belonged there with me. You both had come down for a little time, come down here, but had remained too long. You had become almost as men and women are. I remembered everything when I saw your eyes. I was so happy in a moment as I looked at you that I felt I must go back, go home. The central fire called me, called us all three. I wanted to escape and take you with me. I knew by your eyes that you were ready. You called to Fillery. We were off." He paused a moment while she listened in breathless silence. "Then, suddenly, you refused. You resisted. Something prevented. The messengers were there when suddenly—" An expression of yearning pain clouded his great eyes a moment. "You forgot again. I forgot too, forgot everything. The darkness came. It was cold. My enemy, the water, caught me." He stopped and passed his hands across his forehead, sighing, his eyes fixed upon vacancy, as with an intense effort to recover something. "And I still forget," he went on, the yearning now transferred from the eyes to the lowered voice. "I can remember nothing again. All is gone from me." The light in his face actually grew dimmer as he slowly uttered the words. He leaned back in his big armchair. Again it occurred to her that it was as if he drew back from that window in the sky. A curious hollow, empty of life, seemed to drop into the room between them as his voice ceased. While he had been speaking, the girl watched and listened with intense interest and curiosity. She remembered he was a patient, yet no touch of uneasiness or nervousness was in her. His strange words, meaningless as they might seem, woke deep echoes of some dim, buried recognition in her. It amazed and troubled her. This young man, this sinner against the conventions whom she had come to comfort and forgive, held the reins already. What had happened, what was happening, and how did he contrive it? She was aware of a clear, divining knowledge in him, a power, a directness she could not fathom. He seemed to read her inside out. It was more than uncanny. It was spiritual. It mastered her. During his speech, he remained very still, without gesture, without change of expression in his face. He made no movement. Only his voice deepened and grew rhythmical. And a power emanated from him she hardly dared resist, much less deny. His voice, his words, reached depths in her she scarcely knew herself. He was so strong, so humble, so simple, yet so strangely peaceful. And, suddenly she realized it, so far beyond her, yet akin. She became aware that the figure seated in the chair, watching her, talking, was but a fraction of his whole self. He was—the word occurred to her—immense. Was she, too, immense? More than troubled, she was profoundly stimulated. The mothering instinct in her for the first time seemed to fail a little. The woman in her trembled, not quite sure of itself. But besides these two, there was another part of her that listened and felt joy, a white, radiant joy, which, if she allowed, must become ecstasy. Whence came this hint of unearthly rapture? Again there rose before her the two significant words, "there" and "here." "I do not quite understand," she replied after a moment's pause, looking into his eyes steadily, her voice firm, her young face very sweet. "I do not fully understand, perhaps, but I sympathize." Then she added suddenly, with a little smile, "But, at any rate, I did not come to make you apologize, Julian. Please be sure of that. I came to see if I might be of any use, if there was anything I might do to make—" His quick interruption transfixed her. "You came," he said in a distinct, low tone, "because you love me and wish me to love you." "But we do love already. You, dear Fillery, and I. Only our love is in that great service where we all three belong. It is not of this. It is not here. making an impatient gesture with his hand to indicate his general surroundings. He broke off instantly, noticing the expression in her face. She had realized suddenly, as he spoke, the blind fury of reproduction that sweeps helpless men and women everywhere into union, then flings them aside exhausted, useless, its purpose accomplished. Though herself never yet caught by it, the vivid realization made her turn from life with pity and revulsion. Yet were these thoughts her own? Whence did they come, if not? And what was this new blind thing straining in her mind for utterance, bursting upwards like a flame, threatening to split it asunder even in its efforts to escape? "What are these words we use?" darted across her. "What do they mean? What is it we're talking about, really? I don't know quite. Yes, it's real. Yes, real and true. Only it's beyond our words. It's something I know but have forgotten." That was his word again. Forgotten. While they used words together, something in her went stumbling, groping, thrusting towards a great shining revelation for which no words existed, and in a strange, deep anguish seized her suddenly. "Oh," he cried, "I make you suffer again. The fire leaves you. You are white. I will apologize." He slipped onto his knees before her. "But you do not understand. It was not your sacredness I spoke of." Already on his knees before her, but level with her face owing to his great stature, gazing into her eyes with an expression of deep tenderness, humility, almost suffering, he added, "It was our other love I meant, our great, happy service, the thing we have forgotten. You came, I thought, to help me to remember that. The way home, I saw you knew." The light streamed back into his face and eyes. The tumult and confusion in the girl were natural enough. Her resourcefulness, however, did not fail her at this curious and awkward moment. His words, his conduct, were more than she could fathom, yet behind both she divined a source of remote inspiration she had never known before in any man. The beauty and innocence on the face arrested her faculties for a second. That nameless emotion stirred again. A glimmer of some faint, distant light, whose origin she could not guess, passed flickering across her inner tumult. Some faculty she could not name, at any rate, blew suddenly into white heat in her. This youth on his knees before her had spoken truth. Without knowing it even herself, she had given him her love, a virgin love, a woman's love hitherto unawakened in her by any other man, but a love not of this earth quite, because of him who summoned it into sudden flower. Yet at the same time he denied the need of it. He spoke of some marvelous great shining service that was different from the love of man and woman. This, too, as some forgotten, lost ideal, she knew was also true. Her mind, her heart, her experience, her deepest womanly nature, these she realized in a glowing instant of extraordinary divination, were at variance in her. She trembled. She knew not what to do, or say, or think. And again it came to her that the visible shape before her was but the insignificant fraction of a being whose true life spread actively and unconfined through infinite space. She then did something that was prompted, though she did not know it thus, by her singleness of heart, her purity of soul and body, her unique and natural instinct to be of use, of service, to others. The accumulated practice and effort of her entire life provided the action along a natural line of least resistance. She bent down and put her arm and hand round his great shoulder. She lowered her face. She kissed him most tenderly, with a mother's love, a woman's secret passion perhaps, but yet with something else as well she could not name. an unearthly yearning for a greater ideal than anything she had yet known on Earth among humanity. It was the invisible she kissed. And love alone, she realized with immense relief, justified her action, for he did not return the kiss. At the same time, she had known quite well it would be thus. That kiss trembled, echoed in her own greater, unrealized self as well. "What is it?" she whispered, a mysterious passion surging up in her as she raised him to his feet. "That you remember and wish to recover, for us all. Can you tell me? What is this great, happy, deathless service that we have forgotten?" Her voice trembled a little. An immense sense of joy, of liberty, shook out its sunlit wings. His expression, as he rose, was something between that of a child and a faithful yearning animal, but of a divine animal, though she did not know the phrase. Its purity, its sweetness, its power — it was the power she noticed chiefly — were superb. "I cannot tell, I cannot remember," his voice said softly, for all its resonant, virile depth. "It is some state we all have come from, into this. We are strangers here. This brain and intellect, this coarse, thick feeling, this selfishness, this want of harmony and working together, all this is new and strange to us. It is of blind and clumsy children. This love of one single person for one other single person, it is so pitiful. We three have come into this for a time, a little time. It is pain and misery. It is prison. Each one works only for himself. There is no joy. They know nothing of our great service. We cannot show them. Let us go back." Another pause fell between them, another of those singular hollows she had felt before. But this time the hollow was not empty. It was brimmed with surging life. The gulf between her earthly state and another that was nameless, a gulf usually unbridgeable, the fixed gulf, as an old book has it, which may not be crossed without danger to the race, for whose protection it exists. This childhood simile occurred to her, and a sense of awe stirred in her being. It was the realization that this gulf or hollow, now brimmed with life, that it could be crossed, that she might step over into another place. The sense of awe rose thence, yet came certainly neither from the woman nor the mother in her. "I am of another place," LeVallon went on, plucking the thought naked from her inmost being. "For I am come here recently, and the purpose of my coming is hidden from me, and memory is dark. But it is not entirely dark. Sometimes I half remember. Stars, flowers, fire, wind, women, here and there, bring light into the darkness." "Oh," he cried suddenly, "how wonderful they are! How wonderful you are, on that account, to me!" The voice held a strange, evoking power, perhaps. 1,000 yearnings she had all her life suppressed because they interfered with her duty, as she conceived it, here and now, fluttered like rising flames within her as she listened. His voice now increased in volume and rhythm, though still quiet and low-pitched. It was as if a great wind poured behind it with tremendous vibrations, through it, lifting her out of a limited, cramped, everyday self. A delicious warmth of happy comfort, of acceptance, of enthusiasm glowed in her. And LaVallon's face, she saw, had become radiant, almost as though it emanated light. This light entered her being and brought joy again. "Joy," he said, reading her thought and feeling. "Joy." "Joy, another place," she heard herself repeating, her eyes now fixed upon his own. She felt lighter, caught up and away a little, lifted above the solid earth, as if it was heat that lightened and wind that bore her upwards. Everything in her became intensified. "Another state, Another place." Her voice seemed to borrow something of the rhythm in his own, though she did not notice it. "But not away from Earth, this beautiful Earth." With a happy smile she added, "I love the dear kind Earth. I love it." The light on his face increased. "The Earth we love and serve," he said, "is beautiful. But here—" He looked about him round the room, at the trees waving through the window, at the misty sky above, draping the pale light of the sun. "Here I am on the surface only. There is confusion and struggle. Everything quarrels against everything else. It is discord and disorder. There is no harmony. Here, on the surface, everything is separate. There is no working together. It is all pain, each little part fighting for itself. Here, I am outside. There is no joy." It was the phrase, "I am outside," that flashed something more of his meaning into her. His full meaning lay beyond actual words, perhaps, but this phrase fell like a shock into that inmost self which he had deliberately put away. "You are from inside, yes," she exclaimed, marveling afterwards that she had said it. "Within, nearer to the center." And he took the abrupt interruption as though they both understood and spoke of the same one thing together, having found a language born of similar great yearnings and of forgotten knowledge, times, states, conditions, places. "I come," he said, his voice, his bright smile alive with the pressure of untold desire, "from another place, that is, yes, inside, nearer to the center. I have forgotten almost everything. I remember only that there was harmony, love, work, and happiness, all combined in the perfect liberty of our great service. We served the earth. We helped the life upon it. There was no end, no broken fragments, no failure." The voice touched, chanting, "There was no death." He rose suddenly and came over to her side, and instinctively the girl stood up. What she felt and thought as she heard the strange language he used, she hardly knew herself. She only knew in that moment an immense desire to help her kind, an intensification of that great ideal of impersonal service which had always been the keynote of her life. This became vividly stimulated in her. It rose like a dominating, overmastering passion. The sense of ineffectual impotence, of inability to accomplish anything of value against the stolid odds life set against her, the uselessness of her efforts with the majority, in a word, seemed brushed away, as though greater powers of limitless extent were now at last within her reach. This blazed in her like fire. It shone in her big dark eyes that looked straight into his as they stood facing one another. "And that service," he went on in his deep, vibrating, half-singing tone, "I see in dear Fillery and in you. I know my own kind. We three, at least, belong. I know my own." The voice seemed to shake her like a wind. At the last two words, her soul leapt within her. It seemed quite natural that his great arm should take her breast and shoulder, and that his lips should touch her cheek and hair, for there was worship in both gestures. "Our greater service," she whispered, trembling. "Tell me of that. What is it?" His touch against her was like the breath of fire. Her womanly instincts, so-called, her maternal love, her feminine impulses deserted her. She was aware solely at that moment of the proximity of a being who called her to a higher, to, at any rate, a different state, to something beyond the impoverished conditions of humanity as she had hitherto experienced it, to something she had ever yearned and longed for without knowing what it was. An extraordinary sense of enormous liberty swept over her again. His voice broke, and the rhythm failed. "I cannot tell you," he replied mournfully, the light fading a little from his eyes and face. "I have forgotten. That other place is hidden from me. I am in exile," he added slowly, "but with you and Fillery." His blue eyes filled with moisture. The expression of troubled loneliness was one she had never seen before on any human face. "I suffer," he added gently. "We all suffer." And at the sight of it, the yearning to help, to comfort, to fulfill her role as mother returned confusingly, and rose in her like a tide. He was so big and strong and splendid. He was so helpless. It was, perhaps, the innocence in the great blue eyes that conquered her, for the first time in her life. But beside the mother in her, stirred also the natural woman, and beyond this again rose the accumulated power of the entire race. The instinct of all the women of the planet since the world began drove at her. Not easily may an individual escape the deep slavery of the herd. The young girl wavered and hesitated. Caught by so many emotions that whirled her as in a vortex, the direction of the resultant impetus hung doubtful for some time. During the half-hour's talk, she had entered deeper water than she had ever dared or known before. Life hitherto, so far as men were concerned, had been a simple and an easy thing that she had mastered without difficulty. Her real self lay still unscarred within her. Freely she had given the mothering care and sympathy that were so strong in her, the more freely because the men who asked of her were children, one and all, children who needed her, but from whom she asked nothing in return. If they fell in love, as they usually did, she knew exactly how to lift their emotion in a way that saved them pain while it left herself untouched. None reached her real being, which thus remained unscathed, for none offered the lifting glory that she craved. Here, for the first time facing her, stood a being of another type, and that unscathed self in her went trembling at the knowledge. Here was a power she could not play with, could not dominate, but a power that could play with her as easily as the hurricane with the flying leaf. It was not his words, his strange beauty, his great strength that mastered her, though these brought their contribution doubtless. The power she felt emanated unconsciously from him, and was used unconsciously. It was all about him. She realized herself a child before him, and this realization sweetened, though it confused her being. He so easily touched depths in her she had hardly recognized herself. He could so easily lift her to terrific heights. Various sides of her became dominant in turn. The inmost tumult of a good woman's heart is not given to men to read, perhaps, but the final impetus resulting from the whirlpool tossed her at length in a very definite direction. She found her feet again. The determining factor that decided the issue of the struggle was a small and very human one. He appealed to the woman in her, yet what stirred the woman was the vital and afflicting factor that he did not need her. He wished to help, to lift her towards some impersonal ideal that remained his secret. He wished to give, he could give, while she, for her part, had nothing that he needed. Indeed, he asked for nothing. He was as independent of her as she was independent of these other men. And the woman, now faced for the first time with this entirely new situation, decided automatically that he should learn to need her. He must. Though she had nothing that he wanted from her, she must, on that very account, give all. The sacrifice which stands ready for the fire in every true feminine heart was lighted there and then. She had found her master and her God. Half measures were not possible to her. She stood naked at the altar. But in her sacrifice, he too, the priest, the deity, the master, he also should find love. Such is the woman's power, however, to conceal from herself the truth, that she did not recognize at first what this decision was. She disguised it from her own heart, yet quite honestly. She loved him and gave him all she had to give forever and ever, even though he did not ask nor need her love. This she grasped. Her role must be one of selfless sacrifice. But the deliberate purpose behind her real decision she disguised from herself with complete success. It lay there nonetheless, strong, vital, very simple. She would teach him love. Alone of all men, Edward Fillery could have drawn up this motive from its inmost hiding place in her deep subconscious being and have made it clear to her. Dr. Fillery, had he been present, would have discerned it in her, as, indeed, he did discern it later. He had, for that matter, already felt its prophecy with a sinking heart when he planned bringing them together. Irada might suffer at LeVallon's hands. But Fillery, apparently, was not present, and Nyan Kilcoff remained unaware of self-deception. "LeVallon needs your care and sympathy. You can help him," she remembered. This she believed, and love did the rest. So intricate, so complex were the emotions in her that she realized one thing only: she must give all without thought of self. "When half-gods go, the gods arrive," sang in her heart. She was a woman, one of a mighty and innumerable multitude, and collective instinct urged her irresistibly. But it hid at the same time with lovely care the imperishable desire and intention that the arriving god must love her in return. The youth stood facing her while this tumult surged within her heart and mind. Outwardly calm, she still gazed into the clear blue eyes that shone with moisture as he repeated, half to himself and half to her, "We are in exile here. We suffer. We have forgotten." His hands were stretched towards her, and she took them in her own and held them a moment. "But you and I," he went on, "you and I and Fillery shall remember again, soon. We shall know why we are here. We shall do our happy work together here. We shall then return, escape." His deep tones filled the air. At the sound of the other name a breath of sadness, of disappointment touched her coldly. The familiar name had faded. It was, as always, dear, but its potency had dimmed. The sun was down and a soft dusk covered all. A faint wind rustled in the garden trees through the open window. "Fillery," she murmured. "Edward Fillery. He loved me. He has loved me always." The little words, they sounded little for the first time, she uttered almost in a whisper that went lost against the figure of LeVallon towering above her through the twilight. "We are together." His great voice caught her whisper in the immense vibration drowning it. "The love of our happy impersonal service brings us all together. We have forgotten, but we shall remember soon." It seemed to her that he shone now in the dusky air. Light came about his face and shoulders. An immense vitality poured into her through his hands. The sense of strange kinship was overpowering. She felt, though not in terms of size or physical strength, a pygmy before him, while yet another thing rose in gigantic and limitless glory as from some inner heart he quickened in her. This sense of exaltation, of delirious joy that tempted sweetly, came upon her. He must love her, need her in the end. "Julian," she murmured softly, drawn irresistibly closer, "the gods have brought you to me." Her feet went nearer of their own accord, but there was no movement, no answering pressure, in the hand she held. "You shall never know loneliness again, never while I am here. The gods, your gods, have brought us together." "Our gods," she heard his answer, "are the same." The words trembled against her actual breast, so close she was now leaning against him. "Even if lost, it is they who sent us here. I know they're messengers." He broke off, standing back from her, dropping her hands, or rather, drawing his own away. "Hark!" he cried. The voice, deep and full, yet without loudness, thrilled her. She watched him with terror and amazement as he turned to the open window, throwing his arms out suddenly to the darkening sky against which the trees loomed still and shapeless. His figure was wrapped in a faint radiance, as of silvery moonlight. She was aware of heat about her, a comforting, inspiring warmth that pervaded her whole being, as from within. The same moment the bulk of the big tree shook and trembled, and a steady wind came pouring into the room. It seemed to her the wind, the heat, poured through that tree. And the inner heart in her grew clear an instant. This wind, this heat, increased her being marvelously. The exaltation in her swept out and free. She saw him, dropped from alien skies upon the little teeming earth. The sense of his remoteness from the life about them, of her own remoteness too, flashed over her like wind and fire. An immense ideal blazed, then vanished. It flamed beyond her grasp. It beckoned with imperishable loveliness, then faded instantly. Wind caught it up once more. With the fire, an overpowering joy rose in her. "Julian!" she cried aloud. "Son of wind and fire!" At the words, which had come to her instinctively, he turned with a sudden gesture she could not quite interpret, while there broke upon his face a smile, strange and lovely, that caught up the effect of light about him and seemed to focus in his brilliant eyes. His happiness was beyond all question, his admiration, wonder too. Yet the quality she chiefly looked and expected was not there. She chilled. The joy, she was acutely conscious, was not a personal joy. "You," he said gently, happily emphasizing the word, "you are not pitiful." And the rustle of the shaking trees outside the window merged their voice in his and carried it outward into space. It was as if the wind itself had spoken. Across the garden, dusk there shot a sudden effect of light, as though a flame had flickered somewhere in the sky, then passed back into the growing night. There was a scent of flowers in the air. "You," he cried with an exultation that carried her again beyond herself, "you are not pitiful." "Julian," she stammered, longing for his arms. She half drew away. The blood flowed down and back in her. "Not pitiful," she repeated faintly. For it was to her suddenly as if that sighing wind that entered the room from the outer sky had borne him away from her. That wind was a messenger. It came from that distant state, that other region where he belonged, a state, a region, compared to which the beings of earth were trumpery and tinsel-dressed. It came to remind him of his home and origin. The little earth, the myriad confused figures struggling together in its surface, he saw as pitiful. From that window in the sky whence he looked down, he watched them. She knew the feeling in him, knew it, because some part of her, though faint and deeply hidden, was akin. Yet she was not wholly pitiful. He had discerned in her this faint, hidden strain of vaster life, had stirred and strengthened it by his words, his presence. Yet it was not vital enough in her to stand alone. When wind and fire, his elements, breathed forth from it, she was afraid. "You are not pitiful," he had said, yet pitiful for all that she knew herself to be. On that breath of sighing wind he swept away from her, far, far away, where as yet she could not follow. And her dream of personal love swept with it. Some ineffable hint of a divine, impersonal glory she had known went with him from her heart. The personal was too strong in her. It was human love she desired both to give and ask. Unspoken words flared through her heart and being. "Julian, you have no soul, no human soul, but I will give you one, for I will teach you love." He turned upon her like a hurricane of windy fire. "Soul!" he cried, catching the word out of her naked heart. "Oh, be not caught with that pitiful delusion. It is this idea of soul that binds you hopelessly to selfish ends and broken purposes. This thing you call soul is but the dream of human vanity and egoism. It is worse than love. Both bind you endlessly to limited desires and blind ambitions. They are of children." He rose, like some pillar of whirling flame and wind beside her. "Come out with me," he cried. "Come back. You teach me to remember. Our elemental home calls sweetly to us. Our elemental service waits. We belong to those vast powers. They are eternal. They know no binding, and they have no death. Their only law is service, that mighty service which builds up the universe. The stars are with us. The nebulae and the central fires are their throne and altar. The soul you dream of in your little circle is but an idle dream of the race that ties your feet lest you should fly and soar. The personal has bandaged all your eyes. Nyan, come back with me. You once worked with me there, you, I, and Fillery together." His voice, though low, had that which was terrific in it. The volume of its sound appalled her. Its low vibrations shook her heart. "Soul," she said very softly, courage sure in her, but tears close in her burning eyes, "is my only hope. I live for it. I am ready to die for it. It is my life." He gazed at her a moment with a tenderness and sympathy she hardly understood, for their origin lay hidden beyond her comprehension. She knew one thing only, that he looked adorable and glorious, a being brought by the wise powers of life, whatever these might be, into the keeping of her love and care. The mother and the woman merged in her. His redemption lay within her gentle hands, if it lay at the same time upon an altar that was her awful sacrifice. "Son of wind and fire," she cried, though emotion made her voice dwindle to a breathless whisper. "You call to my love, yet my love is personal. I have nothing else to give you. Julian, come back. Oh, stay with me. Your wind and fire frighten, for they take you away. Service I know, but your service, oh, what is it? For it leaves the bed, the hearthstone cold." She stopped abruptly, wondering suddenly at her own words. What was this rhythm that had caught her mind and heart into an unknown, a daring form of speech? But the wind ran again through the open window, fluttering the curtains and the skirts about her feet. It sighed and whispered. It was no earthly wind. She saw him once again go from her on its quiet wings. He left her side, he left her heart. And an icy realization of his loneliness, his exile, stirred in her. For a moment, as she looked up into his shining face silhouetted in the dusk against the window, there rose tumultuously in her that maternal feeling which had held all men safely at a distance hitherto. Like a wave, it mastered her. She longed to take him in her arms, to shield him from a world that was not his, to bless and comfort him with all she had to give, to have the right to brush that wondrous hair, to open those lids at dawn and close them with a kiss at night. This ancient passion rose in her, bringing, though she did not recognize it, the great woman in its train. She walked up to him with both hands outstretched. "All my nights," she said with no reddening of the cheek, "are as our wedding night." He heard, he saw, but the words held no meaning for him. "Julian, stay with me. Stay here." She put her arms about him. And forget!" he cried, an inexpressible longing in his voice. He bent, none the less, beneath the pressure of her clinging arms. He lowered his face to hers. "I will teach you love," she murmured, her cheek against his own. "You do not know how sweet, how wonderful it is. All your strange wisdom you shall show me, and I will learn willingly, if only I may teach you love." "You would teach me to forget," he said in a voice of curious pain, "just as you are forgetting now." He gently unclasped her hands from about his neck and went over to the open window, where she sank into a chair, watching him. She again heard the wind, but again no common, earthly wind, go singing past the walls. "But I will teach you to remember," he said, his great figure half turning towards her again, his voice sounding as though it were in that sighing breath of wind that passed and died away into the silence of the sky. The strange difficulty, the immensity of her self-appointed task, grew suddenly crystal clear in her mind. Amid the whirling, aching pain and yearning that she felt, it stood forth sharp and definite. It was imperious. She loved, and she must teach him love. This was the one thing needful in his case. Her own deep, selfless heart would guide her. There was pain in her, but there was no fear. Above the conventions, she felt herself naked and unashamed. The sense of a new, immense liberty he had brought lifted her into a region where she could be natural without offense. He had flung wide the gates of life, setting free those strange, ultimate powers which had lain hidden and unrealized hitherto, and with them was quickened, too, that mysterious and awful hint which, beckoning ever toward some vaster life, had made the world as she found it unsatisfactory, pale, of meager value. As the strange drift of wind passed off into the sky, she moved across the room and stood beside him, its dying chant still humming in her ears. That song of the wind, she understood, was symbolic of what she had to fight, for his being, though linked to a divine service she could not understand, lay in nature and apart from human things. "Think, Julian," she murmured, her face against his shoulder, so that the sweet perfume as of flowers he exhaled came over her intoxicatingly. "Think what we could do together for the world, for all these little striving, ignorant, troubled people in it, for everybody. You and I together working, helping, lifting them all up." He made no movement, and she took his great arm and drew it round her neck, placing the hand against her cheek. He looked down at her then, his eyes peering into her face. "That," he said in a deep, gentle voice that vibrated through her whole body, "yes, that we will do. It is the service of our gods. It is why I called you. From the first I saw it in you, and in—" Before he could speak the name, she kissed his lips, pulling his head lower in order to reach them. "Think, Julian," she whispered, his eyes so close to hers that they seemed to burn them. "Think what our child might be." The wind came back across the tossing trees with a rush of singing. Her hair fluttered across their two faces as it entered the room, driving round the inner walls, then, with a cry, flew out again into the empty sky. She felt as if the wind had answered her, for other answer there came none. Far away in the spaces of that darkening sky the wind rushed sailing, sailing with its impersonal song of power and of triumph. She did not remember any further spoken words. She remembered only, as she went homewards down the street, that Julian had opened the door upon some unspoken understanding that she had lost him because she dared not follow recklessly where he led, and that the steady draught, it seemed, had driven forcibly behind her, as though the wind had blown her out. It was only much later she realized that the figure who had then overtaken her, supported, comforted with a kind of ordinary words she hardly understood at the moment and yet vaguely welcomed, finally leaving her at the door of her father's house in Chelsea, was the figure of Edward Fillery. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Bright Messenger by Algernon BLACKWOOD. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger. Chapter 24. As upon a former occasion some 24 hours before, N.H. seemed hardly aware that his visitor had left, though this time there was the vital difference, that what was of value had not gone at all. The essence of the girl, it seemed, was still with him. It remained. The physical presence was to him, apparently, the least of all. He returned to his place at the open window of the darkening room, while night, with her cooler airs, passed over the world on tiptoe. He drew deep breaths, opened his arms, and seemed to shake himself, as though glad to be free of recent little awkward and unnatural gestures that had irked him. There was happiness in his face. "She is a builder, though she has forgotten," ran his thought with pleasure. "And I can work with her. Like Fillery, she builds up, constructs. We are all three in the same service, and the gods are glad. I love her, yes, but she—" His thoughts grew troubled and confused. "She speaks of another love that is a tight and binding little thing, that catches and confines. It is for one person only, one person for one other. For two, only for two persons. What is its meaning, then?" Of her words and acts he had understood evidently a small part only. Much that she had said and done he had not comprehended, although in it somewhere there had certainly lain a sweet, faint, troubling pleasure that was new to him. His thought wavered, flickered out, and vanished. For a long time he leaned against the window with his images, thinking with his heart, for when alone and not stirred by the thinking of others close to him, he became of a curious, childlike innocence, knowing nothing. His thinking, with others present, seemed but a reflection of their thinking. The way he caught up the racial thinking, appearing swiftly intelligent at the time, as with Fillery's mind, passed the instant he was alone. He became open then to bigger rhythms that the little busy thinkers checked and interrupted. But this greater flow of images, of rhythms, this thinking with the heart, what was it, and with what things did it deal? He did not know. He had forgotten. To his present brain it was alien. He grasped only that it was concerned with the rhythms of fire and wind apparently, though hardly perhaps of that crude form in which men know them, but of an inner, subtler, more vital heat and air which lie in and behind all forms and help to shape them, and of intelligences which use these as their vehicles, their instruments, their bodies. In his images he was aware of these intelligences, perceived them with his entire being, shared their activities and nature. Behind all so-called forms and shapes, whether of people, flowers, minerals, of insects, or of stars, or of a bird, a butterfly, or a nebula, but also of those mental shapes which are born of thought and mood and heart. This host of intelligences, great and small, all delving together, building, constructing, involved in a vast impersonal service which was deathless. This seemed the mighty call that thundered through him, fire and wind merely the agencies with which he, in particular, knew instinctively his duties lay. For his work, these images taught him, was to increase life by making the body it used as perfect as he could. The more perfect the form, the instrument, the greater the power manifesting through it. A poor, imperfect form stopped the flow of this manifesting life, as though a current were held up and delayed. For instance, his own form, his present body, now irked, delayed, and hampered him, although he knew not how or why or whence he had come to be using it at this moment on the earth. The instinctive desire to escape from it lay in him, and also the instinctive recognition that two others, similarly caught and imprisoned, must escape with him. The images, the rhythms, poured through him in a mighty flood, as he leaned by the open window, his great figure, his whole nature too, merging in the space, the wind, the darkness of the soft-moving night beyond. Yet darkness troubled him too. It always seemed unfamiliar, new, something he had never been accustomed to. In darkness he became quiet, very gentle, feeling his way, as it were, uneasily. He was aware, however, that Fillery was near, though not perhaps that he was actually in the room, seated somewhere among the shadows, watching him. He felt him close in the same way he felt the girl still close, whether distance between them in space was actually great or small. The essential in all three was similar. Their yearnings, hopes, intentions, purposes were akin. Their longing for some service, immense, satisfying, it seemed, connected them. The voice, however, did not startle when it sounded behind him from an apparently empty room. "The love she spoke of you do not understand, of course. Perhaps you do not need it." The voice, as well as the feeling that lay behind, hardly disturbed the images and rhythms in their wondrous flow. Rather, they seemed a part of them. N.H. turned. He saw Dr. Fillery distinctly, sitting motionless among the shadows by the wall. "It is, for you, a new relationship, and seems small, cramping, and unnecessary." "What is it?" N.H. asked. "What is this love she seeks to hold me with, saying that I need it? Dear Fillery," he added, moving nearer, "will you tell me what it is? I found it sweet and pleasant, yet I fear it." "It is," was the reply, "in its best form, the highest quality we know." "Ah, I felt the fire in it," interrupted N.H., smiling. "I smelt the flowers." His smile seemed faintly luminous across the gloom. "Because it is the best," replied the other gently. "In its best form it means sometimes the complete sacrifice of one being for the welfare of another. There is no self in it at all." He felt the eyes of his companion fixed upon him in the darkness of the quiet room. He felt likewise that he was bewildered and perplexed. "As, for instance, the mother for her child," he went on. "That is the purest form of it we know." "One being feels it for one other only," N.H. repeated, apparently ignoring the reference to maternal love. "Each wants the other for himself alone. Each lives for the other only, the rest excluded. It is always two and two. Is that what she means?" "She would not like it if you had the same feeling for another woman," Fillery explained. "She would feel jealousy, which means she would grudge sharing you with another. She would resent it, afraid of losing you." "Two and two, and two and two." The words floated through the shadows. The ideal seemed to shock and hurt him. He could not understand it. "She asks for the whole of me, all to herself. It is lower than insects, flowers even. It is against nature. So small, so separate." "But nature," interrupted Dr. Fillery, after an interval of silence between them, "is not concerned with what we call love. She is indifferent to it. Her purpose is merely the continuance of the race, and she accomplishes this by making men and women attractive to one another. This, too, he explained, we call love, though it is love in its weakest, least enduring form. That, replied N.H., I know and understand. She builds the best form she can. And once the form is built, agreed the other, and nature's aim fulfilled, this kind of love usually fades out and dies. It is a physical thing entirely, like the two atoms we read about together a few days ago, which rush together automatically to produce a third thing. He lowered his voice suddenly. There was a great teacher once, he went on, who told us that we should love everybody, and that in the real life there was no marriage as we call it, nor giving in marriage. It seemed that, as he said the words, the darkness lifted, and a faint perfume of flowers floated through the air. N.H. made no comment or reply. He sat still, listening. "I love her," he whispered suddenly. "I love her in that way, because I want everybody else to love her too, as I do, and as you do. But I do not want her for myself alone. Do you? You do not, of course. I feel you are as I am. You are happy that I love her." "There is morality," said Fillery presently in a low voice, glad at that moment of the darkness. "There is what we call morality." "Tell me, dear Fillery, what that is. Is it bigger than your love?" Dr. Fillery explained briefly, while his companion listened intently, making no comment. It was evidently as strange and new to him as human love. "We have invented it," he added at the end, "to protect ourselves, our mothers, our families, our children. It is, you see, a set of rules devised for the welfare of the race. For though a few among us do not need such rules, the majority do. It is, in a word, the acknowledgment of the rights of others." "It had to be invented," exclaimed N.H., with a sigh that seemed to trouble the darkness as with the sadness of something he could scarcely believe. "And these rules are needed still. Is the race at that stage only? It does not move, then?" Into the atmosphere, as the low-spoken words were audible, stole again that mysterious sense of the insignificance of Earth and all its manifold activities, human and otherwise, and with it, too, a remarkable breath of some larger reality, starry bright, that lay shining just beyond all known horizons. Fillery shivered in spite of himself. It seemed to him for an instant that the great figure looming opposite through the darkness extended, spread, gathering into its increased proportions the sky, the trees, the darkened space outside, that it no longer sat there quite alone. He recalled his colleague's startling admission, the touch of panic terror. "Slowly, if at all," he said louder, though wondering why he raised his voice. "Yet there is some progress." He had the feeling it would be better to turn on the light, as though this conversation and the strange sensations it produced in him would be impossible in a full blaze. He made a movement indeed to find the switch. It was the sound of his companion's voice that made him pause, for the words came at him as though a wave of heat moved through the air. He knew intuitively that the other's intense inner activity had increased. He let his hand drop. He listened. Their thoughts, he was convinced, had mingled and been mutually shared again. There was a faint sound like music behind it. "We have worked such a little time as yet," fell the words into the silence. "If only, oh, if only I could remember more." A little time, thought Fillery to himself, knowing that the other meant the millions of years nature had used to evoke her myriad forms. "Try to remember," he added in a whisper. "What I do remember I cannot even tell. was the reply, the voice strangely deepening. "No words come to me." He paused a moment, then went on. "I am of the first, the oldest. I know that. The earth was hot and burning, burning, burning still. It was soft with heat when I was summoned from other work just completed. With a vast host I came. Our service summoned us. We began at the beginning. I am of the oldest. The earth was still hot, burning, burning." The voice failed suddenly. "I cannot remember. Dear Fillery, I cannot remember. It hurts me. My head pains. Our work, our service. Yes, there is progress. The ages, as you call them. But it is such a little time as yet." The voice trailed off. The figure lost its suggestion of sudden vastness. The darkness emptied. "I am of the oldest, that I remember only—" It ceased as though it drifted out upon the passing wind outside. "Then you have been working," said Fillery, his voice still almost a whisper. "You and your great host, for thousands of years, in the service of this planet." He broke off, unable to find his words, it seemed. "Since the beginning," came the steady answer. "Years I do not know. Since the beginning. Yet we have only just begun. Oh!" he cried. "I cannot remember. It is impossible. It all goes lost among my words, and in this darkness I am confused and entangled with your own little thinking. I suffer with it." Then suddenly, "My eyes are hot and wet, dear Fillery. What happens to them?" He stood up, putting both hands to his face. Fillery stood up too. He trembled. "Don't try," he said soothingly. "Do not try to remember any more. It will come back to you soon, but it won't come back by any deliberate effort." He comforted him as best he could, realizing that the curious dialogue had lasted long enough. But he did not produce a disconcerting blaze by turning the light on suddenly. He led his companion gently to the door so that the darkness might pass more gradually. The lights in the corridor were shaded and inoffensive. It was only in the bedroom that he noticed the bright tears, as N.H., examining them with curious interest in the mirror, exclaimed more to himself than to Fillery, "She had them too. I saw them in her eyes when she spoke to me of love, the love she will teach me because she said I needed it." "Tears," said Fillery, his voice shaking. "They come from feeling pain." "It is a little thing," returned N.H., smiling at himself, then turning to his friend, his great blue eyes shining wonderfully through their moisture. "Then she felt what I felt. We felt together. When she comes tomorrow, I will show her these tears, and she will be glad I love. And she will bring tears of her own, and you will have some too, and we shall all love together. It is not difficult, is it?" "Not very," agreed Fillery, smiling in his turn. "It is not very difficult." He was again trembling. "She will be happy that we all love." "I hope so." It was curious how easily tears came to the eyes of this strange being, and for causes so different that they were not easy to explain. He did not cry. It was merely that the hot tears welled up. Even with the Debenham once it happened too. The lesson in natural history was over. Debenham had just sketched the outline of the various kingdoms, with the animal kingdom and man's position in it according to present evolutionary knowledge, and had then said something about the Earth's place in the solar system, and the probable relation of this system to the universe at large. An admirable bird's-eye view, as it were, without a hint of speculative imagination in it anywhere. When N.H., after intent listening in irresponsive silence, asked abruptly, "What does it believe?" Then, as Debenham stared at him, a little puzzled at first, he repeated, "That is what the race knows, but what does it believe?" "Believe," said Debenham. "Believe. Ah, you mean what is its religion, its faith, its speculations?" And proceeded to give the briefest possible answer he felt consistent with his duty. The less his pupil's mind was troubled with such matters, the better, in his opinion. "And their god?" the young man inquired abruptly, as soon as the recital was over. He had listened closely, as he always did, but without a sign of interest, merely waiting for the end, much as a child who is bored by a poor fairy tale, yet wishes to know exactly how it is all going to finish. "They know him?" He leaned forward. Debenham, not quite liking the form of the question, nor the more eager manner accompanying it, hesitated a moment, thinking perhaps what he ought to say. He did not want this mind, now opening, to be filled with ideas that could be of no use to it, nor help in its formation. Least of all did he desire it to be choked and troubled with the dead theology of man-made notions concerning a tumbling personal deity. Creeds, moreover, were a matter of faith, of auto-suggestion as he called it, being obviously divorced from any process of reason. He had, nevertheless, a question to answer and a duty to perform. His hesitation passed in compromise. He was, as he has been seen, too sincere, too honest to possess much sense of humor. "The race," he said, "or rather that portion of it into which you have been born, believes, on paper," he emphasized the qualification, "in a paternal God, but its real God, the God it worships, is knowledge. Not a knowledge that exists for its own sake," he went on blandly, "but that brings possessions, power, comfort, and a million needless accessories into life. That God it worships, as you see, with energy and zeal. Knowledge and work that shall result in acquisition, in pleasure, that is the God of the race on this side of the planet where you find yourself." "And the God on paper?" asked N.H., making no comment, though he had listened attentively and had understood. "The God that is written about on paper, and believed in on paper." "The printed account of this God," replied Debenham, "describes an omnipotent and perfect being who has existed always. He created the planet and everything upon it, but created it so imperfectly that he had to send later a smaller God to show how much better he might have created us. In doing this he offered us an extremely difficult and laborious method of improvement, a method of escaping from his own mistake, but a method so painful and unrealizable that it is contrary to our very natures, as he made them first." He almost smacked his lips as he said it. "The big God, the first one," asked N.H. at once. "Have they seen and known him? Have they complained?" "No," said Debenham, "they have not. Those who believe in him accept things as he made them." "And the smaller, lesser God, how did he arrive?" came the odd question. "He was born like you and me, but without a father. No male had his mother ever known." "He was recognized as a god?" The people showed interest, but no emotion, much less excitement. "By a few. The rest, afraid because he told them their possessions were worthless, killed him quickly." "And the few?" "They obeyed his teaching, or tried to, and believed that they would live afterwards for ever and ever in happiness." "And the others, the many?" "The others, according to the few, would live afterwards for ever and ever in pain." "It is a demon story," said N.H., smiling. "It is printed, believed, taught," replied Debenham, "by an immense organization to millions of people." "Free?" inquired his pupil. "The teachers are paid, but very little." "The teachers believe it, though?" "Yes, at least some of them, probably," replied Debenham after brief consideration. "And the millions, do they worship this god?" "They do, on paper, yes. They worship the first big god. They go once or twice a week into special buildings, dressed in their best clothes, as for a party, and pray and sing and tell him he is wonderful and they themselves are miserable and worthless, and then ask him in abject humility for all sorts of things they want." "Do they get them?" "They ask for different things, you see. One wants fine weather for his holidays, another wants rain for his crops. The prayers in which they ask are printed by the government." "They ask for this planet only?" "This planet conceives itself alone inhabited. There are no other living beings anywhere. The Earth is the center of the universe, the only globe worth consideration." Although N.H. asked these quick questions, his interest was obviously not much engaged, the first sharp attention having passed. Then he looked fixedly at Debenham and said, with a sudden curious smile, "What you say is always dead. I understand the sounds you use, but the meaning cannot get into me, inside, I mean. But I thank you for the sound." There was a moment's pause, during which Debenham, accustomed to strange remarks and comments from his pupil, betrayed no sign of annoyance or displeasure. He waited to see if any further questions would be forthcoming. He was observing a phenomenon. His attitude was scientific. "But in sending this lesser god," resumed N.H. presently, "how did the big one excuse himself?" "He didn't. He told the race it was so worthless that nothing else could save it. He looked on while the lesser god was killed. He is very proud about it, and claims the thanks and worship of the race because of it." "The lesser god, poor lesser god," observed N.H. "He was bigger than the other." He thought a moment. "How pitiful," he added. "Much bigger," agreed Debenham, pleased with his pupil's acumen, his voice, even his manner, changing a little as he continued. "For then came the wonder of it all. The lesser god's teachings were so new and beautiful that the position of the other became untenable. The race disowned him. It worshipped the lesser one in his place." Tell me, please," said N.H., as though he noticed and understood the change of tone at once. "I listen. The dear Fillery spoke to me of a great teacher. I feel a kind, deep joy move in me. Tell me, please." Again Debenham hesitated a moment, for he recognized signs that made him ill at ease a little, because he did not understand them. Following a scientific textbook with his pupil was well and good, but he had no desire to trespass on what he considered as Fillery's territory. N.H. was his pupil, not his patient. He had already gone too far, he realized. After a moment's reflection, however, he decided it was wiser to let the talk run out its natural course, instead of ending it abruptly. He was as thorough as he was sincere, and whatever his own theories and prejudices might be in this particular case, he would not shirk an issue, nor treat it with the smallest dishonesty. He put the glasses straight on his big nose. "The new teachings," he said, "were so beautiful that, if faithfully practiced by everybody, the world would soon become a very different place to what it is." "Did the race practice them?" came the question in a voice that held a note of softness, almost of wonder. "No." "Why not?" "They were too difficult and painful and uncomfortable. The new god, moreover, only came here 2,000 years ago, whereas men have existed on Earth for at least 400,000. N.H. asked abruptly what the teachings were, and Debenham, growing more and more uneasy as he noted the signs of increasing intensity and disturbance in his pupil, recited, if somewhat imperfectly, the main points of the Sermon on the Mount. As he did so, N.H. began to murmur quietly to himself. His eyes grew large and bright, His face lit up, his whole body trembled. He began that deep, rhythmical breathing which seemed to affect the atmosphere about him, so that his physical appearance increased and spread. The skin took on something of radiance, as though an intense inner happiness shone through it. Then suddenly, to Debenham's horror, he began to hum. Though a normal, ordinary sound enough, it reminded him of that other sound he had once shared with Fillery, when he sat on the stairs staring at a china bowl filled with visiting cards, while the dawn broke after a night's exhaustion and bewilderment. That sound, of course, he had long since explained and argued away. It was an auditory hallucination conveyed to his mind by LeVallon, who originated it. Interesting and curious, it was far from inexplicable. It was disquieting, however, for it touched him in a vague sense of alarm, as though it paved the way for that odd panic terror he had been amazed to discover hidden away deeply in some unrealized corner of his being. This humming he now listened to, though normal and ordinary enough, there were no big vibrations with it for one thing, was too suggestive of that other sound for him to approve of it. His mind rapidly sought some way of stopping it. A command, above all an impatient, harsh command, was out of the question, yet a request seemed equally not the right way. He fumbled in his mind to find the wise, proper words. He stretched his hand out as though to lay it quietly upon his companion's shoulder, but realized suddenly he could not, almost he dared not, touch him. The same instant N.H. rose. He pushed his chair back and stood up. Debenham, justly proud of his equable temperament and steady nerves, admits that only a great effort of self-control enabled him to sit quietly and listen. He listened, watched, and made mental notes to the best of his ability, but he was frightened a little. The outburst was so sudden. He was not sure that his report of what he heard, made later to Fillery, was a verbatim accurate one. "Justice, we know," cried N.H. in his half-chanting voice that seemed to boom with resonance. "But this mercy, gentle kindness, beauty, this unknown loveliness, we did not know it." He went to the open window and threw his arms wide, as though he invoked the sun. "Dimly we heard of it. We strive, we weave and build and fashion while the whirl of centuries flies on. This lesser god, he came among us too, making our service sweeter, though we did not understand. Our work grew wiser and more careful. We built lovelier forms, and knew not why we did so. His mighty rhythms touched us with their power and happy light. Oh, my great messengers of wind and fire, bring me the memory I have lost. Oh, where?" He shook himself as though his clothes, perhaps his body even, irked him. It was a curious coincidence, thought Debenham as he watched and listened, too surprised and puzzled to interfere either by word or act, that a cloud, at that very moment, passed from the face of the sun, and a gust of wind shook all the branches of the lime-trees in the garden. N.H. stood drenched in the white, clear sunshine. His flaming hair was lifted by the wind. "Behind, beyond the suns, he dwells and burns forever. Oh, the mercy, kindness, the strange beauty of this personal love. What is it? These have been promised to us too." He broke off abruptly, bowed his great head and shoulders, and sank upon his knees in an attitude of worship. Then, stretching his arms out to the sky, the face raised into the flood of sunlight, while his voice became lower, softer, almost hushed, he spoke again. "Our faithful service, while the circles swallow the suns, shall lift us too. You, who sent me here to help this little dying race, oh, help me to remember." His passion was a moving sight. The words, broken through with fragments of his chanting, singing, had the blood of some infinite, intolerable yearning in them. Debenham, meanwhile, having heard outbursts of this strange kind before with others, had recovered something of his equanimity. He felt more sure of himself again. The touch of fear had left him. He went over to the window. The attack, as he deemed it, was passing. A thick cloud hid the sun again. "There, there," he said soothingly, laying both hands upon the other's shoulders, then taking the arms to help him rise. "I told you, his teachings were very beautiful, that the world would become a kind of heaven if people lived them." His voice seemed not his own. Beside the volume and music of the others, it had a thin, rasping, ugly sound. N.H. was on his feet, gazing down into his face. To Debenham's amazement, there were tears in the eyes that met his own. "And many people do live them. Try to, rather," he added gently. "There are thousands who really worship this lesser god today. You can't go far wrong, yourself, if you take him as your model, and—" "How he must have suffered!" came the astonishing interruption, the voice quiet and more natural again. "There was no way of telling what he knew. He had no words, of course. You are all so difficult, so caged, so dead." Debenham smiled. "He used parables." He paused a moment, then went on. "Men have existed on the planet, science tells us, for at least 400,000 years, whereas he came here only 2,000 years ago." "Came here," interrupted the pupil, as though the earth were but one of 1,000 places visited, a hint of contempt and pity somewhere in his tone and gesture. "We made his way ready then. We prepared, we built. It was for that our work went on and on so faithfully." He broke off. Debenham experienced a curious sensation as he heard. In that instant it seemed to him that he was conscious of the movement of the earth through space. He was aware that the planet on which he stood was rushing forward at 18 miles a second through the sky. He felt himself carried forward with it. "What was his name?" he heard N.H. asking. It was as though he was aware of the enormous interval in space traversed by the rolling earth between the first and last words of the sudden question. It trailed through an immense distance towards him, after him, yet at the same time ever with him. "His name? Oh, Jesus Christ, we call him," wondering at the same moment why he used the pronoun we. "Jesus Christ!" N.H. repeated the name with such intensity and power that the sound, borne by deep vibrations, seemed to surge and circle forth into space while the earth rushed irresistibly onwards. A faintly imaginative idea occurred to Debenham for the first time in his life. It was as though the earth herself had opened her green lips and uttered the great name. With this came also the amazing and disconcerting conviction that nature and humans were expressions of one and the same big simple energy, and that while their forms, their bodies differed, the life manifesting through them was identical, though its degree might vary. For an instant this was of such overpowering conviction as to be merely obvious. It passed as quickly as it came, though he still was dimly conscious that he had traveled with the earth through another huge stretch of space. Then this sense of movement also passed. He looked up. N.H. was in his chair again at the table, reading quietly his book on natural history. But in his eyes the moisture of tears was still visible. Debenham adjusted his glasses, blew his nose, went quickly to another room to jot down his notes of the talk, the reactions, the general description, and in doing so dismissed from his mind the slight, uneasy effects of what had been curious hallucination, caused evidently by an unexplained stimulation of the motor centers in the brain. End of Chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Bright Messenger by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger, Chapter 25. The full account of N.H., with all he said and did, his effect upon others, his general activities, in a word, it is impossible to compress intelligibly into the compass of these notes. A complete report Edward Fillery indeed accumulated, but its publication, he realized, must await that leisure for which his busy life provided little opportunity. His eyes, mental and physical, were never off his patient, and N.H., aware of it, leapt out to meet the observant sympathy, giving all he could, concealing nothing, yet debarred, it seemed, by the rigid limitations of his own mental and physical machinery, as similarly by that of his bearers from contributing more than suggestive and tantalizing hints. Of the use of parable he, obviously, had no knowledge. His relations with others, perhaps, offered the most significant comments on his personality. Fillery was at some pains to collect these. The reactions were various, yet one and all showed this in common, a curious verdict but unanimous, that his effect, namely, was greatest when he was not there. Not in his actual presence, which promised rather than fulfilled, was his power so dominating upon mind and imagination as after the door was closed and he was gone. The withdrawal of his physical self, its absence, as Fillery had himself experienced one night on Hampstead Heath, as well as on other occasions, brought his real presence closer. It was Nyan who first drew attention to this remarkable characteristic. She spoke about him often now with Dr. Fillery, for as the weeks passed and she realized the uselessness, the impossibility of the plan she had proposed to herself, she found relief in talking frankly about him to her older friend. "Always, always after I leave him," she confessed, "a profound and searching melancholy gets hold of me, poignant as death, yet an extraordinary unrealized beauty behind it somewhere. It steals into my very blood and bones. I feel an intense dissatisfaction with the world, with people as they are, and a burning scorn for all that is small, unworthy, petty, mean, and yet a hopelessness of ever attaining to that something which he knows and lives so easily." She sighed, gazing into his eyes a moment. "Or of ever making others see it," she added. "And that something," he asked, "can you define it?" She shook her head. "It's in me, within reach even, but the word he used is the only one: forgotten." "Perhaps, has it ever occurred to you that he simply cannot describe it? There are no words, no means at his disposal, no human terms?" "Perhaps," she murmured. "Desirable, though?" he urged her gently. She clasped her hands, smiling. "Heavenly," she murmured, closing her eyes a moment as though to try and recall it. "Yet when I'm with him," she went on, "he never quite realizes for me the state of wonder and delight his presence promises. His personality suggests rather than fulfills." She paused, a wistful, pained expression in her dark eyes. "The failure," she added quickly, lest she seemed to belittle him of whom she spoke, "of course lies in myself. I refuse, you see, I can't say why, though I feel it's wise, to let myself be dominated by that strange, lost part of me he stimulates." "True," interposed Dr. Fillery, "I understand. Yet to have felt this even is a sign." "That he stirs the deepest, highest in me? This hint of divine beauty in the unrealized under-self?" He nodded. There was an odd touch of sadness in their talk. "I've watched him with many types of people," he went on thoughtfully, almost as though thinking aloud in his rapid way. "I've talked with him on many subjects. The meanness, jealousy, insignificance of the race shocks and amazes him. He cannot understand it. He asked me once, 'But is no one born noble? To be splendid is such an effort with them.' Splendor of conduct, he noticed, is a calculated, rarely a spontaneous splendor. The general resistance to new ideas also puzzles him. They fear a rhythm they have never felt before, as he put it. To adopt a new rhythm, they think, must somehow injure them. That the race respects a man because he possesses much equally bewilders him. No one serves willingly or naturally, he observed, or unless someone else receives money for drawing attention loudly to it. Any notion of reward, of advertisement, in its widest meaning, is foreign to his nature. He broke off. Another pause fell between them, the girl the first to break it. "He suffers," she said in a low voice. "Here he suffers." And her face yearned with the love and help she longed to pour out beyond all thought of self or compensation, and at the same time with the pain of its inevitable frustration. And watching her, Dr. Fillery understood that this very yearning was another proof of the curious impetus, the intensification of being that N.H. caused in everyone. Yet he winced, as though anticipating the question she at once then put to him. "You are afraid for him, Edward?" Her eyes calmly, searchingly on his. "His future troubles you?" He turned to her with abrupt intensity. "If you, Irada, could not enchain him—" He broke off. He shrugged his shoulders. "I have no power," she confessed. "An insatiable longing burns like a fire in him. Nothing he finds here on earth, among men and women, can satisfy it." A faint blush stole up her neck and touched her cheeks. "He is different. I have no power to keep him here." Her voice sank suddenly to a whisper, as though a breath of awe passed into her. "He is here now at this very moment, I believe. He is with us as we talk together. I feel him." Almost a visible thrill passed through her. "And close, so very close, to you." Dr. Fillery made no sign by word or gesture, but something in his very silence gave assent. "And not alone," she added, still under her breath. It seemed she looked about her, though she did not actually move or turn her head. "Others of his kind, Edward, come with him. They are always with him, I think sometimes." Her whisper was fainter still. "You feel that too." He said it abruptly, his voice louder and almost challenging. Then he added incongruously, as though saying it to himself this time, "That's what I mean. I've known it for a long time." He looked at the girl sharply, with unconcealed admiration. "It does not frighten you?" he asked, and in reply she said the very thing he felt sure she would say, hoping for it even while he shrank. "Escape," he heard in a low, clear voice, half a question, half an exclamation, and saw the blood leave her face. The instinctive "hush" that rose to his lips he did not utter. The sense of loss, of searching pain, the word implied he did not show. Instead, he spoke in his natural, everyday tone again. "The body irks him, of course, and he may try to rid himself of it. Its limitations to him are a prison, for his true consciousness he finds outside it. The explanation," he added to himself, "of many a case of suicidal mania, probably. I've often wondered." He took her hand, aware by the pallor of her face what her feelings were. "Death, you see, Nyan, has no meaning for him, as it has for us who think consciousness out of the body impossible, and he is puzzled by our dread of it. We, he said once, have nothing but decays. We may be stationary, or advance, or retreat, but we can never end. He derives, oh, I'm convinced of it, from another order. Here, amongst us, he is inarticulate, unable to express himself, hopeless, helpless, in prison. Oh, if only— He loves you," she said quickly, releasing her hand. "I suppose he realizes the eternal part of you and identifies himself with that. In you, Edward, lies something very close to what he is, akin. He needs it terribly, just as you—" She became confused. "Love, as we understand it," he interrupted, his voice shaking a little, "he does not know, cannot know, for he serves another law, another order of being." "That's how I feel, too." She shivered slightly, but she did not turn away, and her eyes kept all their frankness. "Our humanity," she murmured, "writes upon his heart in ink that quickly fades—" "And leaves no trace." He caught her up hurriedly. "His one idea is to help, to render service. It is as natural to him as for water to run downhill. He seeks instinctively to become one with the person he seeks to aid. As with us an embrace is an attempt at union, so he seeks, by some law of his own being, to become identified with those whom he would help. And he helps by intensifying their consciousness, somewhat as heat and air increase ordinary physical vitality. Only, first, there must be something for him to work on. Energy, even bad, vicious, wrongly used, he can work on. Mere emptiness prevents him. You remember Lady Gleason." "We, most of us, are too empty," she put in with quiet resignation. "Our sense of that divine beauty is too faint." "Rather," came the quick correction, "he stands too close to us. His effect is too concentrated. The power, at such close quarters, disturbs and overbalances." "That's why, then, I always feel it strongest when he's left." He glanced at her keenly. "In his presence," she explained, "it's always as though I saw only a part of him, even of his physical appearance, out of the corner of my eye, as it were, and sometimes—" She hesitated. He did not help her this time. "As if those others, many others, similar to himself, but invisible, crowding space about us, are intensely active." Her voice hushed again. "He brings them with him, as now. I feel it, Edward, now. I feel them close." She looked round the empty room, peering through the window into the quiet evening sky. Dr. Fillery also turned away. He sighed again. "Have you noticed, too," he went on presently, yet half as if following his own thoughts and a trifle incongruously, "the speed and lightness his very movements convey, and how he goes down the street with that curious air of drawing things after him, along with him, as trains and motors draw the loose leaves and dust? Whirling—" Her quick whisper startled him a little as she turned abruptly from the window and gazed straight at him. He smiled, instantly recovering himself. "A good word, yes, whirling, but in the plural, as though there were vortices about him." It was her turn to smile. "That might one day carry him away," she exclaimed. They smiled together then, they even laughed, but somewhere in their laughter, like the lengthening shadows of the spring day outside, lay an incommunicable sadness neither of them could wholly understand. "Yet the craving for beauty," she said suddenly, "that he leaves behind in me." Her voice wavered. "An intolerable yearning that nothing can satisfy, nothing here. An infinite desire, it seems, for—" Dr. Fillery took her hand again gently, looking down steadily into the clear eyes that sought his own, and the light glistening in their moisture was similar, he fancied for a moment, to the fire in another pair of shining eyes that never failed to stir the unearthly dreams in him. "It lies beyond any words of ours," he said softly. "Don't struggle to express it, Areta. To the flower, the star, we are wise to leave their own expression in their own particular field, for we cannot better it." A sound of rising wind, distant yet ominous, went past the window, as for a moment then the girl came closer till she was almost in his arms, and though he did not accept her, equally he did not shrink from the idea of acceptance, for the first time since they had known one another. There was a smell of flowers. Almost in that wailing wind he was aware of music. "Together," he heard her whisper, while a faint shiver, was it of joy or terror, ran through her nerves. "All of us, when the time comes, together." She made an abrupt movement. "Just as we are together now! Listen!" she exclaimed. "We call it wind," she whispered. "But of course, really, it's behind, beyond, inside, isn't it?" Dr. Fillery, holding her closely, made no answer. Then he laughed, let go her hands, and said in his natural tone again, breaking an undesirable spell intentionally, though with a strong effort, "We are in space and time, remember. Ireda, let us obey them happily until another certain and practical thing is shown us." The faint sound that had been rising about them in the air died down again. They looked into each other's eyes, then drew apart, though with a movement so slight it was scarcely perceptible. It was Nyan and Dr. Fillery once more, but not before the former had apparently picked out the very thought that had lain, though unexpressed, in the latter's deepest mind, its sudden rising the cause of his deliberate change of attitude. For she had phrased it, given expression to it, though from an angle very different to his own. And her own word, escape, used earlier in the conversation, had deliberately linked on with it, as of intentional purpose. "He must go back. The time is coming when he must go back. We are not ready for him here, not yet." Somewhat in this fashion, though without any actual words, had the idea appeared in letters of fire that leapt and flickered through a mist of anguish, of loss, of loneliness, rising out of the depths within him. He knew whence they came, he divined their origin at once, and the sound, though faint and distant at first, confirmed him. Swiftly behind them, moreover, born of no discoverable antecedents it seemed, rose simultaneously the phrase that Father Collins loved: "A being in his own place is the ruler of his fate." Father Collins, for all his faults and strangeness, was a personality, a consciousness, that might prove of value. His extraordinarily swift receptiveness, his undoubted telepathic powers, his fluid, sensitive, protean comprehension of possibilities outside the human walls, above the earthly ceiling, so to speak, value suddenly attached itself to Father Collins, as though the name had been dropped purposely into his mind by someone. He was surprised to find this thought in him. It was not for the first time, however, Dr. Fillery remembered. In Nyan's father, again an artist, though not a particularly subtle one perhaps, lay a deep admiration, almost a love he could not explain. "There's something about him in a sense immeasurable, something not only untamed but untamable," he phrased it. "His gentleness conceals it as a summer's day conceals a thunderstorm. To me it's almost like an incarnation of the primal forces at work in the hearts of my own people." He grew sad. "And as dangerous, probably." He was speaking to his daughter, who repeated the words later to Dr. Fillery. The study of fire in the elemental group had failed. "He's too big, too vast, too formless to get into any shape or outline my tools can manage, even by suggestion. He dominates the others, earth, air, water, and dwarfs them." "But fire ought to," she put in. "It's the most powerful and splendid, the most terrific of them, isn't it? It regenerates. It purifies. I love fire." Her father smiled in his beard, noticing the softness in her manner, rather than in her voice. The awakening in her he had long since understood sympathetically, if more profoundly than she knew and welcomed. "He won't hurt you, child. He won't harm Nayushka any more than a summer's day can hurt her. I see him thus sometimes," he mumbled on half to himself, though she heard and stored the words in her memory. As an entire day, a landscape even, I often see him. A stretch of being rather than a point, a rushing stream rather than a single isolated wave, harnessed and confined in definite form, as we understand being here," he added curiously. "No, he'll neither harm nor help you," he went on, "nor any of us for that matter. A dozen nations, a planet, a star he might help or harm." He laughed aloud suddenly in a startled way at his own language. "But an individual? Never." And he abruptly took her in his arms and kissed her, drying her tears with his own rough handkerchief. "Not even a fire worshipper," he added with gruff tenderness, "like you." "There's more of divinity in fire than in any other earthly thing we know," she replied as he held her, "for it takes into itself the sweetest essence of all it touches." She looked up at him with a smile. "That's why you can't get it into your marble, perhaps." To which her father made the significant rejoinder, "And because none of us has the least conception what divine and divinity really mean, though we're always using the words. It's odd, anyhow," he finished reflectively, "that I can model the fellow better from memory than when he's standing there before my eyes. At close quarters he confuses me with too many terrific, unanswerable questions." To multiply the verdicts and impressions Fillery jotted down is unnecessary. In his own way he collected. In his own way he wrote them down. About N.H., all agreed in their various ways of expressing it, was that vital suggestion of agelessness, of deathlessness, of what men call eternal youth. The vigorous grace of limbs and movements, the deep, simple joy of confidence and power. None could picture him tired, or even wearing out, yet ever with a faint hint of painful conflict due to immense potentialities, a day compressed into a single minute, as Kilcoff phrased it, straining but vainly to express themselves through a limited form that was inadequate to their use. A storm of passionate hope and wonder seemed ever ready to tear forth from behind the calm of the great, quiet eyes, those green-blue changing eyes which none could imagine lightless or unlamping, and about his whole presentment a surplus of easy, overflowing energy from an inexhaustible source, pressing its gifts down into him spontaneously, fire and wind its messengers. Yet that the human machinery using these, mind, body, nerves, was ill-adapted to their full expression. To every individual having to do with them was given a push, a drive, an impetus that stimulated that individual's chief characteristic, intensifying it. This to imaginative and discerning sight. But even upon ordinary folk, aware only of the surface things that deliberately hit them, was left a startling impression as of someone waving a strange, unaccustomed banner that made them halt and stare before passing on, uncomfortably. He had that nameless quality, apart from looks or voice or manner, which arrested attention and drew the eyes of the soul, wonderingly, perhaps uneasily, upon itself. He left a mark, something defined him from all others, leaving him silhouetted in the mind, and those who had looked into his eyes could not forget that they had done so. Up rose at once the great unanswerable questions that, lying ever at the back of daily life, the majority find it most comfortable to leave undisturbed, but rose in red ink or italics. He started into an awareness of greater life, and the effect remained, was greatest even, after he had passed on. It was, of course, Father Collins, a frequent caller now at the home, betraying his vehement interest in long talks with Dr. Fillery, and in what interviews with N.H. the latter permitted him. It was this protean being whose mind, amid wildest speculations, formed the most positive conclusions. The Prometheans, he believed, were not far wrong in their instinctive collective judgment. N.H. was not a human being. The occupant of that magnificent body was not a human spirit like the rest of us. "Nor is he the only one walking the streets today," he affirmed mysteriously. "In shops and theaters, trains and buses, tucked in among the best families," he laughed, although in earnest, "and even in suburbia I have come across other human bodies similarly inhabited. What they are and where they come from exactly we cannot know, but their presence among us is indubitable." "You mean you recognize them?" inquired Dr. Fillery calmly. "One unmistakable sign they possess in common. They are invariably inarticulate, helpless, lost. The brain, the five senses, the human organs, all they have to work through, are useless to express the knowledge and powers natural to them. Electricity might as well try to manifest itself through a gas pipe, or music through a stone. One and all, too, possess strange glimmerings of another state where they are happy and at home, something of the Gloria a la Wordsworth, a golden age idea almost, a state compared to which humanity seems a tin-pot business, yet a state of which no single descriptive terms occur to them." "Of which, however, they can tell us nothing?" "Memory, of course, is lost. Their present brain can have no records, can it? Only those of us who have perhaps at some time, in some earlier existence possibly, shared such a state can have any idea of what they're driving at." He glanced at Fillery with a significant raising of his bushy eyebrows. "There have been no phenomena, I'm glad to say," put in the doctor, aware some comment was due from him. "No physical phenomena, I mean." "Nor could there be," pursued the other, delighted. "He has not got the apparatus. With all such beings, their power, rather than perceived, is felt. Sex, as with us, they also cannot know, for they are neither male nor female." He paused, as the other did not help him. "Enigmas they must always be to us. We may borrow from the East and call them divas, or class them among nature spirits of legend and the rest, but we can, at any rate, welcome them and perhaps even learn from them." "Learn from them?" echoed Fillery sharply. "They are essentially natural, you see, whereas we are artificial, and becoming more so with every century, though we call it civilization. If we lived closer to nature, we might get better results, I mean. Primitive man, I'm convinced, did get certain results, but he was a poor instrument. Modern man, in some ways, is a better, finer instrument to work through, only he is blind to the existence of any beings but himself. A bridge, however, might be built, I feel. N.H. seems to me in close touch with these curious beings. If—" he lowered his voice, "he is not actually one of them. The wind and fire he talks about are, of course, not what we mean. It is heat and rhythm, in some more essential form, he refers to. If N.H. is some sort of nature spirit or nature being, he is of a humble type, concerned with humble duties in the universe." "There are, you think, then, higher, bigger kinds?" inquired the listener, his face and manner showing neither approval nor disapproval. Father Collins raised his hands and face and shoulders, even his eyebrows. His spirits rose as well. "If they exist at all, and the assumption explains plausibly the amazing intelligence behind all natural phenomena, they include every grade, of course, from the insignificant fairies, so-called, builders of simple forms, to the immense planetary spirits and vast intelligences who guide and guard the welfare of the greater happenings." His eyes shone, his tone matched in enthusiasm his gestures. "A stupendous and magnificent hierarchy," he cried, "but all under God, of course, who maketh his angels spirits and his ministers of flaming fire. Ah, think of it," he went on, becoming lyrical almost as wonder fired him. Think of it now, especially in the spring. The vast abundance and insurgence of life pouring up on all sides into forms and bodies, and all led, directed, fashioned by this host of invisible, yet not unknowable intelligences. Think of the prolific architecture, the delicacy, the grandeur, the inspiring beauty that are involved. "You said just now a bridge might be built," Dr. Fillery interrupted, while the other paused a second for breath. Father Collins, nailed down to a positive statement, hesitated and looked about him, but the hesitation passed at once. "It is the question merely," he went on more composedly, "of providing the apparatus, the means of manifestation, the instrument, the body, isn't it? Our evolution and theirs are two separate, different things." "I suppose so. No force can express itself without a proper apparatus." "Certain of these intelligences are so immense that only a series of events, long centuries, a period of history as we call it, can provide the means, the body indeed, through which they can express themselves. An entire civilization may be the body used by an archetypal power. Others again, like N.H. probably, since I notice that it is usually the artist, the artistic temperament he affects most, require beauty for their expression, beauty of form and outline, of sound, of color." He paused for effect, but no comment came. "Our response to beauty, our thrill, our lift of delight and wonder before any manifestation of beauty, these are due only to our perception, though usually unrecognized except by artists, of the particular intelligence thus trying to express itself." Dr. Fillery suddenly leaned forward, listening with a new expression on his face. He betrayed, however, no sign of what he thought of his voluble visitor. An idea, none the less, had struck him like a flash between the eyes of the mind. "You mean," he interposed patiently, "that just as your fairies use form and color to express themselves in nature, we might use beauty of a mental order to build a body of expression, yes, an instrument in a collective sense, through which N.H. might express whatever knowledge, wisdom, and power he has." "Will you explain yourself a little more definitely?" Father Collins beamed. He continued with an air of intense conviction. "The artist is ever an instrument merely, and for the most part an unconscious one. Only the greatest artist is a conscious instrument. No man is an artist at all until he transcends both nature and himself, that is, until he interprets both nature and himself in the unknown terms of that greater power, whence himself and nature emanate. He is aware of the majestic source, aware that the universe, in bulk and in detail, is an expression of it, itself a limited instrument. But aware further, and here he proves himself great artist, of the stupendous, lovely, central power whose message stammers, broken and partial, through the inadequate instruments of ephemeral appearances. He creates, using beauty in form, sound, color, a better and more perfect instrument, provides this central power with a means of fuller expression. The message no longer stammers, halts, suggests. It flows, it pours, it sings. He has fashioned a vehicle for its passage. His art has created a body it can use. He has transcended both nature and himself. The picture, poem, harmony that has become the body for this revelation is alone great art." "Exactly," came the patient comment that was asked for. "One thing is certain. Only human knowledge, expressed in human terms, can come through a human brain. No mind, no intellect can convey a message that transcends human experience and reason. Art, however, can. It can supply the vehicle, the body. But even here, the great artist cannot communicate the secret of his vision. He cannot talk about it, tell it to others. He can only show the result." "Results," interrupted Dr. Fillery in a curious tone. "What results exactly would you look for?" There was a burning in his eyes. His skin was tingling. "What else but a widening, deepening, heightening of our present consciousness?" came the instant reply. "An extension of faculty, of course, making entirely new knowledge available. A group of great artists, each contributing his special vision, respectively, of form, color, words, proportion, could together create a body to express a power transcending the accumulated wisdom of the world. The race could be uplifted, taught, redeemed." "You have already given some attention to this strange idea?" suggested his listener, watching closely the working of the other's face. "You have, perhaps, even experimented? A ceremonial of some sort, you mean? A performance, a ritual, or what?" Father Collins lowered his voice, becoming more earnest, more impressive. "Beauty, the arts," he whispered, "can alone provide a vehicle for the expression of those intelligences which are the cosmic powers. A performance of some sort, possibly, since there must be sound and movement. A bridge between us, between our evolution and their own, might, I believe, be thus constructed. Art is only great when it provides a true form for the expression of an eternal cosmic power. By combining, we might provide a means for their manifestation. A body of thought, as it were, through which our NH might become articulate? Is that your idea?" Behind the question lay something new, it seemed, as though, while listening to the exposition of an odd mystical conception, his mind had been busy with a preoccupation, privately but simultaneously, of his own. "In what way, precisely, do you suggest the arts might combine to provide this body?" he asked, a faint tremor noticeable in the lowered voice. "That," replied Father Collins promptly, never at a loss, "we should have to think about. Inspiration will come to us, probably through him. Ceremonial, of course, has always been an attempt in this direction, only it has left the world so long that people no longer know how to construct a real one. The ceremonials of today are ugly, vulgar, false. The words, music, color, gestures, everything must combine in perfect harmony and proportion to be efficacious. It is a forgotten method." "And results? How would they come?" "The new wisdom and knowledge that result are suddenly there in the members of the group. The power has expressed itself, not through the brain, of course, but rather that the new ideas, having been acted out, are suddenly there. There has been an extension of consciousness. A group consciousness has been formed, and—" "And there you are." Dr. Fillery, moving his foot unperceived, had touched a bell beneath the table. The foot, however, groped and fumbled, as though unsure of itself. "You learn to swim by swimming, not by talking about it." Father Collins was prepared to talk on for another hour. "If we can devise the means, and I feel sure we can, we shall have formed a bridge between the two evolutions." Nurse Robbins entered with apologies. A case upstairs demanded the doctor's instant attendance. Dr. Debenham was engaged. "One thing," insisted Father Collins as they shook hands and he got up to go, "one thing only you would have to fear." He was very earnest. Evidently the signs of struggle, of fierce conflict in the other's face he did not notice. "And that is?" A hand was on the door. "If successful, if we provide this means of expression for him, we provide also the means of losing him." "Death?" He opened the door with rough, unnecessary violence. "Escape. He would no longer need the body he now uses. He would remember and be gone. In his place you would have LeVallon again only." I'm afraid," he added, "that he already is remembering." His final words, as Nurse Robbins deftly hastened his departure in the hall, were a promise to communicate the results of his further reflections, and a suggestion that his cottage by the river would be a quiet spot in which to talk the matter over again. But Dr. Fillery, having thanked Nurse Robbins for her prompt attendance to his bell, returned to the room and sat for some time in a strange confusion of anxious thoughts. A singular idea took shape in him, that Father Collins had again robbed his mind of its unspoken content. That sensitive receptive nature had first perceived, then given form to the vague, incoherent dreams that lurked in the innermost recesses of his hidden self. Yet if that were so, and if N.H. already was remembering— A wave of shadow crept upon him, darkening his hope, his enthusiasm, his very life. For another part of him knew quite well the value to be attributed to what Father Collins had said. Instinctively his mind sought for Debenham, but it did not occur to him at the moment to wonder why this was so. End of Chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Bright Messenger by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger, Chapter 26. Spring had come with her sweet torment of delight. Her promises, her passion, and London lay washed and perfumed beneath April's eager sun. An immense, persuasive glamour was in the sky. The whole earth caught up a swifter gear, as the magic of rich, creative life poured out of dead soil into flower, insect, bird, and animal. The prodigious stream omitted no single form. Every body pulsed and blossomed at full strength. The hidden powers in each seed emerged, and it was from the inanimate body of the earth this flood of increased vitality rose. Into Edward Fillery, strolling before breakfast over the wet lawn of the enclosed garden, the tide of new life rose likewise. It was very early, the flush of dawn still near enough for the freshness of the new day to be everywhere. The greater part of the huge city was asleep. He was alone with the first birds, the dew, the pearl and gold of the sun's slanting rays. He saw the slates and chimneys glisten. Spring, like a visible presence, was passing across the town, bringing the amazing message that all obey, yet no man understands. This is its touch upon the blossomed rose, the fashion of its hand-shaped lotus leaves. In dark soil and the silence of the seeds, the robe of spring it weaves. It maketh and unmaketh, mending all. What it hath wrought is better than had been. Slow grows the splendid pattern that it plans, its wistful hands between. The lines came to his memory, while upon his mind fell lovely and wonderful impressions. It was as though the subconsciousness of the earth herself emerged with the spring, producing new life, new splendor everywhere. Out of a single patch of soil the various roots drew material they then fashioned into such different and complicated outlines as daisy, lily, rose, and 100 types of tree. From the same bit of soil emerged these intricate patterns and designs, these different forms. At this very moment, while his feet left dark tracks across the silvery lawn, the process was going steadily forward all over England. Beneath those very feet uprushed the power into all conceivable bodies. Color, music, form, marvelously organized, making no mistakes, were turning the world into a vast, delicious garden. Form, color, sound. From his own hidden region rose again the flaming hope and prophecy. He stooped and picked a daisy, examining with rapt attention its perfect little body. Who, what, made this astonishing thing, that was yet among the humbler forms? What intelligence devised its elaborate outline, guarded, cared for, tended it, ensured its growth and welfare. He gazed at its white rays tipped with crimson, its several hundred florets, its composite design. The spring life had been pouring through it until he picked it. Through the huge mass of Earth's body, its tiny roots had drawn the life it needed. This power was now cut off. It would die. The process, as with everything else, was automatic and unintelligent. It seemed an incredible explanation. The old familiar question troubled him, but he saw it abruptly now from a new angle. "We built it," came a voice so close that it seemed behind him, for when at first he turned, startled, and yet not startled, he saw no figure standing. "We who work in darkness, yet who never die, the hidden ones, who build and weave inside and out of sight. You have destroyed a work of ages." A pang of sudden regret and anguish seized him. He stood still and stared in the direction whence he thought the voice had come, but no form, no outline, no body that could have produced a sound, a voice, was visible. A blackbird flew with its shrill whistle over the enclosing wall, and the gardener, up unusually early, was now moving slowly past the elms at the far end, some 200 yards away. The old man, he remembered, had been telling him only the day before that the life in his plants this year had been prodigious and successful beyond his whole experience. It puzzled him. Something of reverence, of superstition almost, had lain in the man's voice and eyes. "Who are you?" whispered Fillery, still holding the dead, broken flower in his hand and staring about him. He was aware that the sound from which the voice had come, detaching itself, as it were, into articulate syllables out of a general continuous volume, had not ceased. It was all about him, softly murmuring. Was it in himself, perhaps? An intense inner activity, like the pressure of an enveloping tide, that was also in space, in the soil, the body of the planet, rose in him too. And it seemed to him that his mind was suddenly in process of being shaped and fashioned into a new body of understanding, a new instrument of understanding. "This is its work upon the things ye see. The unseen things are more, men's hearts and minds, the thoughts of peoples and their ways and wills, these too the great law binds." "I know!" he exclaimed, this time with acceptance that omitted the doubt he had first felt. "I know who you are." And even as he said the words, there dropped into him, it seemed, some knowledge, some hint, some wonder that lay, he well knew, outside all human experience. It was as though some cosmic power brushed gently against and through his being, but a power so alien to known human categories that to attempt its expression in human terms, language, reason, imagination even, were to mutilate it. Yet, even for its partial, broken manifestation, human terms were alone available, since without these it must remain unperceived, he himself unaware of its existence. He was, however, aware of its presence, its existence. All that was left to him, therefore, was his own personal interpretation. Herein, evidently, lay the truth for him. This was the meaning of his acceptance. It was in some way a renewal of that other vision he called the Flower Hill and Flower Music experience. "I know you," he repeated, his voice merging curiously in the general underlying murmur of the morning. "You belong to the bodiless, the deathless ones who work and build and weave eternally. Form, sound, color are your instruments, the elements your tools. You wove this flower," he fingered the dying daisy, "as you also shaped this body," he tapped his breast, "and you built as well this mind." He stopped dead. Two things arrested him: the feeling that the ideas were not primarily his own, but derived from a source outside himself, and a sudden intensification of the flaming hope and prophecy that burst up as with new meaning into the words mind and body. The broken body of the flower slipped from his fingers and fell upon the body of the earth. He looked down at its new empty form through which no life flowed, and his eye passed then to his own body beating with intense activity, and thence to the bodies of the trees, the darting birds, the gigantic sun now peering magnificently along the heavens. Body. A body was a form through which life expressed itself, a vehicle of expression by means of which life manifested, an instrument it used. But a body of thought was a true phrase too, and with the words, shaped automatically in his brain, a new light flashed and flooded him with its waves. A body of thought, a mental body. The phrase went humming and flowing strangely through him. A body of thought. Father Collins, he remembered, had used some such wild language, only it had seemed empty words without intelligible meaning. Whence came the intense new meaning that so suddenly attached itself to the familiar phrase? Whence came the thrilling deep conviction that new, greater knowledge was hovering near, and that for its expression a new body must be devised? And what was this new knowledge, this new power? Whence came the amazing certainty in him that a new way was being shown to him, a means of progress for humanity that must otherwise flounder always to its average level of growth, development, then invariably collapse again? "We built it," ran past him through the air again, or rose perhaps from the stirred depths of his own subconscious being, or again dropped from a hidden rushing star. The more perfect and adequate the form, the greater the flow of life, of knowledge, of power it can express. No mind, no intellect can convey a message that transcends human experience. Yet there is a way. The new knowledge was there, if only the new vehicle suited to its expression could be devised. The stream of life pouring through him became more and more intense. Some power of perception seemed growing into white heat within him, transcending the limited senses, becoming incandescent. This tide of sound, inaudible to ordinary ears, was the music which is inseparable from the rhythm that underlies all forms, the music of the earth's manifold activities now pouring in vibrations huge and tiny all round and through him. He turned instinctively. "You!" exclaimed the doctor in him, as though rebuke, reproval stirred. "You here!" It seemed to him that the figure of N.H., embodying as it were a ray of sunlight, stood beside him. "We," came the answer, with a smile that took the sparkling sunlight through the very face. "We are all about you," added the voice with a rhythm that swamped all denial, all objection, bringing an exultant exhilaration in their place. "We come from what always seems to you a valley of sun and flowers, where we work and play behind the appearances you call the world." "The world," repeated Fillery. "The universe as well." The voice, the illusion of actual words, both died away, merging in some perplexing fashion into another appearance, perhaps equally an illusion so far as the senses were concerned, the phenomenon men call sight. Instead of hearing, that is, he now suddenly saw. Something in the arrangement of light caught his attention, holding it. The deep central self in him, that which interprets and decodes the reports the senses bring, employed another mode. The figure of N.H. still was definite enough in form indeed, yet at the same time taking the rays into itself as though it were a body of light. There was no transparency, of course, nor was this clear radiance seen by Fillery for the first time, but rather that his natural shining was caught up and intensified by the morning sunshine. A body of light, nonetheless, seemed a true description of what Fillery now saw. This sunshine filled the air, the space all round him. The entire lawn and garden shone in a sparkling flood of dancing brilliance. It blazed. The figure of NH was merely a portion of this blazing. As a focus, but one of many, he now thought of it, and about each focus was the toss and fling of lovely, ever-rising spirals. Across the main stream came then another pulsing movement, hardly discernible at first, and similar to an underswell that moves the sea against the waves, so that the eye perceives it only when not looking for it. This contrary motion, it soon became apparent, went in numerous, almost countless directions, so that, within and below its complicated wave tracery, he was aware of yet other motions, crossing and interlacing at various speeds, until the space about him seemed to whirl with myriad rhythms, yet without the least confusion. These rhythms were of 100 different magnitudes, from the very tiny to the gigantic, and while the smallest were of a radiant brilliance that made the sunshine pale, the larger ones seemed distant, their light of an intenser quality, though of a quality he had never seen before. These were strangely diffused, these bigger ones. Distant was the word that occurred to him, although that inner brilliance which occurs in dreams, in imaginative moments, the nameless glow that colors mental vision, described them better. Moreover, they wore colors the human eye had never seen, while the smallest rhythms were lit with the familiar colors of the prism. He stood absorbed, fascinated, drinking in the amazing spectacle, as though the glowing spirals of fire communicated to his inmost being a heat and glory of creative power. He was aware of the creative stream of spring in his own heart, pouring from the body of the earth on which he stood, drenching mind, nerves, and even muscles with concentrated life. His subconscious being rose and stretched its wings. All was possible. A sensation of divine deathlessness possessed him. The limitations of his ordinary human faculties and powers were overborne, so that he felt he could never again face the mournful prison that caged him in. The meaning of escape became plain to him. He saw the invisible building intelligences at work. He was aware then suddenly of purpose, of intention. The seeming welter of the waves of colored light, of the immense and tiny rhythms, the intricate streams of vibrating, pulsing, throbbing movements, were, he now perceived, marvelously coordinated. There was a focus, a vortex, towards which all rushed with a power so prodigious that a sense of terror touched him. He suddenly became conscious of a pattern forming before his eyes, hanging in empty space, shining, soft with light and beauty. It became, he saw, a geometric design, an idea of crystals, frost forms, a spider's web hung with glistening dewdrops shot across his memory. The spirals whirled and sang about it. This outline, he next perceived, was the focus to which the light, heat, color all contributed their particular touch and quality. It glowed now in the center of the vortex. So overwhelming, however, was the sense of the stupendous power involved that, as he phrased it afterwards, it seemed he watched the formation of some mighty sun. It was the whirling of those billion-miled sheets of incandescent fires that attend the birth of a nebula he watched. The power, at any rate, was gigantic. He stood trembling before a revelation that left him lost, shelterless, bereft of any help that his little self might summon, when suddenly, with an emotion of strange tenderness, he saw the great rhythms become completely dominated by the very smallest of all. The same instant the pattern grew sharply outlined, perfect in every detail, as though the focus of powerful glasses cleared, and the pattern hung a moment exquisitely fashioned in space beneath his eyes before it sank slowly to the ground. It remained in an upright position on the grass at his feet, a daisy, growing in the earth, alive, its tiny delicate face taking the sunlight and the morning wind. With a shock, he then realized another thing. It was the very daisy he had broken, uprooted, killed a few minutes before. He stooped, one hand outstretched as though to finger its wee white petals, but found instead that he was listening to a sweet, faint music that rose from the surface of the lawn, from grass and flowers, running in waves and circles, like the vibrations of gentle wind across 1,000 strings. It was similar, though less in volume, to the sound he had heard in the presence of N.H. He rose slowly to an upright position, dazed, bewildered, yet rapt with the wonder of the whole experience. "N.H.!" he heard his voice exclaim, its sound merging in the growing volume of music all about him. "N.H.!" he cried again. "This is your work, your service." But he could not see him. His figure was no longer differentiated from the ever-moving sea of light that filled space wherever he looked. The same play of brilliance shone and glistened everywhere, whirling, ever-shifting as in vortices of intricate geometrical designs, dancing, interpenetrating, and with a magnificence of color that caught his breath away. There were remarkable flashings, and 2 of these flashings blazed suddenly together, forming an immense physiognomy, an expression rather as of a mighty face. The same instant there were 100 of these mighty brilliant visages that pierced through the sea of whirling color and gazed upon him, close, terrific, with a power and beauty that left thought without even a ghost of language to describe them. Their glory lay beyond all earthly terms. He recognized them. These mighty outlines he had seen before. His mind then made an effort. He tried to think. Memory and reason strove with emotion and sensation. The forms, the faces, the powers at once grew fainter. They faded slowly. The whirling vortices withdrew in some extraordinary way. The color paled. The sound grew thinner, ever more distant. The great weaving designs dissolved. The lovely spirals all were gone. He saw the garden trees again, the flower beds. Space emptied, showing the morning sunshine on roofs and chimney pots. "We have rebuilt, remade it," he heard faintly, but he heard also the roar and boom of the gigantic rhythms as they withdrew, not spatially so much as from his consciousness that was now contracting once more, till only the fainter sounds of the smaller singing patterns, the flower music as he had come to call it, reached his ears. Words and music, like voices known in dreams, seemed interwoven. He remembered the huge faces, with their bright confidence and glory, rising through the sunlight, peering as through a mirror at him, radiant and of imperishable beauty. The words perhaps he attached himself, his own interpretations of their ringing motions. The sounds died away. He reeled. The expansion and subsequent contraction of consciousness had been too rapid, the whole experience too intense. He swayed, unsure of his own identity. He remembered vaguely that tears filled his eyes and rolled down his cheeks, that the destruction of a lovely form had caused him a peculiar anguish, and that its recreation produced an intolerable joy, bringing tears of happiness. An arm caught him as he swayed. The accents of a voice he knew were audible close beside him. But at first he did not understand the words, feeling only a dull pain they caused. "Their imperishable beauty, their divine loveliness," he stammered, recognizing the face and voice. He flung his arms wide, gazing into the now empty air above the London garden. "The great service they eternally fulfill. Oh, that we all might—" He made a gesture towards the other houses with their sightless, shuttered windows. I know," came in the familiar tones. "But come in now, come in, Edward, with me. I beg you, before it is too late." Paul Debenham's voice shook so that it was hardly recognizable. The skin of his face was white. He wore a haggard look. "Too late," repeated the other. "It is always too late. The world will never see. Their eyes are blinded." An intolerable emotion swept him. He stared suddenly at his colleague, an immense surprise in him. "But you, Paul," he exclaimed, "you understand, even you." Debenham led him slowly into the house. There was protection in his manner, in voice and gesture that was deep affection, respect as well, but behind and through these flickered the signs of another unmistakable emotion that Fillery at first could hardly credit. Of pity, was it? Of something, at any rate, he dared not contemplate. "Even I," came in quick, low tones. "Even I, Edward, understand. You forget, I was once alone with him." The voice sank to a rapid whisper. "In the mountain valley." Debenham's expression was curious. He raised his tone again. "But not now, I beg of you. Not yet, at any rate. You will be cast out, judged insane, your work destroyed, your career ruined, your reputation—" His excitement betrayed itself in his bright eyes and unusual gestures. He was shaken to the core. Fillery turned upon him. They were in the corridor now. He flung his arm free of the restraining hand. "You know!" he cried, "yet would keep silent." His voice choked. "You saw what I saw. New sources open, the offer made, the channels accessible at our very door, yet you would refuse." "Not 1 in 10 million," came the hard rejoinder, "would believe." The voice trembled. "We have no proof. Their laws of manifestation are unknown to us, and such glimpses are but glimpses, useless and dangerous." He whispered suddenly, "Besides, what are they? What, after all, are we dealing with?" "We can experiment," interrupted his companion quickly. "How? Of what possible value?" "You felt what I felt? In your own being you experienced the revelation too, and yet you use such words. New forces, new faculties, beings from another order of incalculable powers to ennoble, to bless, to inspire, the creation of higher forms through which new, greater life and knowledge shall manifest." He could hardly find the words he sought, so bright was the hope and wonder in his heart still. "Think, at a time like this, what humanity might gain! Creative powers, Paul, creative! Acting directly on the subconscious selves of everybody, intensifying every individual, whether he understands and believes or not. The gods, Paul, and nothing less. You saw the daisy." Debenham seized both of his companion's hands as he heard the torrent of wild, incoherent words. "You'll have the entire world against you," he interrupted. "Why seek crucifixion for a dream?" Then, as his hands were again flung off, he turned, a finger suddenly on his lips. "Hush, hush, Edward," he whispered. "The house is sleeping still. You'll wake them all." There was a new, strange authority about him. Dr. Fillery controlled himself. They went upstairs on tiptoe. "Listen," murmured Debenham as they reached the first floor landing. "That's what woke me first and led me to his room, but only to find it empty. He was already gone. I saw him join you on the lawn. I watched from the open window. Then I lost him. Listen." He was trembling like a child. The sound still echoed faintly, distant, rising and falling, sweet and very lovely, and hardly to be distinguished from the musical hum of the wind that sighs and whispers across the strings of an Aeolian harp. To one man came incredible sensations as they paused a moment. Dim though the landing was, there still seemed a tender luminous glow pervading it. "They're everywhere," murmured Fillery. "Everywhere and always about us, though in different space. Through and behind and inside everything that happens, helping, building, constructing ceaselessly. Oh, Paul, how can you doubt and question value? Behind every single form and body, physical or mental, they operate divinely." "Mental? Edward, for God's sake—" Debenham stepped nearer to him with such abruptness that his companion stopped. The pallor of the assistant's face so close arrested his words a moment. They held their breath, listening together side by side. The sounds grew fainter, died away in the stillness of the early morning, then ceased altogether. It was not the first time they listened thus to the strange music, nor was it the first time that Fillery entered the room alone. As once before, his colleague remained outside, watching, waiting, half seduced it seemed, yet vehemently against a sympathetic attitude. He watched his chief go in. He saw the expression on his face. Upon his own, behind a mild expectancy, lay a look of pain. "Empty!" he heard the startled exclamation. And instantly Debenham was at his side, a firm hand upon his arm, his eyes taking in an unused bed, a window opened wide, a glow of light and heat the early sunshine could not possibly explain. The perfume, as of flowers in the air, he noted too, and a sense of lightness, freshness, sweetness about the atmosphere that produced happiness, exhilaration. The room throbbed, as it were, with invisible waves of some communicable power even he could not deny. But of N.H., the recent occupant, there was no sign. "In the garden still. I lost sight of him somehow, I told you." Fillery crossed quickly to the window, his colleague with him, looking out upon a lawn and paths that held no figure anywhere. The gardener was not in sight. Only the birds were visible among the daisies. The quiet sunlight lay as usual upon leaves and flowers waving in the breeze. "He came in," Fillery went on rapidly under his breath. "He must have slipped back when—" The sound of steps and voices behind them in the corridor brought both men round with a quick movement, as Nurse Robbins, her arm linked in that of N.H., stood in the open doorway. Her face was radiant, her eyes alight, her breath came unevenly, and one might have thought her caught midway in some ecstatic dance that still left its joy and bliss stamped on her pretty face. Only she looked more than pretty. There was beauty, a fairy loveliness about her that betrayed an intense experience of some inner kind. At the sight of the two doctors she rapidly composed herself, leading her companion quietly into the room. "He was upstairs, sir," she said respectfully, but breathlessly somewhat, and addressing herself, Fillery noticed, to Debenham and not to himself. "He was going from room to room, talking to the patients, singing to them. It was the singing woke me." "Upstairs!" exclaimed Debenham. "He has been up there!" She broke off as Fillery came forward and took N.H. by the hands, dismissing her with a gesture she was quick to understand. Debenham went with her hurriedly, intent upon a personal inspection at once. "Your service called you," said Fillery quietly, the moment they were alone. "I understand." Through the contact of the hands, waves of power entered him, it seemed. About the face was light, as though fire glowed behind the very skin and eyes, producing the effect almost of a halo. "They came for me, and I must go." The voice was deep and wonderful, with prolonged vibrations. "I have found my own. I must return where my service needs me, for here I can do so little." "To your own place, where you are ruler of your fate," the other said slowly. "Here you—" "Here," came the quick interruption, while the voice lost its resonance, fading as it were in sadness. "Here I die." Even the radiance of his face, although he smiled, dimmed a little on that final word. "I can help where I belong, not here." The light returned, the music came back into the amazing face. "The daisy," whispered Fillery, joy rising in him strangely. "Nature," floated through the air like music, "is my place. With human beings I cannot work. It is too much, and I only should destroy. They are not ready yet, for our great rhythms injure them, and they cannot understand." Trembling with emotions he could neither define nor control, Fillery led him to the window. "Even in this little back garden of a London house," he murmured, "among, so to speak, the humble buttercups and daisies of our life, the creative intelligences at work, building, ever building the best forms they can. You remake a broken daisy." His voice rose as the great shining face so close lit with its flaming smile. "You remake as well our broken minds. In the subconscious hides our creative power that you stimulate. It is with that and that alone you work. It hides in all of us, though the artist alone perceives or can use it. It is with that you work. With you, dear Fillery, I can work, for you help me to remember. You feel the big rhythms that we bring." Dr. Fillery started, peered about him, listened hard. Was it the trees, shaking in the morning wind, that rustled? Was it a voice? The dancing leaves reflected the sunshine from 1,000 facets. The sound accompanied, rather than interrupted, his own speech. He turned back to N.H. with passionate enthusiasm. "Using beauty, the artists, the creative powers of the race," he went on, "we shall create together a new body, a new vehicle, through which your powers can express themselves. The intellect cannot serve you. It is the creative imagination of those who know beauty that you seek. You are inarticulate in this wretched body. We shall make a new one. They have come for me, and I must go. We will work together. Oh, stay, stay with me. I have found the way. I have remembered. I must go back." The wind died down, the leaves stopped rustling, the sunshine seemed to pale as though a cloud passed over the sky. The words he had heard resolved themselves into the morning sounds, the singing of the birds. Had they been words at all? Bewilderment, like a pain, rushed over him. He knew himself suddenly imprisoned, caught. "I have remembered," he heard in quiet tones, but the voice dead, no resonance, no music in it. And across the room he saw suddenly Paul Debenham just inside the door, returned from his inspection. Beside him stood LeVallon. An extraordinary reaction instantly took place in him. A lid was raised, a shutter lifted, a wall fell flat. He hardly knew how to describe it. Was it due to the look of anxiety, of tenderness, of affectionate, of protective care he saw plainly upon his colleague's face? He could not say. He only knew for certain that in that instant that Paul Debenham's main preoccupation was with himself, that the latter regarded him exactly as he regarded any other. Yes, that was the only word. Any other patient. That he looked after him, tended, guarded, cared for him, and that this watchful, experienced observation had been going on now for a long, long time. The authority in his manner became abruptly clear as day. Debenham watched over him. Also, he watched him. For days, for weeks, this had been his attitude. For the first time, in this instant, as he saw him lead away LeVallon into his own room and close the door, Fillery now perceived this. He experienced a violent revulsion of mind. In a flash 100 details of the recent past occurred to him, chief among them the fact that more and more the control of the home and its occupants had been taken over, Fillery himself only too willing, by his assistant. A moment of appalling doubt rose like a black cloud. He heard Paul telling LeVallon to begin his breakfast, just as the door closed, and he noted the authoritative tone of voice. The next minute he and his colleague were alone together. "Paul," said the chief quickly, but with a calm assurance that anticipated a favorable answer, "they, at any rate, are all right?" Debenham nodded his head. "No harm done. he replied briefly. "In fact, as you know, he rather stimulates them than otherwise." "I know." He felt, for the first time in their years of close relationship, a breath of suspicion enter him. There was a look upon his colleague's face he could not quite define. It baffled him. "Of course, I know—" He stopped, for the undecipherable look had strengthened suddenly. He thought of a jailer. "Paul," he said quickly, "what's the matter? What's wrong with you?" He drew back a pace or two and watched him. "With me? Nothing, Edward. Nothing at all." The tone was grave with anxiety, yet had this new authority in it. A feeling of intolerable insecurity came upon him, a sensation as though he balanced on air, yet its cause, its origin, easily explained. The support of his colleague's mind was taken from him. Paul's attitude was clear as day to him. He was a jailer. He recalled again the recent detail, brightly significant, that Nurse Robbins had turned to Paul rather than to himself. "With me, then, you think?" His voice hardly sounded like his own. He looked about him for support, found an armchair, sat down in it. "You're strange, Paul, very strange," he whispered. "What do you mean by, 'there's something wrong with me'?" Debenham's expression cleared slightly and a kindly, sympathetic smile appeared, then vanished. The grave look that Fillery disliked reappeared. "What do you mean, Paul Debenham?" came the repetition in a louder, more challenging voice. "You're watching me, as though I were—" He laughed without a trace of mirth. "A patient!" He leaned forward. "Paul, you've been watching me for a long time. Out with it now. What is it?" Debenham, who had kept silent, drew some papers from his pocket, a bundle of rolled sheets. "Of course," he said gently, "I always watch you, for that's how I learn. I learn from you, Edward, more than from anybody I know." But Dr. Fillery, his eyes fixed upon the sheaf of papers, had recognized them. His own writing was visible along the uneven edges. They were the description he had set down of his adventure on Flower Hill, of the scenes between N.H. and Lady Gleason, between N.H. and Nyan, the autobiographical description with N.H. and Nurse Robbins soon after his arrival, when Fillery had so amazingly found his own mind, as he believed, identified with his patient's. Debenham snapped off the elastic band that held the sheaf together. "Edward, I've read them. We have no secrets, of course. I've read them carefully, every word, my dear fellow." "Yes, yes," replied the other, while something in him wavered horribly. "I'm glad. They were meant for you to read, for of course we have no secrets. I do not expect you to agree. We have never quite seen eye to eye, have we?" His voice shook. "You terrible iconoclast," he added, betraying thus the nature of the fear that changed his voice, then recognizing with vexation that he had done so. "You believe nothing. You never will believe anything. You cannot understand. With joy you would destroy what I and others believe, wouldn't you, Paul?" The deep sadness, the gravity on the face in front of him, stopped the tirade. "I would save you, Edward," came the earnest, gentle words, "from yourself. The powers of autosuggestion, as we know in our practice, don't we, are limitless. If you call that destroying—" From the adjoining room the clatter of knives and forks was audible. Dr. Fillery listened a moment with a smile. "Paul," he asked, his voice firm and sure again, "is your chief patient in that room," indicating the door with his head, "or in this?" "In this," was the reply. "A wise man is always his own patient, and physician heal thyself his motto." He sat down beside his chief. His manner changed. There was affection, deep solicitude, something of passionate entreaty even in voice and eyes and gestures. "There are features here," he said in lowered tones. "Edward, we have not understood. Perhaps even we can never understand. But we have not, I think, sufficiently guarded against one thing: autosuggestion. The role it plays in life is immense, incalculable. It is in everything we do and think, above all, in everything we believe. It is peculiarly powerful and active in unusual things." "The sounds, the sounds! You've heard them yourself," broke in his companion. Debenham shrugged his thin shoulders. "He sings in a peculiar way." As an aside, he said it, returning to his main sermon instantly. "Let us leave the details out," he cried. "It is the principle that concerns us. Edward, your complex against humanity lies hard and rigid in you still. It has never found that full recognition by yourself which can resolve it. Your work, your noble work, is but a partial expression. The kernel of this old complex in you remains unrelieved, undischarged, because still unrecognized. And further, you are continually adding to the repression, which," even Debenham paused a second before using such a word to such a man, "is poisoning you, Edward. Poisoning you, I repeat." You saw the rebuilding of the Daisy." An odd whisper of insecurity ran through the quiet words, a statement rather than a question. "You realize, at any rate, that chance has brought us into contact with powers, creative powers, of a new order." "Let us omit all details just now," interrupted the other, a troubled, indecipherable look on his face. "The undoubted telepathy between your mind and mine nullifies any such powers of which we all have some faint counterpart, at any rate, in our subliminal selves." Fillery had not heard the interruption. "Powers by means of which we may build for the race new forms, new mental bodies, new vehicles for life, for God to manifest through, more perfect, more receptive." Debenham had suddenly seized both his hands and was leaning closer to him. Something compelling, authoritative, peculiarly convincing for a moment had its undeniable effect, again stopping the flow of hurried, passionate, eager words. "There is one new form, new body," and the intensity in voice and eyes drove the meaning deep, deep into his listener's mind and heart. "I wish to see you build, one and one only, physical, mental, spiritual. But you cannot build it, Edward, alone." "Paul!" The other held up a warning hand. The expression in eyes was warning, too. Their effect upon Debenham, however, was nil. He was talking with a purpose nothing could alter. "She is still waiting for you," he went on with determination. "And already you have kept her waiting overlong." In the tone, in the hard, clear eyes as well, lay a suggestion almost of tears. He opened the door into the breakfast-room, but Fillery caught his arm and stopped him. They could hear Nurse Robin speaking, as she attended as usual to her patients once. Coffee was being poured out. There was a sound of knives and plates and cups. "1 minute, Paul, 1 minute before we go in." He drew him aside. "And what, Dr. Debenham, may I ask, would you prescribe?" There was a curious mixture of gentle sarcasm, of pity, of patient tolerance, yet at the same time of sincere, even anxious, interest in the question. The face and manner betrayed that he waited for the answer with something more than curiosity. There was no hesitancy in Debenham. He judged the moment ripe, perhaps. He was aware that his words would be listened to, appreciated, understood certainly, and possibly obeyed. "Expression," he said convincingly, but in a lowered voice. "The fullest expression, everywhere and always. Let it all come. Accept the lot, believe the lot, welcome the lot, and thus—" He could not conceal the note of passionate entreaty, of deep affection. Avoid every atom of repression. In the end, in the long run, your own best judgment must prevail. They smiled into each other's eyes for a moment in silence, while instinctively and automatically their hands joined in a steady clasp. "Bless you, old fellow," murmured the chief. "As if I didn't know. It's the treatment you've been trying on me for weeks and months. As if I hadn't noticed." As they entered the breakfast room, Nurse Robbins, with flushed face and sparkling eyes, was pouring out the coffee, leaning close over her patient's shoulder as she did so. Fresh roses were in her cheeks as well as on the table. "This is its touch upon the blossomed maid," whispered Fillery, with the quick hint of humor that belongs only to the sane. At the same time, the light remark was produced, he well knew, by a part of himself that sought to remain veiled from recognition. Any other triviality would have done as well to cloak the sharp pain that swept him, and to lead his listener astray. For in that instant, as they entered, he saw at the table, not N.H., but LeVallon, the backward, ignorant, commonplace LeVallon, an empty, untaught personality, yet so receptive that anything, could be transferred to him by a strong, vivid mind, a mind, for instance, like his own. The sight, for a swift instant, was intolerable and devastating. He balanced again on air that gave him no support. He wavered, almost swayed. N.H., in that horrible and painful second, did not exist, and never had existed. The unstable mind, he comforted himself, experiences dislocating extremes of attitude, for at the same time he saw himself shaking and wavering without solid support. He saw the figure of Paul Debenham, big, important, authoritative, dominating the uncertainties of life with calm, steady power. In a fraction of a second, all this came and went. He sat down beside LeVallon, his eyes still twinkling with his trivial little joke. "N.H.," he whispered to Debenham quickly, "has escaped at last." "LeVallon," came the whispered reply as quickly, "is cured at last." And, to conceal an intolerable rush of pain, of loss, of loneliness that threatened tears, he pointed to the dropped eyes and blushing cheeks of the pretty nurse across the table. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Bright Messenger by Algernon BLACKWOOD. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger. Chapter 27. To Edward Fillery, the deep pain of frustration baffling all his mental processes, the end had come with a strange, bewildering swiftness. He knew there had been a prolonged dislocation of his being, possibly even a partial loss of memory with regard to much that went on about him, but he could not, did not admit that no value or reality had attached to his experiences. The central self in him had projected a limb, an arm, that, feeling its way across the confining wall of the prison-house, groping towards an unbelievably wonderful revelation of new possibilities, had abruptly now withdrawn again. The disassociation in his personality was over. He was, in other words, no longer aware of N.H. Like Debenham, he now did not perceive N.H., but only LeVallon. But, unlike Debenham, he had perceived him. He had met halfway a mighty and magnificent vision. Its truth and beauty remained for him enduring. The revelation had come and gone. That its close was sudden, simple, undramatic, above all, untheatrical, satisfied him. N.H. had escaped, leaving the commonplace LeVallon in his place, but at least he had known N.H. His whole being, an odd, sweet, happy pain in him, yearned ever to the glorious memory of it all. The melancholy, the peculiar shyness he felt, were not without an indefinite pleasure. His nature still vibrated to those haunting and inspiring rhythms, but his normal, earthly faculties, he flattered himself, were in no sense permanently disorganized. Professionally, he still cared for LeVallon, disenchanted dust though he might be, compared to N.H. He approved of Debenham's proposal to take him for a few days to the sea. He also approved of Paul's advice that he should accept Father Colin's invitation to spend a day or two at his country cottage. The Kilcoffs would be there, father and daughter. The home, in charge of an assistant, could be reached in a few hours in case of need. The magic of Debenham's wise, controlling touch lay in every detail, it seemed. He saw the trio, for Nurse Robbins was of the party, off to Seaford. "The final touches to his cure," Paul mentioned slyly, with a smile as the guard whistled. But of whose cure he did not explain. "He'll bathe in the sea," he added, the reference obvious this time. "And when we return, I shall be best man. I've already promised." There was a triumph of skilled wisdom in both sentences. "The time isn't ripe yet, Edward, for two magnificent ideas. And your ideas have been a shade too magnificent, perhaps." He talked on lightly, even carelessly. And as usual, there was purpose, meaning, treatment. His friend easily discerned it now, in every detail of his attitude. Fillery laughed. Through his mind ran Povey's sentence, "Never argue with the once-born." But aloud he said, "At any rate, I've no idea that I'm Emperor of Japan, or the Archangel Gabriel." And the other, pleased and satisfied that a touch of humor showed itself, shook hands firmly, affectionately, through the window as the train moved off. LeVallon raised his hat to his chief and smiled, an ordinary smile. With the speed and incongruity of a dream these few days slipped by, their happenings vivid enough, yet all set to a curiously small scale, a cramped perspective, blurred a little as by a fading light. Only one thing retained its brilliance, its intense reality, its place in the bigger scale, its vast perspective remaining unchanged. The same immense sweet rhythm swept Ireda and himself inevitably together. Some deep obsession that hitherto prevented had been withdrawn. She had called that very morning, Paul's touch visible here again, he believed, though he had not asked. He looked on and smiled. After the ordeal of breakfast with Debenham and LeVallon, her visit was announced. It was Paul, after a little talk downstairs, who showed her in. With the radiance of a spring wildflower opening to the early sunshine, her unexpected visit to his study seemed clothed. Unexpected, yes, but surely inevitable as well. With the sweet morning wind through the open window, it seemed, she came to him, the letter of invitation from Father Collins in her hand. His own lay among his correspondence, still untouched. Her perfume rose about him as she explained something he hardly heard or followed. "You'll come, Edward, won't you? You'll come too." "Of course," he answered. But it was a song he heard, and no dull spoken words. She ran dancing towards him through a million flowers. Her hair flew loose along the scented winds. Her white limbs glowed with fire. He danced to meet her. It was in the valley that he caught her hands and met her eyes. "It's happened," he heard himself saying. "It's happened at last, just as you said it must. Escape. He has escaped. But we shall follow after, when the time comes, Edward. Where the wild bee never flew. When the time comes," she repeated. Her voice, her smile, her eyes brought him back sharply into the little room. The furniture showed up again, The valley faded. He noticed suddenly that for the first time she wore no flowers in her dress as usual. "Ireda!" he exclaimed. "Then you knew?" She bent her head, smiling divinely. She took both his hands in hers. At her touch, every obstacle between them melted. His own private, personal inhibition he saw as the trivial barriers a little child might raise. His complex against humanity, as Paul called it, had disappeared. Their minds, their beings, their natures became most strangely one, he felt, and yet quite naturally. There was nothing they did not share. "With the first dawn," he heard her say in a low voice. "Never, never again," he seemed to hear, "shall we destroy his, their, work of ages." "A flower," he whispered, "has no need to wear a flower." He was convinced that she, too, had shared an experience similar to his own, perhaps had even seen the bright, marvelous diva faces peering, shining. He did not ask. She said no more. Life flowed between them in an untroubled stream. Like the flow of a stream, indeed, things went past him, yet with incidents and bits of conversation thus picked out with vivid sharpness. The dissociation of his being was still noticeable here and there, he supposed. The swell after the storm took time to settle down. Slowly, however, the waves that had been projected, leaping to heaven, returned to the safe, quiet, dead level of the normal calm. The depths lay still once more. And his melancholy passed a little, lifted. He knew, at any rate, those depths were now accessible. "I've seen over the wall a moment," he said to himself. "Paul is both right and wrong. What I've seen lies too far ahead of the race to be intelligible or of use. I should be cast out, crucified, my other simpler work destroyed. To control rhythms so powerful, so different to anything we now know, is not yet possible. They would shatter rather than construct." He smiled sadly, yet with resignation. There was pain and humor in his eyes. "I should be regarded as a Promethean merely, an extremist Promethean, and probably be locked up for contravening some county council bylaw or offending church and state. That's where he, perhaps, is right, Paul." He thought of him with affection and pity, with understanding love. How wise and faithful, how patient and how skilled, within his limits. The stable are the useful, the stable are the leaders. The stable rule the world. People with steady, if unvisioned eyes like Paul, with money like Lady Gleason. But oh, he sighed, how slow, ye gods, how slow. The visit was a strange one. Nyan sat between him and her father in the motor. It was not far from London, the ancient little house among the trees where Father Collins secreted himself from time to time upon occasional retreats. Within the grounds, it might have been the center of the New Forest, but for the sound of tram-car bells that sometimes came jangling faintly through the thick screen of leaves. There were old-world paved courtyards, with sweet playing fountains, miniature lawns, tangles of flowers, small sunken gardens with birds of cut-box and yew, stone nymphs, and a shaggy, moss-grown Pan, whose hand that once held the pipes had broken off. Suburbia lay outside, yet by walking wisely it was possible to move among these delights for half an hour, great trees ever rustling overhead, and a clear small stream winding peacefully in and out with gentle lapping murmurs. Nature here lay undisturbed as it had lain for centuries. The little ancient house, moreover, seemed to have grown up with the green things out of the soil, so naturally it all belonged together. The garden ran indoors, it seemed, through open doors and windows. Butterflies floated from courtyard into drawing-room and out again. Leaves blew through dining-room windows, scurrying to another little bit of lawn. The sun and wind, even the fountain spray, found the walls no obstacle, as though unaware of them. Bees murmured, swallows hung below the eaves. It was, indeed, a healing spot, a natural retreat. "I really believe the river rises in your library," exclaimed Fillery, after a tour of inspection with his host, "and my bedroom is in the heart of that big chestnut across the lawn. Do my feet touch carpet, grass, or bark when I get out of bed in the morning?" "I've learnt more here," began Father Collins, "than at all the conferences and learned meetings I ever attended." The group of four stood in the twilight by the playing fountain, where the dignified stone Pan watched the paved little court, listening to the splash of the water and the wind droning among the leaves. The lap of the winding stream came faintly to them. The stillness cast a spell about them, dropping a screen against the outer world. "Hark!" said Father Collins, holding a curved hand to his ear. "You hear the music? Why, in the leafy greenwood lone, sit you, rustic Pan, and drone on a dulcet, resonant reed." He paused, peering across to the stone figure as for an answer. All stood listening, waiting, only wind and water breaking the silence. The bats were now flitting. Overhead hung the saffron arch of fading sunset. In a deep, ringing voice, very gruff and very low, Father Collins gave the answer. "So that yonder cows may feed up the dewy mountain passes, gathering the feathered grasses." "That's Pan's work," he said, laughing pleasantly. "Pan and all his splendid hierarchy, always at work, though invisibly, with music, color, beauty." It was scraps like this that stood out in Fillery's memory, adding to his conviction that Paul had enlisted even this strange priest in his deep-laid plan. "Each man is saturated with certain ideas, thoughts, phrases, in a line of his own. These constitute his groove. To go outside it makes him feel homeless and uncomfortable. Accustomed to its measurements and safe within them, he interprets all he hears, reads, observes, according to his particular familiar shibboleths, to which, as to a standard of infallible criticism, he brings slavishly all that is offered for the consideration of his judgment. A new idea stands little chance of being comprehended, much less adopted. Tell him new things about the stars, the stock exchange, the stigmata. Up crops his standard of approval or disapproval. He cannot help himself. His judgment, based upon the limited content of his groove, operates automatically. He condemns. An entirely new idea is barely glanced at before it is rejected for the rubbish heap. How, then, can progress come swiftly to a race composed of such individuals? Mass judgment, herd opinion governs everything. He who has original ideas is outcast, and dwells lonely as the moon. How slow, ye gods, how slow!" Only Fillery could not remember, could not be certain, whether it was his host or himself that used the words. Father Collins, as usual, was saying all sorts of things, but addressed himself surely to old Kilcoff most of the time, the Russian, half angry, half amused, growling out his comments and replies as he sat smoking heavily and enjoying the peaceful night scene in his own fashion. It was odd, none the less, how much that the wild priest gabbled coincided with his own, with Fillery's, thoughts at the moment. A peculiar melancholy, a mood of shyness never known before, lay still upon him. The beauty of the silent girl beside him overpowered him a little. Too wonderful to hold, to own, she seemed. Yet they were deliciously, uncannily akin. All his former self-created denials and suppressions, hesitations and refusals had vanished. NH, he wondered, had provided him with the fullest expression he had ever known. A boundless relief poured over him. He was aware of wholesome desire rising behind his old high admiration and respect. He watched her once, standing close to Pan's broken outline among the shadows, touching the mossy arm with white fingers, and he imagined for an instant that she held the vanished pipes. "After an experience with other beings," Father Collins's endless drone floated to him, "shyness, they say, is felt. Silence descends upon the whole nature." To which, a little later, came the growling comment with its foreign accent, "Talk may be pleasurable, sometimes, but it is profitable rarely." The talk flowed past and over him, occasional phrases, like islands rising out of a stream, inviting his attention momentarily to land and listen. The girl, he now saw, no longer stood beside the broken stone figure. She was wandering idly towards the farther garden and the trees. He burned to rise and go to her, but something held him. What was it? What could it be? Some strange, hard little obstacle prevented. Then, suddenly, he knew what it was that stopped him. He was waiting for that familiar pet sentence. Once he heard that, the impetus to move, the power to overcome his strange shyness, the certainty that his whole being was at last one with itself again, would come to him. It made him laugh inwardly when he recognized the validity of the detail. Final symptoms of the obstructing inhibitions of the obstinate original complex. The outline of the girl was lost now, merged in the shadows beyond. He stirred, but could not get up to go. A fury of impatience burned in him. Father Collins, he felt, dawdled outrageously. He was talking, jawing Fillery called it, about extraordinary experiences. "Gradually, as consciousness more and more often extends, the organs to record such extensions will be formed, you see. If our inventive faculties were turned inwards, instead of outwards for gain and comfort as they are now, we might know the gods." The sculptor's growl, though the words were this time inaudible, had a bite in them. The other voice poured on like thick, slow oil. "What, anyhow, is it, then, that urges us on in spite of all obstacles, denials, failures?" Then came something that seemed leading up to the pet sentence that was the signal he waited for, nearer to it at any rate. "It's childish, surely, to go on merely seeking more of what we have already. We should seek something new." A call, it seemed, came to him on the wind from the dark trees, but still he could not move. But at last, out of a prolonged jumble of the two voices, one growling, the other high-pitched, came the signal he somehow waited for. Even now, however, the speaker delayed it as long as possible. He was doing it, of course, on purpose. This was intentional, obviously. "Yes, but a thing out of its right place is without power, life, means of expression, robbed of its context which alone gives it meaning, robbed, so to speak, of its arms and legs, without a body." There, at least, was the definite proof that Father Collins was doing this of deliberate, set purpose. "Go on, yes, but for God's sake say it! I want to be off!" Fillery believed he shrieked the words, but apparently they were inaudible. They remained unnoticed, at any rate. "Hence the value of order, tidiness, you see. Often a misplaced thing is invisible until replaced where it belongs. It is, as we say, lost. No movement is meaningless, no walk without purpose. All your movements tend towards your proper place." A breeze blew the fountain spray aside so that its splashing ceased for a brief second. From the rustling leaves beyond came a faint murmur as of distant piping. But into the second's pause had leapt the pet sentence. "Only a being in his own place is the ruler of his fate." The signal. He was aware that the Russian cleared his throat and spat unmusically, aware also that Father Collins, a queer smile just discernible on his face in the gloom, turned his head with a gesture that might well have been an understanding nod. Both sound and gesture, however, were already behind him. He was released. He was across the paved courtyard, past the fountain, past the stone figure of the silent old rough god, and off. And as he went, finding his way instinctively among the dark trees, that pet sentence went with him like a clarion call, as though sweet piping music played it everywhere about him. 1,000 memories shut down with a final snap. In the stage of his mind came a blackout upon a host of inhibitions. There was an immense and glorious sense of relief, as though bitter knots were suddenly disentangled, and some iron kernel of resistance that had weighted him for years flowed freely at last in a stream of happy molten gold. He found her easily. Where the trees thinned at the farther edge, he saw her figure, long before he came up with her, outlined against the fading saffron. He saw her turn. He saw her arms outstretched. He came up with her the same minute, and they stood in silence for a long time, watching the darkness bend and sink upon the landscape. For here, at this one edge of the tiny estate, the real open country showed. Beyond them, in the twilight, lay the silent fields like a gigantic brown and yellow carpet, whose shaken folds still seemed to tremble and run on beneath the growing moon. Along a farther ridge the trees and hedges passed in a ragged procession of strange figures, defined sharply against the sky, witches, queens, and goblins on the prowl, the ancient fairyland of the English countryside. They still stood silent side by side, touching almost, their heat and perfume and atmosphere intermingling, looking out across the quiet scene. He was aware that her mind stole into his most sweetly, and that without knowing it his hand had found her own, and that presently she leaned a little against him. Their eyes, their mental sight as well, saw the same things, he knew. The first stars peeped out, and they looked up at them as one being looks together. "The wonder that you saw in him," he heard himself saying. It was a statement, not a question. "Was yourself, of course." Her voice, like his own, in the rustle of the leaves, came softly. It continued his own thought rather than replied to it. "The part you've held down and hidden away all these years." Her divination came to him with staggering effect. "You always knew, then?" "Always. The first day we met, you took me into the firm." He was aware that everything about him pulsed and throbbed with life, intelligence in every stick and stone. Angelic beings marched on their wondrous business through the sky. A mighty host pursued their endless service with a network of huge and tiny rhythms. The spirals of creative fire soared and danced. The moon emerged, sailing, sailing, as though no wind could stop her lovely flight. She fled the stars themselves. The clouds turned round to look at her, as, clearing their hair, she passed onwards with her radiant smile. Heading into the bare bosom of the sky, she blazed in her triumph of loneliness, her icy prow set toward some far, unknown, unearthly goal, which is the reason why men love her so. "And my theories, our theories," he murmured into her ear against his lips, "the way that has been shown to us." Both arms were now about her, and he held her so close that her words were but a warm perfumed breath to cover his face as her hair was covering his eyes. "We shall follow it together, dear." It was as if some angel, stepping down the sky, came near enough to fold them in a great rhythm of fire and wind. Bright, mighty faces in a crowd rose round them, and through her hair he saw familiar visible outlines of all the common things melt out, showing for one gorgeous instant the flashings and whirlings that was the workshop of their deathless service. "Look! Look!" he whispered, pointing from the darkening earth to the stars and sailing moon above. "They're everywhere. You can see them too. The bright messengers?" For answer she came yet closer against his side, holding him more tightly to her, lifting her lips to his, so that in her very eyes he saw the marvelous fire shine and flash. "We shall build together, you and I," she whispered very softly, "and with their help, the sweetest and most perfect body ever known." But behind the magic of her words and voice, behind their meaning and the steadying, understanding sympathy he easily divined, he heard another sound, familiar as a dream, yet fraught with some haunting significance he already was forgetting, almost had entirely forgotten. From the center of the earth it seemed to rise, a magnificent, deep, stupendous rhythm that created, at least, the impression of a voice. "I weave, and I weave," rolled forth as though the planet uttered. He stood waiting, transfixed, listening intently. "You heard?" he whispered. "Everything," she said, tied in his arms at once again, her lips on his. "The very beating of your heart, your inmost thoughts as well." The End of The Bright Messenger by Algernon Blackwood.